wow. You can see my dressing room. Don't look. Wow. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys? 1.5k defeat. Oh god, we're closing in. The walls. They're touching my skin. She lives. I'm alive. Messy Fox. It happens. I've been on like a somewhat normal human sleep schedule, so I ate before stream today. I know the apocalypse is upon us, chat. Total chud victory. Oh fuck. Alistair Corvo, dude, thank you for the happy Taco Tuesday and a happy Men's Health Month. Happy Men's Health Awareness Month, dude. Thank you. Motherfucking Zachary Rollick, thank you for those 10 gift members, and Eskil, thank you. Thank you for five, I can count. Thank you for 10, Eskil. Thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. Battleizer, my dude, thank you for the huge 50 right out the gate, Jesus Christ. Good day, glorious Foxu. A quick question. What is my preferred method of travel? Land, air, or sea? You're gonna be doing some art, and it's relevant. Oh yeah. Please protect from idiots messing with important plumbing at the end of your shift. I hope your plumbing is just fine, sir. I hope it'll be fine. I don't know, if I could drive like a hover car, that'd be cool, but instead of hover cars, we're still arguing about gender and shit, so, you know, unlucky for us. Goku's instant transmission. Riots in LA, governors thinking they could threaten the president. Foxu actually ate breakfast. The end times are here. It's true. They are. Out there, take some mental health seriously. You never know how someone is until it's too late. True and real. Watching on Kick for the first time ever. Thank you! Your warm body on Kick gets me paid. So if you throw your body in the Kick chat, I appreciate you. Warm bodies equal money in the Kick chat. I actually got fucking bit by a mosquito the other day. That shit fucking sucks. Binary Mind, thank you for the 2 fucking years, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ziz linking the moderator dashboard for Kick? I don't think that'll work for anybody, bro. Watching on Kick, chatting on Twitch, as you do. I Kill Omega, thank you for the 10 gift subs, dude. Thank you. Get free monies for the Fox Woman. Hello, cat. I see you're trying to open bag of cat food. I don't know, not my bunker cat, not my issue. I don't know if I should do something about that. Cecile the Dark Knight, thank you. Hello, heard I was based, is that true? I don't know, based on what? Just having the tab open, or do we need to be unpaused for Kick? I think the video has to be, like, playing. I have to be, like, watching the stream, but yeah. Illusion 11GG, thank you. That's a lot of gift subs, my guy. Thank you for the 20 gift subs on the Kick. Not on the Kick, on the Twitch. I don't know, I get them confused now. I have 3 chats, there's too much going on. Thank you. Thank you for the Twitch gift subs, 20. Illusion 11GG, thank you. You got bit by fire ants recently? How? How did that happen? Saw me on a vid with Tectone, binge watch lots of videos. Now you're here, welcome. I'm glad you enjoy my weird yapping. Your Kick playback auto pauses when tabbed out long enough. I think Twitch does the same thing to me. Shadow the Reaper, thank you. VoD Watcher finally made it to the Anna Vice article Flashpoint, and holy shit, you really became a bunker fox for calling a weirdo. I know, but we got a total chud victory here, kind of. I mean, I'm sure this person is just lying like they always do, but where was it sent to me? Where were they sent to me? Where? Here we go. Here we go. Browser. Oh, my browser ass bitch. Not Discord. Yeah, let's not show off my Discord. That's been fucking jump scaring me recently. Did I do the Kick money dollar toggle? I did do the money dollar toggle, thank you. Mexican Zubat, thank you. The end times are upon us. Let's get our rat brothers to rise. Every time I read a Pokemon name, I get like a hankering to play Gold and Silver again. Lulu Tiela, thank you. On the same bigot list as Foxu. You're honored. Congrats for making the bigot list. Devastator, thank you. Can we cover top 5 brands of ketchup? I think they would, like, 1 through 4 would be Heinz, but I can't buy them because they're paused. And then the last one would be Wellesley Farms. There's the list. Thank you for reminding me. Time to try out Kick too. Hell yeah, brother. Did I see there's a Fox News article that goes a little deeper into the Trump assassination attempt? Apparently he suddenly dipped into schizophrenia several months before the attempt. So what you're saying is MK Ultra got him. You've been bitten from everything from salva ants to bullet ants and fire. I've never even heard of a salva ant. I don't know what that is. Kirsche's future himbo can hand make ketchup. Brother. Brother, the other night, one of the bunker dudes was like, hey, do you want a chocolate milkshake? And I was like, oh my god, yeah, I bought chocolate milk. You can make a chocolate milkshake with chocolate milk, and it'll be like double chocolate, right? You get chocolate ice cream and chocolate milk. And he was like, oh my god, that's such a good idea. And so, like, I'm doing stuff on my computer after he asked me this. So, like, I'm not paying attention to anything going on around me. And, like, 15 minutes later, he comes over and he's like, here you go, have milkshake. He puts a glass down in front of me. And I take a bite out of it because there's a spoon, because it's, like, really fucking thick. And I'm like, damn, that's a good milkshake. I had a great idea using the chocolate milk with the chocolate ice cream. And then my brain cells kicked in as I took a second bite. And I was like, wait a minute. How did you make this? I didn't hear a blender or anything, and that was pretty fucking quick. And he was like, blender? I just mixed it by hand. And I was like, what? He was like, am I supposed to use a blender? I'm sorry. And I was like, wait, why are you apologizing for hand blending me a milkshake? Who does that? See, when I talk about liking himbos, that's probably the most himbo-coded thing I've had happen to me in real life in fucking ages. Like, goddamn, that man was so dumb, he was kind of cute in that moment. Holy shit, impressive. You're getting hand-churned milkshakes from the most himbo of honorable chatters. You're not alone, handmade milkshake supremacy. Well, it's like if I tried to hand spin a milkshake, it wouldn't stay thick and creamy, it would get all fucking melty. And then I might as well have just eaten really cold chocolate milk, man. Speaking of lists, apparently you made it to an alt-right ban list for making Kirsche fan art. What the fuck? What fan art did you make? I have to highlight it now if artists are like being fucking weird to you, dude. Ask him to make lemonade next and see if he crushes it barehanded. Handcrafted milkshake is like 20 bucks at a restaurant. I'm living good in that, but dude, my life has never been better. Like, yeah, I was worried for a little bit, but being in this bunker has been great for both my physical and mental health. Maybe that's just the key. Everyone should live in a bunker. What tier list am I on it? Mods, can I link it? If you link it, it'll get slapped by the bot, but I'll still see it, and I can bring it up. If you put chocolate syrup in it, it helps with the thickness of the chocolate milkshakes. Yeah, but then you can kind of taste the chocolate syrup if it's like the grocery store stuff. Someone told you to fossilize yourself, you think you've made it? What does that even mean? You're surrounded by himbos, except they're gay. Oh my god. Avoid drama, live in a bunker, never watch the news. Well, you have to watch the news to know what's going on around you, you know? That's what happens when you surround Kirsche with men. She gets happy. I mean, maybe that's also the key. Bro makes milkshakes. Like you cream butter for cookies. Oh my god. Maybe I need to start asking for that. Be like, I'm going to bake cookies. Can you hand spin me some butter? Notice that you've been blocked by a surprising amount of artists. I guess it's because you're making AI stuff. Potentially. Potentially? I'm not sure. You were put on a list on X for German bad guys? What the fuck? I think my favorite list I was put... Well, maybe I shouldn't say favorite. That's the wrong word. But ages ago, I was put on a, like, people I would rape list on Twitter. And it was like 180 people deep or some shit. And I was like, well, it's not a very exclusive list if there's that many people you would rape. You know, I don't really feel like I'm special anymore. Like, Kirsche, even normies in Chile learned about the cancellation wait, how? How are normies in Chile learning about this shit? What I'm saying is that himbo milkshakes bring the foxes to the yard. That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. He's a serial rapist lit. This is a nice thing to hop into the stream on. Hello, welcome. Be a dear and hand churn butter for me like a good himbo. Yeah, I got some butter you can hand churn, baby. Kirsche asked for butter, put it on her head, turn her into the butter dog. True. What the hell did anal violence spew into a filthy face hole now? Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna read this. There's fucking some, you know, I guess they've just dropped the pretense that they have a social media team writing for them. I mean, I feel like if you believe that, you're probably kind of fucking retarded in the first place, but here we go. Anna here, just a couple life updates. I'm planning on separating my journalism and VTubing work a bit more distinctly in the future. Don't expect a visual design change or an end to info/educational content. I simply want to have my VTubing work a separate brand from my writing. I haven't stated this officially, but I'm more or less ending my focus on investigative work or hard-hitting reporting. I don't think Anna knows what investigative work or hard-hitting reporting is. Because, like, if Anna knew what investigative reporting was, their articles wouldn't have been libelous because they would have investigated and found out that, oh, I might hate this Fox woman because they have a different opinion from me, but they're not actually a white supremacist Nazi. That's crazy that they think they knew how to do investigative journalism. That's the most insane thing I've seen this person state. Hard-hitting reporting? Hard-hitting with what, a squeaky hammer? Copy-pasting Reddit posts is investigation. God damn. If this is what's considered investigative work for normies, I truly am the Illuminati of the VTuber sphere. Holy shit. I have built the Underground Railroad. I have informants literally everywhere. I am the George Soros of VTubing. Kirsche prefers to be cat-souped. What that? Don't spell ketchup like that. Team False Light Deceivers. Kirsche Tubman. What the hell kind of educational stream have they ever done? They do sex education. Wow, real shocker. Basically a competency crisis at its best. My interest as a journalist from this point forward is to do media criticism and soft news. You can expect a lighter tone in that regard as I continue to write at Waypoint. Can I just say that it's crazy that they had 2 libelous articles pulled? One libelous article pulled in support of them, continued to write about the situation, made an article basically self-filleting themselves about how they got into, like, the Google trending, and they still have retained their job. If this isn't the pinnacle of privilege, I don't know what is. The fact that you can fuck up to this degree, almost get your bosses in a fucking lawsuit, and still keep your job? If Anna was a woman, I would insinuate they were sucking dick to keep their job, but we all know this is just an identity shield. What does it take to get fired at Vice? 60 watt, thank you. Anna needs to take his meds, true and real. Tora, thank you. All these people have is lying and forcing Hitler into the conversation. Their words have no value. You have to check what they do. Also, feet soon, yay. Yay, he says. They can still do that, it's Vice. Vox is committed to the work. They can't sack a trans person. Well, this isn't Vox, this is Vice. I don't have an appetite for investigative reporting in today's environment. You didn't have an appetite for investigative reporting, period. You don't know what it means to investigate. You don't understand that word. Oh my god, unless it's like investigating some sort of like weird pornographic fetish, I guess. Like, I don't know, man. And it's not building 100 bridges. That just leaves the D. Good lord, hold on. Let me turn off my BGM here. I'm gonna try to fucking pop open this can, baby. Hold up.
Monya. I can't get my finger. There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
So I've been drinking a bit more soda because I don't have coffee as readily available. And I didn't bring a fuck ton of gamer subs with me. Unlucky. But you can have a fuck ton of gamer subs using code Kirsche for 10% off your gamer subs orders, baby. What flavor? Wherever I am, it's like 15 years in the past, so I bought Mountain Dew Voltage. I haven't seen Voltage since like my like fucking college days, dude. So it's Vice. Anna's still swallowing the schlong. Probably true. Thank you, Eric Wammel. I mean, you don't have the appetite for the thing you didn't have the appetite for from the very beginning. Yeah, it's very interesting, and I'm sure there are people dumb enough to believe this, right? I'm increasingly drawn to softer writings, and I want to work on my VTubing career in peace. Or failing that, relative peace. I'm getting older and need a break from the stress of it all. The stress of writing libelous articles and creating a hate mob to try and ruin a real woman's life to the point that I've had to leave my apartment, my place of dwelling, and go to a bunker in the middle of nowhere. That kind of stress, wow. Wow, it would be interesting if this person had to face any kind of fucking hardship in their entire fucking lives, instead of people handling them with kid gloves because they claim to be trans. The stress of being told no and not getting away with it, that's the most womanly thing they've done, unironically. They're running away very hard. We have that around here. You didn't realize it was scarce elsewhere. Livewire, on the other hand. Anal violence complaining about stress makes you absurdly angry. Yeah, it makes me very absurdly angry. I need Kirsche stress balls to just pop into existence already. This is what happens when daddy doesn't say no all your life. Seems that their stress was avoidable if they didn't attack people. Yeah, imagine, you could have avoided all of this stress if you didn't just baselessly attack people for some weird ideological crusade. But once again, my quote about trans activists seems to be incredibly true every single time. You like the look of the new Mountain Dew cans? Are they new? I don't even know. I guess kind of. It's got like a weird blue guy on it. Kind of makes me think of Osmosis Jones, I guess. It's the magic get out of jail card. It's why so many kids want to be trans now. I mean, you have two options when you turn 18 to get attention. You either decided to be trans prior to that, or you make an OnlyFans immediately at 18. That's how you get attention nowadays. Never liked Mountain Dew, to be honest. I know sometimes I'll eat the fucking I'll eat the slop. Fallen, thank you for the Canadians. Used to be a Kirsche fan. That wasn't until I watched your stream. Now I'm a member and using code Kirsche for 10% off gamer subs, and another place that asks for a code. I don't remember where else I have codes. I don't think I have any other codes. Activists are mauling at you for leaving the reservation. They don't expect you to dino bite back and then lock their accounts. Yeah, good on you for fucking standing up for yourself. This cat is going crazy. Anna continues. I'm still interested in doing not safe for work content coverage, but this will not be at Waypoint. That's right. They were already told to stop doing lewd content at Vice. I'm looking into other avenues. It will be slow and a bit. I'm sorry. I want to do this work, but the opportunities in today's environment are very slim. Let me translate this for you. I want to write about my fetishes on a massive platform, but people are getting fed up with having others' fetishes pushed on them non-consensually. So I need to figure out a way to do this where people won't notice quite as much what I'm doing. Can we get a Kirsche Chris code? I would love that. I would love that. Pyrikia, thank you. Violence, accountability is hard. Better play victim, true. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadian. They should bring Jolt Cola back, or even Jolt Gum. I didn't know Jolt had gum. In other words, anal violence got caught lying about the VTubing news, and Vice is putting them on the journalist equivalent of writing columns in a newspaper. You will write actual news, or you will get fired. I don't know if Anna's capable of writing actual news. They continue. As to the original question, my reporting asked, can VTubing change? And my answer now is no. It's also not a fight, or it's also a fight I no longer have any interest in being a part of. I want to create in peace, which is why I'm not actively posting and responding to stuff on here. You could have literally kept doing that before. This entire situation is of your own making, you fucking retard. Holy shit. No, and also fuck off forever. Fuck off, we're full. Hobby gate kept. They continue. They continue. At this point, all I want to do is write about HoloLive Night, or why Stellar Blade is going to be popular, or cool VTuber resources. Now, I haven't played Stellar Blade yet because it was a PlayStation only kind of game, and I don't know if it's already come to PC or if it's still coming to PC. I don't fucking remember. All right, I yap too much to play games consistently, though Stellar Blade looks fun as fuck. It's coming tomorrow? Okay, thank you. But what the fuck do they mean that Stellar Blade is going to be popular or cool VTuber resources? What do they mean by that? Stellar Blade demo is heavily modded. I was like, I guess you could put a VTuber into the game if you had a 3D model, but how is that VTuber resources? And Kirsche got noticed by Eggy Man, new sponsors, approaching 100K on YouTube, left the mold zone surrounded by milkshake-making himbos. More range days than ever. Has Anna unironically been a net positive in your life overall? I feel like I owe a lot of my success to the people who wanted to see me broke and dead and raped. Like, they tried to ruin my life, and if this was 10 years ago, I feel like they would have succeeded. But thankfully, we are in a time where people are fed up with their cry bully tactics and they're lying. So, I mean, thank you to my marketing team. I know I don't pay you, but you don't deserve it. I herded myself in confusion. How could Kirsche do this? Defend herself like an animal, like a fox. I know. You want to see me wealthy, healthy, and married? Please don't wish me to make $1 million, though. I heard that's also kind of like a curse. And the marketing team loves you so much, they do their job for free. True. Anna creating drama is how you found Kirsche. Now you have an Oshi. Pure cinema. Welcome. Anthony, thank you. Here's some money for a bunker pedicure you need to make your tootsies look even better. 1.5k away. Yeah, I gotta go get a bunker pedicure, man. John Burt, thank you. A stick Anna made for its own back. Red Hand Man, thank you. If someone told you a few years ago you'd be getting the bulk of your news from the Roach King and 2 anime girls, you would not have believed it. But here we are. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. My enemies be ridiculous. May my enemies always be this dumb. And that's really it. I know which way the wind blows, and I want to have some peace. I like how they've mentioned peace like 3 or 4 times now, and it's like you could have just kept creating in peace. But you thought crusading against someone that has like milquetoast conservative opinions would rile up an angry mob, ruin my life, and then put you up on a pedestal as like the de facto VTuber reporter. I don't know if you know what year it is, baby, but that shit ain't flying no more. I feel like the highlight to this, Proom, new Prime. Munya? Who's a good boy? Found me from some asshole mentioning me. You're like, I'll see what she has to say. Welcome from some asshole. Internet Zen Master, thank you. In the words of 4chan, they do it for free. This is the putting the stick in the bike spokes meme. It really is. It really is. And it continues, I still want to use Waypoint as an opportunity to highlight games and creators that often go unseen, but always in that uplifting direction, sunsetting, direct criticism. I don't know if they're capable of doing that. I feel like they'll be able to hold to this for like maybe a week or 2, and then they'll just go back to their normal ways. Help. Cecile the Dark Knight, thank you. You love my accent, thank you. Some people really like leather-clad lesbian accent. Shionhead's correct. They complain when anime women are too sexy or look like children. Yeah, there have been some people that say I look like a children, and I'm like, what fucking children are you looking at? What's wrong with you? Punch someone because I didn't like their shirt and then they hit back. I just want peace. I'm a peaceful person who would never punch someone for not liking their shirt. Motherfucker, you get what you fucking deserve. Don't hit. There won't be no shit. It's advanced retardation. Anna says, I've been hiding my feelings on this matter since mid-May. Brother, your article dropped when I went on fucking vacation. You timed the release of your first hit piece on myself and my sponsor to when I fucking left and wouldn't be able to defend myself. You absolute piece of shit. It is both Pride Month and Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. The second one isn't usually mentioned much, though. Yeah, it's been mentioned a lot this year, though.
Do-do-do-do. 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 Thank you, I can't read your name because there's text on the screen!
Let's see if Stream Elements is working today.
Sorry for the appreciation for the journalist Foxu and only woman I can listen to for hours without regrets and without getting ate up.
It's working, it's here! Lord Suchio, thank you for the 100 fucking slaves! Thank you. I'm glad my strange Bostonian accent isn't grating and you can listen to me for hours. Thank you. Thank you. Munya.
Look out for your bros. Not looking out for the bros is the big gay. True and real. Imagine dropping a hit piece on Kirsche and Asmon's honeymoon. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Back to this. It's partly why I've been offline. Your feelings on this whole situation is partly why you've been offline. I legitimately cannot understand this. I can't understand this. Like, this mentality where, like, my life has been completely fucking uprooted. I've had to do so much shit behind the scenes. And this person, like, willingly lied to everyone until they had a social media team. Like, I don't believe you had a fucking social media team while you're begging for money and throwing gifts. Like, there ain't no way. I don't think the bad parts of VTubing can be changed. You are the bad part of VTubing. You. I might talk politics, but I stay in my fucking lane. I don't bring it out where people don't want it. So it's like, it's kind of quarantined if you think about it. You tried to do a political crusade across all of VTubing, and you wrapped up some fucking idiots in your crusade who torched their own career on your behalf. And now, after people have torched their own career on your behalf, you get to slink away like a slimy little snake and pretend nothing even happened. I don't know how these people sleep at night. I'm gonna be real with you. I think we're locked into where the community is. All we can really do is just create our own little communities that represent what we want. If only you had that opinion before you put out libelous hit pieces, you piece of shit. 'Cause that's what VTubing is. There's no overarching VTuber community. All these mentally ill people are just like, Kirsche is so upset that she'll never have the support of the wider VTuber community. Kirsche just wants to be accepted. When the fuck? When the fuck have I ever wanted that? Like, yeah, if there's people I like, sure, I'd feel bad if they specifically disliked me. But I feel like that's a normal human reaction if you like someone. Otherwise, it's just like, I don't give a fuck, man. You can dislike me as long as you're not trying to get me financially ruined. Like, you do you, baby. That's completely fucking fine. I'd prefer if people disliked me for real reasons instead of making shit up to hate me for. It's very frustrating when they hate me based on lies. She loves us. She really loves us. Yeah, this shouldn't be allowed in the VTuber community. And that reminds me, I did want to bring up... Because Azehara actually had like a really fucking good recap video here. And there was a bit from Anna that I had never heard before. So I was like, holy shit, what is this? Implying they're a part of the community. Imagine. After Azehara's video, this is a great segue into going into how Okage is fucking up once again. Always remember, don't give money to people that fucking hate you. It's like saying the streamer community, like, motherfucker, it's a medium, that's it, stay in your lane. Yeah, we need to be accepted by the wider streamer community. We need to fix the streamer Palestine versus Israel conflict. Oh yeah, we need to broker peace between Asmongold and Hassan's communities. Imagine getting blown the fuck out so hard by a foxwoman you not only lose your job, but have to leave every online space because you become somebody who's endlessly ridiculed outside of Blue Sky. I feel like if the only place you get support is Blue Sky, you should really do some introspection. Phoenix DS, thank you. You remember the days before social media and Facebook? It was literally talk shit, get hit. Some days you miss those days. There'd be a lot less verbal diarrhea being thrown about. I agree. I agree. You'd rather be hated by Kirsche than loved. Look, I don't turn everybody gay, okay? All right? That's not a thing. Mama. Don't harass any of the idiots talked about in the video. True, don't harass me. I'm an idiot.
So the indie VTuber scene has been on fire for the past few months. And normally, I don't really care much about it, since it usually boils down to people airing out dirty laundry and petty drama that could probably be resolved through DM. But this time, it seems to be a little bit bigger than that. And oddly enough, I have noticed a lack of coverage from the usual VTuber news channels.
Wow, a lack of news coverage for one of the largest issues in VTubing. I wonder what would be the incentive to not cover the fact that a VTuber got baselessly attacked by Vice, a multi-million-dollar news conglomerate, and then got Vice to back down with cease and desist letters that are dolled up in a VTuber fashion. I wonder. But I'm glad for all the people who did stand up for me. Look, there's a smug Alana right there. Rev did a fucking nice video. There's a lot of people who did come to my defense, and they're wonderful fucking people.
And this is the Kirsche versus Anna Balance Vice drama. Firstly, I want to give some context as to where all of this comes from, as it seems that every day the issue keeps growing, and a good part of the drama has been wiped off from the internet when Anna decided to delete multiple of their Twitter accounts. But the good thing is that when it comes to VTubers, many of the people that watch tend to archive many of the things that...
Can I just say how funny it is? I know my hat's kind of in the way, but how funny it is that Ozehara has like that deep mud hut voice, and it's coming out of like a fucking Shota.
Said in case they get deleted. So I want to have this video around not only to document what has happened in the past month or so, but also to respond to a video Anna made talking about the entire issue, and maybe offer some general advice, not just to Anna, but to anyone else looking from the sidelines. Now, disclaimer, I have been aware of Anna since back in 2020, and I know that they are the type of quote-unquote journalist that doesn't really have ethical standards. And
True,
what do I mean with
they do
standards?
not.
I'm basically talking about the 4 ethical standards outlined in the Society of Professional Journalists, also known...
I think this is the first time I even knew that there were a Society of Professional Journalists. Like, I didn't know that there was a journalism code of ethics. And the fact that this is actually surprising to me, I think should be surprising in and of itself. Because that kind of shows you just how shitty journalists have become. If finding out they have a code of ethics is surprising. Holy fuck.
Known as the SPJ Code of Ethics. And these are seeking the truth and reporting it, minimizing harm, acting independently, and being accountable and transparent. All of which Anna seems to have broken in the past few months, but I would go a bit more into details later on in this video.
Oh. I don't know if
now,
you could have that
for those
artwork.
that may be out of the loop, and to give some context on where it all started, this all began back in March 25th, 2024, when the so-called journalist Anna Valens showed up in VLUR's Twitter audition announcement post, asking for them to clarify if they meant for cis women when they said they were...
And this was the thing, right? I'm gonna just like pause at a better place here.
Audition announcement post.
This was the thing that I kept bringing up. Like, Anna not only asked, right, if trans girls were allowed to apply multiple times on Twitter, but they also asked when all of the VLR girls got together for a stream about the new auditions. And then tried to pretend like, oh, I didn't even want to join in the first place. I was just curious. Like, okay, all right, okay, yeah, okay.
Asking for them to clarify if they meant for cis women when they said they were only looking to hire females. Normally, that would seem like a valid question, but people who are aware of Anna will know that the question was probably made in bad faith and with the intent of creating more drama. Back in 2024, VLUR never really replied to the question.
Source was
now,
right.
Fast forward to April 1, 2025. It's been a little more than a year, and VLUR already had a successful first wave of talents, and they were opening up their new auditions for a new wave. The talents all got together to talk about the auditions, maybe give some pointers, and they also mentioned frequently asked questions, and they addressed the female issue.
We are looking for female talents. Oh, but what if I'm... Shh! You go by female pronouns. You live life as a woman. Do you sound like a woman? Okay, we don't care about anything else. You're free to apply, ho.
Anna decided to then write their magnum opus, basically a hit piece directly targeted at VLUR to paint them in a bad light because Anna did not like the answer to their female question. By all accounts, this was a terrible article, which got clowned on by multiple other VTubers on Twitter. Not only that, but some of the VTubers who cover drama went over the hit piece and how bad it was. I'm mostly talking about my favorite.
Mommy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders.
And I have more screenshots somewhere. I don't know if I can pull up the screenshot. I don't know if Ziz wants to try and dig it up. But Ozehara showed that like one of the people that responded to it was Pippa. And Anna was like, yeah, I knew that when they reacted to it, it was time to you know, stop talking about that situation. It's like, man, that's really funny. I don't know if they think that like Pippa's going to crusade in the way that I did, and that's why they stopped, or if they were like worried about FaZe Connect's lawyers. It's a very interesting spike in the sand to put there, Mr. Anal Violence.
Horse Girl Rima and Elara. While both of these streamers were live discussing the hit piece, Anna showed up to their chats and they tried to hijack the whole conversation, fishing for attention, and they tried to shift the entire conversation in their favor. On April 4th, Kirsche decided to talk about the article and how bad it was. At the same time, Kirsche decided to shine a little light on Anna and who they were.
Anna is, in fact, a weird trans lol cow VTuber. That's, you know, that actually is what they are. Apparently people have been documenting Anna for quite a while now for doing lots of weird shit, which we'll get into in a second.
Back then, Kirsche had already been dealing with some mentally ill individuals for about a month that had been trying to cancel her due to her merchandise drop from Gamersubs. And the main people involved in this were Kirsche's top unemployed VTuber fan and Binted, and the totally not jealous German fish, Nyara. Both of whom were constantly trying to employ different methods of bad faith, lying, and guilt by association to go after her for basically not having the right opinions. All of this added to the fact that Anna often has a chip on their shoulder whenever someone talks about them. It seems that they found their new target to smear. On April 21, a new hit piece...
Have you ever seen that tweet? It wasn't a tweet, it was from their Discord.
dropped as Kirsche had left for a 1-week vacation, and as her GamerSupps merchandise drop had already come to a close. This is a merchandise drop that led to her reaching 62% of the goal to getting a flavor. For Kirsche's size, this is basically huge.
It was huge,
Later
it was
revealed
massive.
that she managed to sell over $140,000 worth of merch, which means that GamerSupps earned probably twice or 3 times that amount. And
That's true. We do not know the number that GamerSupps has earned, and I probably wouldn't be able to find out even if I asked.
Price of no one, the so-called article was again poorly written and poorly sourced. This included random quotes from users in Reddit that had never watched a Kirsche stream. Many of the claims also that were used to discredit Kirsche came from Binted, her top unemployed Twitter fan. The entire article is full of instances of guilt by association and trying to paint Kirsche in the worst way possible as a way to try to create pressure in the hopes that the company would drop her. This is something that Anna later mentioned in another podcast when they referred to the whole headpiece as the GamerSupps article.
I think this is one of the reasons why the GamerSupps article blew up.
So far, GamerSupps
Yep.
hasn't really said
Yep.
anything on the
Imagine.
issue, and I don't really expect them to, as they often hardly ever comment on drama.
He's
now,
her
in April
top
29th,
guy.
once Kirsche returned from her vacation, she decided to have a stream going over Anna's absurd headpiece and some of the things that her haters have been saying on Twitter.
So that's how disingenuous this scum has been. This little fucking
Angie!
snake. Although I think I'll give it a break for a bit after this. This one was the second biggest story of my career. First being my public piece. Pretty fucking crazy. That's actually pretty fucking sad. If a poorly researched, actually I can't even say that, it wasn't researched at all, hit piece on a minor VTuber is the second biggest story of your fucking career.
Of course, Anna did not like
Truly
this. On May 8th,
sad.
Anna wrote another hit piece, mainly focusing on Kirsche's and the Illust community and all the hate comments that Anna had gotten following the 2 hit pieces. And again, the article starts off focusing on Kirsche and her sponsorship with GamerSupps, and it highlights random Reddit and 8chan posts that are hating on Anna, because of course, it's 8chan, and they hate everyone. It also features some quotes from the TVA website, which is a website that focuses on documenting and highlighting different posts, events, and different things that happen related to VTubers. Of course, one of the things that have been highlighted in this website
I'm a
was Anna's
shaken
terrible
martini.
articles. And one of those posts that Anna referenced was a post that I made back in April 2024 when I first reacted to seeing Anna Valen's name pop up in VLUR's Twitter. On May 12, 2025, and after multiple days of Anna harassing people on Blue Sky by tagging other so-called journalists and websites by trying to
So-called journalists, by the way. Yeah, who do they... Yeah, this is where they tagged Nathan Grayson because they were trying to make this like a new fucking Gamergate. I think it's nuts that the right-wing side of VTubing is trying to turn this into a culture war thing. Like, the VTuber in question is just flat out making incredibly racist jokes. Well, they're just jokes! Jokes do not mean you are racist, and I include everyone in my repertoire, not just white people. So, you know, it's like, everyone is included. It's inclusive. I am unironically an inclusive VTuber. Way to go. Way to go. Welcome. And also, you're the one who started the culture war thing, you fucking freak. Get out. Aftermath site, IGN? Why the fuck would IGN report on me? Polygon? The Verge? Jezebel, dude? Oh yeah, I remember them tagging Alyssa Mercante.
make this issue bigger than what it was. Another Vice writer, I believe who was Anna's editor at the time, came up with a third hit piece trying to defend Anna, while at the same time painting Kirsche in a negative light, based on the things some of her followers had said and done on social media. At all points, Kirsche has mentioned that she doesn't want anyone to harass Anna, but of course, this didn't stop Vice from publishing hit pieces, basically accusing her of sending her followers to harass Anna. And this magnificent article again included fabricated hate DMs on Reddit, somehow leaflets, thumbnails, reacting to another YouTube video, and all this was done to show
And
that
they cropped my Sam Hyde quote being eternal thing, because that happened months before I even knew who the fuck Anna was. But they wanted to use that to say, oh, I'm being harassing.
poor Anna had done nothing wrong, and they were just getting attacked for simply asking quote-unquote questions. Finally, on May 13, Kirsche had someone tape a strongly worded document threatening Vice with possibly taking legal action if this continued, as she already had lost a sponsor.
Manya!
Then shortly after,
I still
in May
love how Vice's offices look like a fucking crack den. Holy shit.
14th, Vice decided to take down the 3 hit pieces, but the other so-called news websites were still trying to publish articles to get Kirsche cancelled and deplatformed. After deleting their Twitter and retreating to Blue Sky, Anna decided to stream on Twitch and talk about a few things, mainly the disappointment of how things had turned out. The video was featured as a highlight in their channel, but when Anna got banned from Twitch,
Oh no! What happened? Oh no! How terrible! That's just awful! How terrible! Oh no!
Yeah, imagine retweeting a bunch of people who were trying to brigade to get my channel taken down for reading your content that you do worse of on your own channel and expecting nothing to happen. That's crazy. It was just like, when I woke up and saw that Anna also got banned, I was like, oh, well, you know, at least Twitch is applying things evenly now. At least it wasn't just me being hate brigaded and they realized, oh, this fucking person's also too grody to leave up on our website.
most of their videos and those highlights went down, but luckily someone re-uploaded a copy of it to YouTube. And now I will address some of the things that were mentioned.
And this
in
is the part
thing
I
that-
really wanted to hear. Because Anna said some fucking
I can
crazy
kind of see where
shit.
things are going. After I deactivated my Twitter, it was like a feeding frenzy all over the internet. Like anywhere I posted, like people are showing up. Subreddits and stuff that I'll post and people show up. You know, I've had it happen in just random comments. People come in, downvoting random stuff. My AO3 got someone like leaving a negative comment. So at this case, it's just like,
Oh no. Mean comments. Wow. Didn't care when you were writing articles on Vice about the mean comments that I would necessarily get, because I'm sure in your opinion I deserved them for being evil Nazi.
like I see which way the wind's blowing. I know that whatever's happening now is probably gonna blow up into something bigger, and I don't want to be in the center of that. So I'm just.
You are the center! You fucking caused it, you freak!
Just going to be off social media.
The only way this is all gonna blow over into something bigger is if you make it into something bigger, which you seem to be doing by creating this simple video. You attacked another content creator, you tried to get them deplatformed, and you tried to get their sponsors to cancel them. This is all your fault.
I know a lot of folks have opinions about those things, and I encourage you to express your opinion and to kind of like speak truth to your political feelings and beliefs and how you feel about the matter. I encourage you to speak out. You know, I've always been someone who's an advocate for that, and I know a lot of people feel very strongly about me right now. So I encourage you, you know, if you are feeling very strongly about everything at the moment, no matter what's happening, to, you know, speak up and speak out. I just do encourage you to do so in measured ways and considerate ways. Please understand, right, that there's a lot of eyeballs on everything around this right now. So please, please, please be respectful and considerate and measured in what you say, okay?
What if I had done that? Do you think if I had said, yeah, guys, these people are attacking me and you should respond in kind, you know, be measured, be nice about it, but definitely make your voices heard. In fact, I encourage you to make your voices heard. Do you think that I would have even been able to get through the rest of my stream without having those clips spread around both Twitter and Blue Sky, being like, look at this evil right-wing VTuber encouraging her community to harass marginalized trans people? Ain't no way. That shit would have been up within the hour. Within the half an hour. They found the one time I ever interacted with Synthetic Man in less than an hour and started trying to use that to paint me as a Nazi. Like, even though there's months of documented harassment from his community, which is now continuing because for some reason they want to paint me as a pedophile because I guess they really hate the fact that Synthetic Man talked to a woman. I don't really understand. You know, these weird freaks, whenever they talk about how much I supposedly love Shadman, always leave out the fact that I didn't know back in like 2018 or whenever the fuck I made those tweets. I didn't know that he had made art of like actual fucking minors. And then when my community told me about it and I saw the fucking posts from Null, I was like, oh, yeah, that is kind of disgusting and disingenuous. But that's always left out because these seething freaks on the Kiwi farms are also the same kind of people on Twitter who will brigade and try to do something to harm someone. And that's not to say that everyone on Kiwi Farms is a seething freak, because there are some really great fucking archiving autists. There are great people there that I still think do good jobs. But there's a section of people, and there's always going to be a section of people everywhere. You can't have 100% good apples. There's always going to be a couple of bad ones. They don't know. Kirsche is clearly a 7-foot-tall black man with a massive schlong. True and real. True and real. Jim said he'd like to have me on when he streams about this. Yeah, I did quote retweet him, but his DMs are closed, so I have to wait for him to initiate the DM. Some right-wingers think anime and VTubers are the devil. And it's like, you're entitled to that opinion, right? You're entitled to, like, hate anime if you really want to be an anime racist, but, like, even Null has had to walk back before when he called me a pedophile. So, like, I'd be careful. Watch out, Kirsche. Getting pretty close to the very good people. Even Orange Man can't dodge that smear campaign. It's like, there's no smear campaign to dodge. I've defended Kiwi Farms for years, man. Like, my opinions have not changed. There's definitely more people that are, like, fucking weird shit cunts, for sure. But, like, you can't do anything about that. Summer is here, friends. I guess you're going on the farms. Matt Walsh hates anime. He does hate anime. Jim is operating on Pippa rules. Check your DMs, Jim. I can't DM him. His DMs are closed. And Boop the Snoot. Can't wait for Kirsche's guest segment on Lotus Eaters. Oh my god. Didn't he call me a pedo again? No? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. I know Medicare's archiver is calling me a pedophile because, again, like, these people don't operate on the truth. They operate on, like, the same kind of feelings that the seething lefty Twitter freaks do. You posted the Medicare clip recently. Thank you, moderator Marcy.
Thank you, Alto Minnow.
Alto Minnow, that's fucking massive, dude. Thank you for the 300 slaves, my guy. Thank you. That's fucking massive, dude. Fucking massive. These grievance grifters really do just rove around everywhere and anywhere looking for a crack or weak spot in a community that they can exploit and leverage to gain power for themselves, don't they? So slimy! Thank you for helping you realize this is what's been happening. You do good work. You're welcome. I try my best. Why are so many editors and mods such strange, slimy people? Because it's very difficult to put time into something and be mentally stable, I suppose. I'm very glad that the kind of autists I have are like the archivists of old. They have sanity. And Kirsche said she'd appear on Lotus Eaters in hijab if asked. I mean, if I have to. Foxy News is the most trusted news. It's very based. Good, there's a better Medicare archivers. I mean, I don't need the archive. I watch him live. The last stream I did fall asleep. I did pass the fuck out, man.
Ein Moment. Alright,
I just had to double check something here. Moderator status is an easy way to power. Yeah, that's why I have like a tiered moderators, right? Like there's tiers to the mods. Mostly propaganda. They usually do that to people that constantly fling shit at others. Oh, I didn't even see what you were replying to, my bad. I came in the middle of a conversation. When was the last gym stream? I don't think it was last night. I think it was the night before. I'm really bad at remembering timelines. Eskil, thank you for the Canuck. If Kirsche ever got featured on Lotus Eaters, does it mean that I have to meet up in person or through video call? I think they said that they'd be fine with me being on video call. The guy that reached out to me anyway.
It's funny you mentioned that there are many eyeballs on this, when you yourself are the one that caused all of the eyeballs to pay attention to what was happening. No one really knew who you were. I mean, some people did. I knew who you were, sadly. But by you creating the headpiece and by you trying to first attack an agency and then trying to attack a content creator, you created this monster. So you should stop trying to encourage people to do anything. Every time people were encouraged by you speaking out about Kirsche, they all seem to have gotten burned. This failed at such a catastrophic level that the only thing I can compare it to is the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, where a bunch of mentally ill Twitter freaks decided to harass VTubers, and well, all they did in trying to boycott the game was make it even more popular.
The harassment I'm experiencing is something that is a larger internet issue. Okay, it's about being transgender on the internet. It's about being marginalized on the internet, right? It's about also, you know, the nature of, you know, when there's a class.
Once again, the autogynephiliac tries to hide behind an identity shield. If you were just a normal transgender person, nobody would fucking care. But at this point, with how much shit that you've put out there, I don't think anybody believes that you actually are trans. And you were just trying to use it to avoid criticism and to get people to stop talking about you.
Between two people on very, very, very polar opposite sides of the political spectrum.
And that, of course, is another lie. You're lying because even Kirsche has trans people in her audience, so this is not about being trans, this is not about people attacking your gender identity, this is people attacking you for what you have done. Don't try to hide under or behind your gender identity when the problem has nothing to do with that.
There is no one out there who speaks for me, whether it's about any of these issues, and if someone claims to be speaking on my behalf, then they're wrong.
There's nobody who speaks for you, and if they claim to be speaking on your behalf, they're wrong, yet you had a social media team, apparently. And also, you're encouraging people to speak up and speak out if they want you back on the internet. Very, very interesting weasel wording there, Mr. Sir.
Yeah, of course, but when Kirsche's audience did something, you immediately try to pin it on Kirsche.
That too.
When you are telling people that your audience does not speak for you or no one speaks for you, then why are you going after Kirsche for things that people in her audience have said or done? You're not really using the same standards on yourself that you are using on another content creator.
Saying awful and harassing things about me, I've seen really just like, I'm very used to that kind of stuff happening, but since Thursday, it's been a little insane. Like, I've never had it this bad, where it's like, you know, maybe I'll like read through a Reddit thread and I'm just seeing like someone's written like AO3 fan fiction of me as like a true villain, and it's just
as a true villain. They wrote AO3 fan fiction of you as a villain. Oh, I'm so sad. It's almost like I had freaks on your side of the aisle writing fan fiction about raping me. For the sole fact of, like, trying to get me and other VTubers who had been sexually assaulted to feel bad. Man, that's crazy that someone wrote a fanfiction about you as a villain. How terrible.
It's, I believe, getting dangerous because the rhetoric is starting to get in a direction where, you know, people are getting very, like, there's a clear feeling of violence coming out through the words on the screens.
A clear feeling of violence. Almost like I had actual threats of violence that I contacted my police over, and now I'm no longer at home. Wow. Wow, that's crazy that you live in such a fantasy land.
You are imagining the violence because you want to paint yourself as a victim. If you
True.
had not started shit, people would not be going after you and harassing you.
I know a lot of people have very strong feelings and feel really upset that I'm going to be off social media. And here's what I do have to stress, which is you do have to speak up. You're gonna have to. What's happening is
so it's not if you want to anymore. It's not if you feel strongly about the situation. It's you have to speak up now. You have to go and bully this biological woman because I don't like the things she says. All right, okay, you fucking skinwalker.
I'm gonna go away by saying this sucks and I'm sorry.
No, Anna, you don't have to speak up. You have to shut up and stay quiet. If
Yes.
you speak up, you're adding more fuel to the fire.
Yes.
It is a situation where you're gonna have to speak up. I'm not saying that folks should put themselves in harm's way or put themselves in the fray, but I appreciate the kind words. But this is about someone actually being targeted by a harassment campaign, and one of the only ways.
Yeah, true. You mean me getting harassed since March? Holy fuck. Organized harassment campaigns get most creators deplatformed. Why is she the exception? They're just mad that their hate and harassment campaign didn't see me, broke and run off the internet. That is why they are angry. They did not have the desired effect.
To stop that harassment is to actively stand up to it and say, not allowed in our space, not allowed in our community. What are you doing here? This isn't appropriate.
There's no such thing as a common VTuber space. Kirsche has
Correct.
her audience, Kirsche has her space. You have your audience, you have your space. And at no point did both communities or both spaces overlap until you started
Correct.
to make it your own business and trying to go into another person's space by trying to get them canceled. And don't try to get other journalists or people to fight your own fight because, again, this is a problem that you created.
If you're upset that I have to take this time for myself, that I've been, pushed, bullied, harassed out, you are going to have to do something if you want me back.
You're gonna have to do something if you want me back. Look at this emotional manipulation, man. That's crazy.
Can't go back if this is the climate now. If everywhere I post on the internet is just gonna be people yelling at me all the time, I'm not gonna be able to be on the internet.
Have you thought about not starting
If you
shit?
can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. Again, this is a problem you yourself started, and this is a problem that is going to follow you even if you try to hide. And at no point have these content creators called for help or have called for people to defend them, yet here you are trying to do that. You're the one causing harassment, you're the one inciting harassment, you're the one creating a problem. Kirsche and the VLure girls have had to deal with harassment, and they are still streaming, they are still posting on social media, yet you, the one that caused the whole problem, is now crying and hiding.
Like, you are going to have to alert communities that you're in, Discords and people that you know, say, hey, this fucked up thing is going on, it sucks. Like, this has to be a call to action, it has to motivate you to do something.
This has to be a call to action. Again, can you imagine if I had said something similar? If I had said, look, these people at Vice are harassing me, you guys have to do something. I am calling for a call to action on my defense because these people are harassing me. Like, I've said I've appreciated the people who have defended me and been like, cordial about it because I'm not used to that. I'm not used to people talking well about me in other places. I'm used to being overtly hated almost fucking everywhere outside of my own little space. So it was very nice for me to see how much defense I actually had. But if I had ever overtly called for it, if I had ever overtly said you guys need to do something, I would have been immediately fucking castigated, dude.
Unfortunately, people all the time, they, like, oh, slacktivism, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, there's a lot of cases where slacktivism does nothing. But the online realm, when it comes to these online sort of issues popping up, especially when someone is dealing with very clearly discriminatory harassment and abuse based on their gender identity, you do have to speak up. You do have to do something. You do have to warn people and let people know.
No, you don't have to do anything, Anna. People should stay in their own lane. And when people stay in their own lane, nothing bad really happens. It's not that common for people to go out of the way and harass another community or another content creator. So stop encouraging other people. Stop asking people to engage in activism when it comes to...
The only time you made a call to action is to buy more gamer subs. That's true! And you can buy more gamer subs using code Kirsche for 10% off your order to support your local fox woman. Thank you!
VTubing. Stay in your lane and nothing bad will happen, which is something you did not do.
I'm really not the type to be like, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to do something. But I'm a journalist, okay? If I can't be on Blue Sky and Twitter because of this stuff, someone with 5 followers who gets caught up in a hate mob like this is absolutely not going to. So you are gonna have to speak up and do something.
Jesus Christ.
You're encouraging the person with no following to get basically into activism and to fight the fights for you when they themselves don't really have a platform. You're the one.
Pro tip, random indies don't start shit or try to be a VTuber activist pushing to cancel a larger content creator, or you will end up canceling yourself. And that's pretty much exactly what's happened every single time. pretty much every single time. Anytime a creator came out and tried to like fucking force GamerSupps' hand or say some shit about me based on all of the lies being told, they immediately just got fucking bombarded. Like, it's not a good idea. If you're going to crusade against someone, at least make sure you're operating on correct fucking information, right? And like, leave the sponsors alone. I don't care how much you dislike what the other person said. Going after their financials is never a fucking good look. Especially if you're gonna be like one of those content creators that's incredibly hypocritical. And they're like, I need my contract and my code because, like, I need the money from the GamerSupps, but, like, she shouldn't have it. She should get it taken away. Like, zero self-awareness.
Causing problems. Again, stop encouraging people to fight your fights for you. And there are many other journalists out there who have faced harassment, and, well, they either lock their accounts or they go silent for a while. I'm not sure why you cannot do the same.
And I especially stress that to members of the media because I do see a lot of colleagues who are radio silent on this. And I understand why you don't want to get in the crosshairs, right? I respect that. But this kind of harassment is not going anywhere, and it's going to come for you under things that are not so blatantly...
Nice fear-mongering. I was like how I put it right there. Fucking trying to appeal to other journalists to get in on this crusade for them. And, you know, some weird AI Indians did jump in on Anna's side. And they had to take their articles down as well. Except for Sportskita. I didn't send them a cease and desist because I feel like that Sportskita article is just a really, really good marketing piece. And hopefully when people Google me, they see that.
Political in nature.
Stop trying to get other people in the media involved. This is a you problem. So far, everyone who has written articles based around this whole story you yourself created have had to take them down because they found out or they realized that you were in the wrong. You were the one that started this problem. You were the one that started the harassment. And now you're the one that cannot end it.
It's fucking artwork. I was like, all right.
Really, you have not really learned anything from this. And once the heat dies down, I have a feeling that you will be back to doing the same thing that you got.
Same.
Hell,
Same.
you seem to have now switched to trying to go after Asmongold. And it's impressive how at no point you see how hypocritical your actions have been, where you constantly use tactics to try to attack someone, and when people use those same tactics against you, mainly guilt by association, you don't really seem to acknowledge it.
Yep.
You have somehow managed to violate every single one of the main points of the journalism code of ethics with your little stunt. So, seeking the truth and reporting it, well, you did not seek the truth to report it. Instead, you stirred the shit pot and tried to quote yourself a year later as some sort of proof of evidence.
I didn't see any trans VTubers complain.
Not only that, but you also lied about the Allure statement about including trans talents. Minimizing harm. Your first VAllure hit piece was meant to ruin the reputation of a well-loved company and its talent that belonged to it just because you have a problem with them not answering your question, and then because apparently the corporation did not appeal to your specific fetishes.
But because VAllure isn't like Hololive size, Vice is like, oh yeah, I can try and stick a bunch of normies against this company that I have a personal vendetta against.
And then your other hit pieces solely focused on trying to deplatform a content creator and to get their sponsors from dropping them because you don't really agree with them politically and because they made fun of your god-awful attempts at journalism. Acting independently. Well, you tried to use your position as a journalist for Vice to get other people to join your little shit crusade against a content creator. Some of them have written their own terrible articles sourcing your garbage. If you have garbage to source, the end product is even more garbage. And being accountable and transparent. At no point have you been transparent with your involvement in all this. At no point did you look to correct the lies you published. And at no point did you try to follow the same standards you used to attack another content creator. And your little audio is proof of that, where all you have done is try to run away and hide while you ask other people to do the dirty work for you and continue your little gay war. Now, not only did you fail as a journalist, but your actions have only helped harm others that got caught up in this. You have been brigading people to drop GamerSupps, so you can then use them as ammo to somehow imply that the brand is taking financial damage. Or you have been pushing people into getting so riled up that during their attempts to cancel someone, they start saying slurs on social media and they end up getting dropped by their own sponsors. Your little camp has also tried getting Joe Cap to drop GamerSupps, which he was not even the sponsor for, and
my contract with GamerSupps ended a while ago, and I'm in the process of removing all their branding and codes from my platforms. This is, like, whenever people bring up how Joe Cat dropped GamerSupps, they bring out, like, they leave out that part, that he wasn't even contracted with them. He literally just came out to Virtue Signal. It's very interesting.
Has been actively trying to get other GamerSupps partner creators to drop the brand. This includes people like Kaio, the well-known gay racist, Rin Penrose, and Heavenly Father, who called you out when you tried to
I'm very glad that at least Heavenly called Anna out, even if he still called me a Nazi.
Nicest response. Also, this has led to additional hit pieces trying to drag other people into the mess. People like Nax and Coefficient, who are two content creators that are VTuber adjacent and mainly just react to clips, but don't really have any links to Kirsche. You have been constantly using your identity as both a weapon to attack others and as a shield to cry out when others fight back, something which only helps damage the general reputation of other trans VTubers that have nothing to do with this mess. And I have another question for you, Anna. With the way you have acted towards VAllure, do you really think that they would want to pick up a trans content creator? No. You have also endorsed people who were talking about reporting Kirsche's Twitch channel because she read your erotic fanfiction.
True.
Which later then caused people to look into your own Twitch channel and for them to notice that you have been also creating not safe for work fetish content, which ended with Twitch banning your channel also, and caused you to lose the majority of your VODs and highlights. From the journalist side of things, many people that came to your defense have taken your words and just ran with them, basically just running with the lies, to the point where an ex-journalist had to come out and make a video calling out their old company, Sportskita, out for outright publishing lies.
True.
The fact of the
That guy
matter
was based.
Is that what this title is saying is false. It was written by Richik Bhattacharya. Let's go to the clip that we see that supposedly defends them.
Additionally, you somehow managed to get the
And the
attention-
clip that they use, this is why I didn't send a cease and desist to them, because the clip that they use completely disproves their entire title. And I feel like that one is so on the nose that, like, if I leave it up, it's just good marketing material, man.
of two journalists, Katie Herzog and Jesse Single, who talked about this whole issue on their podcast, Plug and Reported. And they mainly focus on how terrible of a job you did as a journalist throughout this whole retarded crusade.
So this is like the classic thing for certain types of journalists where they create a controversy to write about it, basically?
Yes.
Or it comes across that way?
Yes, it does seem that way.
You, as a tourist, decided to weaponize the so-called VTuber community to attack another content creator. And I call you a tourist because clearly you don't seem to know much about VTubing despite being a VTuber yourself.
Now, again, fair enough if you don't like lolicon content. I don't either. But one of the easiest marks of tourism that you can spot is if, one, people don't recognize the difference between lolly and lolicon, and two, they go with the whole lolicon is CP type thing, right?
You fail to realize that there's no such thing as the VTuber community for you to weaponize. You also fail to realize that whenever you try to harm a company or a content creator for personal reasons, their community will fight back, they will criticize everything you say, and they will dig up any sort of dirt they have against you. And this is something to really think about, Anna, as you have an entire dump truck of self-published dirt for people to dig through and throw back. Any hate or harassment you have gotten has been self-inflicted. At the end of the day, no one really cares that you are trans or not, and no one really cares about your weird fetishes either. But when you try to cancel other people, their fans will try to start digging for all the garbage you're guilty of. By creating the Velour hit piece, you essentially created a huge dumpster fire in the middle of an empty parking lot, which got everyone to pay their attention. The same dumpster you have placed there over a year ago. And then you proceeded to spread the fire to another content creator by constantly calling them out, tagging their sponsors, and calling for others to do the same. In the process, you burned yourself and you hurt other people around you, and now you are crying over it. Just like Klaus, who had been tagging Kirsche sponsors for a while now. And now him trying to start shit with Asmongold, looking for attention, only for Asmongold.
And now him trying to call victim, and he's like, oh, what do you mean she's getting sponsors? I guess it wasn't a life ruination campaign. Just because you failed didn't mean you tried, or didn't try, you fucking weirdo. Holy shit. Official Rage, thank you for the pie. I like pie.
Notice him, and he's not crying that he's getting harassed because he doesn't feel safe, which is something that you are now trying to weaponize yet again. You are basically like cancer, spreading around, trying to tag other news outlets to paint Asmongold as a transphobe.
Oh, he put my Fogo de Chao in the background.
Bro, I want to go to Fogo de Chao again. I fucking love Brazilian schmeat.
In the attempt to create a story and more drama, repeating again the same shit you did with Kirsche, in which you failed horribly. Also, so much for staying off a blue sky. It's pretty pathetic that you cannot even keep your own word.
Yep.
My advice to you would be to just either focus on your content and try to grow from that, or just simply
stop it. Get some help.
I hate journalists so fucking much. I like seethed in the work Discord about this already, so I don't quite need to get it out of my system here.
So true, sister. So true. You think you hate journalists enough, but you do not.
Munya.
I know Ziz linked it earlier, but I'll link the video again, because I think Horror did a pretty fucking good job here, especially splicing in things that Anna actually said during one of their streams. That was kind of fucking crazy. Scumbag indies and other creators trying to gain clout by canceling other creators are exactly why you stay in your own lane. Don't have the patience for that kind of retardation. And that kind of like drama farming is partially why I do stay in my own lane. And why, like, as I talked about previously, I was worried about reaching out to Synthetic Man in the first place, because it's like, I just wanted the drama to stop, man. And like, thankfully he had nothing to do with it. Thankfully he was a fucking chill dude. But it's like, I just don't want to deal with drama farming, man. I just want to fucking chill. I just want to yap. I just want to watch political stuff and retards burning down cities. I think you didn't know about Tectone or Ozai until I talked about them. Thank you. I don't know how you didn't know about Eggy Man, but yeah, Ozai has been like a phase clipper for a while. He's clipped a bunch of my stuff before, and now he's entering his own VTuber arc, you know?
I'm on you.
You just got here. Are we all hating journos enough today? You can never hate journalists enough, honestly, unironically. And this is a good way to segue, because you can never hate journalists and political ideologues enough. A good time to segue into Okage doing some more shit. Okage doing something else shitty. Wow, who could have seen this coming? Chat, do not give money to people who hate you. The Mud Hut manga man live from Mud Hut Island. True. Can't believe they did this.
Ammonia.
And men will protect any person who asks for help. I know, right? Offkai said, attention meet and greet attendees. For Offkai Gen 4, we're requiring a verification check of a government-issued ID during queue. Please make sure you bring one before waiting to meet your Oshi, or you won't be able to attend the meet and greet. And here on the image, it says meet and greets, ID check. ID will be checked before all meet and greets. Any valid form of government-issued ID will work. And considering we have had issues in the past, as once again Mud Hut Man here said, on one hand, I could understand wanting to avoid things like scalping or possible harassment, but on the other hand, I can easily see this being exploited. Not only have some volunteers been extremely unprofessional when it comes to handling VTuber information before, but some members of the staff have proven to be activists. This happened 2 years ago with one volunteer. Original post is missing because the user deleted their account and moved to Blue Sky. And this is Kokui back in 2023 saying, warning about RJ2, the LA2. I'm not big on putting people on blast on Twitter, but this man made me feel unsafe, and I don't want him doing creepy things to other VTubers. So here we are. He not only bragged about getting a job at Offkai as staff so he could meet VTubers, but he also went out of his way to talk to people to figure out who they were by trying to identify their voices. Completely unprofessional behavior for someone representing the convention. I didn't realize this, but when he approached me and my friends, he asked us what he should do if he recognized a VTuber and if he should approach and talk to them. And I said, you should only approach them if they said it was okay beforehand, otherwise let them be. And he turned his head and said, hey, Kokui, completely disregarding his own question. Then my first stream back, he says this in my chat twice, once with my TTS bot to make sure I heard it. I just wanted to get the word out about him since I've seen him in other streams aside from my own, and I feel sick to my stomach thinking he might be weird at someone else too. Stay safe, everyone. And these are the chats from her stream down here from the RJ guy. He said, at Kokui, how did I meet you in person and still barely know what you look like? Anyway, you're lucky you were surrounded by friends, or I might have attempted to make one of those mangas you enjoy become reality. What a fucking freak. Holy shit. Fuck you, chat. I touched Kokui's hand. Be jealous. How did I meet you in person and still not know what you look like? Someone was incognito. Anyway, lucky you were surrounded by friends, or maybe I would have attempted to make one of those mangas you read become a reality, and then a crying emoji afterwards. What is this insane fanfic? Yeah, like an actual fucking lunatic. And considering we know that there have been people both on the Offkai staff and on the volunteer list that have it out for certain VTubers, that have vendettas against certain VTubers, that want to make sure certain VTubers do not have a great time there. Again, becoming a volunteer, if the staff hates your VTuber, and by fucking association you, because you like that VTuber, you're not gonna have that great of a time. And it's like, it makes me sad because I want all communities to be able to go to a convention. A VTuber convention should be completely sans politics. There should be no picking and choosing what politics belong there. It should be completely sanitized of anything political. There should be no political panels. There should be no political booths. It should all be VTuber centric. And it's like, even when I was going to go, I was going to be doing an 18 plus voice acting panel with someone else. I wasn't going to be doing anything political. I wasn't going to be bringing politics there because they don't belong. And instead of having me go and seeing what the result would be, they decided to blacklist me from appearing on panels as an official guest and telling me, well, people just don't feel safe if you're here. And as a small convention, we can't have that right now. Maybe in the future when we grow larger, we can have some more controversial VTubers like yourself. And it's like, I don't fucking believe you. If you're willing to blacklist me at this point, first of all, I'm not going to come to your convention. I'm not going to buy a badge and give people who hate me money. That's absurd. And second of all, I don't believe that in the future you'll suddenly be like, okay, we know we said you couldn't come before, but now it's okay. Like, I just don't fucking believe you. Your people are known for being backstabbing, lying cunts. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. You just realized that Offkai is going to be in San Jose near you? Fuck. They feel safe with the creep lord, all right? I know. And then we had multiple Offkai volunteers get removed this year because they couldn't help themselves and they posted shit on Twitter that they shouldn't have. We had that one tech guy who lost his position because he was posting shit. We had that one former staff member that I found that basically outed Okage as like, yeah, they did try to sabotage certain people, you know? So it's like, I don't know how or why people still support Okage as a convention. It's not going to change. It's going to be shit every year. And it's like, I definitely feel bad for people who want to have like a fun con experience with their friends. But if the organizers hate you, if they hate your Oshi, what are you paying for? What are you doing? I want to have a VTuber convention that is welcoming and open to everyone, unless you've done something illegal. Right? Like if you've like fucking sexually assaulted someone or you've murdered someone, like, yeah, you can get the fuck out, right? But like, I'm gonna need to see the police report. Do not give your money or government ID to people who hate you. Yeah. And so the fact that their con is so heavily mismanaged, they have so many mentally ill people running the show, performing their vendettas in real time against VTubers and VTubers communities that they dislike because of perceived political differences. I would not trust these people with ID. I would not trust them to have this information be secure. I do not feel like this is a safety thing on their end. I feel like this is a safety thing on everyone else's end. I think the people having a good time. What? Sounds like a tar pit to avoid, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. You'd sooner type your SSN in chat before you give your ID to Okage. True. Good thing you're too autistic for cons, too many people and too small a space. I used to go to like PAX East every year, but my anxiety got really bad and I stopped going to conventions. I've been slowly going to other conventions more recently, but it still takes a lot out of me mentally to be around that many people. Yeah, they're going to use people's personal mathematics or personal info to be help creeps. The event's only a week away. It's a week and some change, June 20th to 22nd. Knowing how vocal they are about their hate of some VTubers and their fans, how could anyone trust them with their personal information? I have no idea. It feels like some people try to heavily convince themselves that like, oh, it's fine if they hate my Oshi because as long as she gets to keep going, I'll keep giving them money. But it's like, you like your Oshi, therefore they also hate you. Are your fucking gay hotel orgies really worth it, dude? Wouldn't you rather go somewhere where, like, instead of hating your Oshi, they have a firm indifference? Where they, like, let everyone go? What if you have an entourage of a dozen or 24 burly meat shields to raffle stomp reporters? Them bringing up this requirement a week out from the event is really scummy. And I actually got told interesting information about this. Hold on, let me scroll and find it. Yeah, here we go. Ken Ashkor, actually, one of the few based people still living in 1984 Bongland. Seems like they may have legal grounds to deny access if it's set out, as nobody has paid for their tickets yet. Mad that you can vote in California without documents, but you can't say hi to your Oshi without a passport. And then he said, interestingly enough, if you paid before June 10th, when the website was changed, you have every reason to deny them access to your ID. Anyone who paid for the HoloLive or Stars or Priority Lottery in advance of June 10th has a legal ground to deny. And I'm assuming this is under California's consumer protection laws. So you can see the archive of the website here. And then the updated version of the website here requiring ID. So if you had gotten your meet and greet passes prior to June 10th, you are well within your consumer rights to reject giving them ID. And if they tell you that you have to give ID, and you show them this, and you show them the California consumer law, and they still demand ID, they put themselves at risk of being sued. So I feel like Okage just keeps making one retarded decision after another. It's like, it's just actually insane that someone decided to do this. So if there's anyone, and I feel like there's probably not too many people, but if there is anyone in chat who had been going to Okage and didn't refund, I would suggest you refund. But if you don't, now you don't have to give your ID if you had paid prior to June 10th and them changing the website. Because you agreed to a different term than what they set out after that. And they cannot alter that if you've already paid by California consumer law. Thanks for your money. We'll kick you out if you attempt to get the service you paid for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And he said, he had another follow-up tweet to this as well. Chat redeem. He said, unless this was on the payment page for the meet and greet before June 10th, or placed in the success email sent out for the tickets, they're kind of in a bit of trouble asking for ID from anyone unless they can prove you bought your meet ticket after 5 a.m. on June 9th. Tap the sign, just don't give people money who hate you. Yeah, exactly. If people hate you, it's in your best interest to just not give them money. You just wouldn't be in this position at all if you just didn't give people who hated you money. I was like, again, he mentions it in one of his tweets where it's like, it's funny that you can vote in California without ID, but Offkai is going to require it to meet your OSHI. It's very similar to their maid cafe rules, where no longer in California are even healthcare fucking workers required to be fully COVID vaccinated. But God forbid you want to volunteer your time and your outfit for a completely free maid cafe at Offkai. You got to be fully boosted and vaccinated out your ass for COVID. A very, very weird thing, Offkai, as it were. You know, maybe Moonman's not going to be able to fucking smuggle me in, right? You know, sorry, Moonman. Your hot wife's allowed to stay, but you got to go back. We got to deport you. Your ID's no good here. And there's a fucking, someone made a soy jack for it. Holy shit. Why does anyone keep holding events in California at this point? That's a great question. I got deported at my Oshi's meet and greet. That's fucking great. That's fucking great, dude. Goddamn, they're going full TSA. I'm gonna go retweet this on my main account. I feel like I have an obligation to retweet this. You want that shirt? Tech, thank you. Offkai is now officially a VTuber doxing activist honeypot instead of the past where it was just unofficially. Pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Where's that shirt? You want one? So someone's gonna make that shirt and they're gonna make buku bucks, man. Thomas Carroll, thank you. Millennium Odyssey, the web series, now on YouTube. I attended this con and all I got was this lousy shirt. And it's just like, man, fuck. It's the meme tweet, thank you, sis. May Mookie, thank you for the member. When you get deported, you go to Offkai. Be funny if they would get swiped up by ICE when they can't provide ID. Hey, you're pretty cool. If you're in the country illegally, don't go to Offkai. That's a bold Hassan. Oh my god. Well, I still find it very amusing that instead of seeing if I would be a piece of shit at their con, spoiler, I wouldn't have been, they decided to kick a hornet's nest, and unlucky for them, I was not as negligible as they perceived. And considering how much hatred I have for political ideologues, this has become a vendetta. I will not be happy until I see the Offkai staff completely fucking removed. I want this con staffed by actual human beings and not the scumfucks that are currently there. Either that or maybe the entire con gets shut down and we bring our own with hookahs and blackjack thanks to Craig. Thanks, Craigathy. In Offkai related news, looks like the other day they leaked that Kana Yanagi now belongs to a different agency by listing her in a panel before she could make the surprise announcement during the event, effectively forcing her to do a quick announcement. They deleted the name but left a comma where her name was. Bro, what? That seems so fucked. Happy for Kana. She's a crazy worker, very entertaining girl. I've never heard of her. I don't know who she is. I'm sorry. Upset at Offkai. Pretty sure the leak forced the announcement early and ruined the moment. This is from Glitch Stars. A new star takes flight. We're excited to officially welcome the newest member of our roster to Glitch Stars. Follow along for updates in the official debut stream, July 12th, 2025. Get ready for our newest star. That's a picture of her. Offkai has potentially leaked that Kana Yanagi, formerly of Pixel Link, is joining Glitch Stars. In a listing for Glitch Stars' Jeopardy panel, they listed Kana as a participant. They have since poorly edited the site to remove her name, but left an extra comma behind. Man. Yeah, there's the Kana Yanagi name in the announcement. Once again, Offkai is staffed by people who don't know anything about VTubers. They don't care about VTubers. This has been shown time and time again. Alright, so it doesn't surprise me that they would make a mistake like this. It doesn't surprise me, and I feel bad for the VTuber lady that it happened to. But it's like, again, if you're going to hitch your horse to this shitty-ass wagon, this is what you should be expecting. How many fucking fiascos? How many fucking fiascos is it gonna take for you to stop giving your money to the shitty fucking company? You know, this is a stupid question, but you don't know how stupid it is? Would my Offkai appearance have been in person? No, I would have been on a fucking screen. I wouldn't have been there in person. Can we have a fake RNC for VTubers and pin the tail on the Offkai staff? This is something they should have known, even if they weren't VTubers, though. You would think so. You would think so. Seems like it's run by glowies, right? This is them trying to put themselves into a position of authority in yet another niche. Basically. And again, it's been eternally funny to me that I was rejected for, you know, making edgy jokes and making people feel unsafe. And people wanted to be like, well, there's no politics in VTubing. Of course, Kirsche wouldn't be allowed to go. She's political. And then both last year and this year, Offkai has identity politics panels. Imagine it had nothing to do with keeping politics out of VTubing, and anyone who tells you that is being a disingenuous fuckwit. What streaming service do I want you guys to watch me at? Whatever one is best for you is good for me. If any of them work and you have no preference, I get free money dollars for your body existing in my Kick chat. Let's say, for example, Craig got the idea to make a VTuber convention and asked for my help. Would I help him get it started? Oh, we've already been talking about it. Error 404, my dude, thank you. You would trust a bareback sex with Charlie Sheen before you would trust Offkai with your info? Same, dude. Same, brother. Get fucking tiger blood, dude. Like, Kirsche, your Findom voice is dangerous. Politics aren't politics. It's just normally your politics are political because we said so. Yeah, Offkai's been paused from the beginning, and they have proved that they are not capable of being impartial. They want to play politics and will lie to you to achieve that goal. Must say, the viewing experience on Kick is nice. Players as good as YouTube, and the chat is more like Twitch, so you're happy. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, would said convention be politically neutral? Yes, I want people who aren't on my political spectrum to be able to come to a VTuber convention. Right, like, unless you have done something illegal, right? If you've been, like, convicted of assault or some shit, like, sure, that will bar you. But, like, I don't want to just start playing politics myself. I don't care if I disagree with you. If you're a VTuber, you belong in your community is welcome. I asked about Valen's comments after the article mentioning Piapa, screenshots of the article. No, not the article. It was a Discord screenshot. It was from Anna's Discord. Torin, thank you. We'd love to marry the based Foxu, but our schizo bloodlines, our kids would be doomed. Appreciate me. My laugh soothes your weary soul. Thank you. Munya. Automod isn't candy ass like Twitch and YouTube. I mean, it does have some candy ass moments. If I let them in, they'll use that as a wedge to force themselves into power to corrupt it from within. I'm just not going to have people playing politics on staff. I'm not going to stand for that. If you manage to get into a volunteer position and you try to use that to create a wedge or sabotage other VTubers, you will be gone. I do not want any sort of politics being played in a convention for all VTubers, because it's supposed to be for everyone and for their communities. Surprised Mythic hasn't started talking about making some sort of con happen. Well, I mean, that's not really what Mythic does. Eric Jimenez, thank you. No, let's form the RNC for right-wing VTubers. Jesus Christ. 80 minutes wait to talk in chat on Kick. It might be locked at the moment. I'm not really sure. Mods do mod things. I don't pay attention. I'm just the streamer. If you did something illegal, you should be in jail, not in a con. I mean, you know. Sometimes life doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Yeah, I have to force the people out, even if they have a toe in. They'll destroy your hobbies and fandom. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, if people are starting to do political activism, they're going to get kicked out because I don't want that. Again, right, if you're bringing politics somewhere where it doesn't belong, I don't want that. I want the con to be for everyone. It's Cali. Probably half of the citizens should be in jail. With Sunday's bigot list, people were joking that everyone on the list should form a VTuber group named Bigot. Oh my god. There's some study in Bongistan about how institutions got taken over by leftists because right-wingers don't mind hiring left-wing people, but left-wing people won't hire the right wing. Well, in this case, they won't be any sort of staff positions. It'll just be volunteers. They'll always do political activism. Phoenix DS, thank you. Forget feet pics. Bunker Con when and would crowdfunding help the startup? Like, you guys can't come to my bunker. It's in a secret location. All right, okay? Secret bunker location. But let me see where I want to go after Ofkaya's new fucking fuckery. Imagine still going to Ofkai. Imagine. Let's see. Where am I going? Not here. It is back to some rioting. Back to some fun riots, chat. So I have a couple of clips from the extended riots since a little bit of stuff was happening the other day. I don't think anything was as fun as when we watched Saturday night. It's a very, very low energy, low effort riot, as it were. Kirsch's bunker is just actually a cellar behind a Waffle House. Scott Roush, thank you for member. You felt the same way about Anime Expo after they self-sabotaged a bunch of popular events for the sole purpose of making people's events look unpopular. That's kind of grotesque. That's kind of gross. And it's like, I know that there are going to be people at the con who it's in their political interest to try and get me blacklisted elsewhere. I know. They ran out of steam already. We don't have to come to the bunker. It can be like 10 miles away. No, that's too close for comfort. No bunker con. Saw some clips of Alex Stein trolling the rioters. The Ori, thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, biggest gifters, dude. If you let a con into your con, it's gonna do con things. No ball pits, though. We can't have a ball pit. That's, don't do that. Munya. So this, from Nick Sotor here. Rioters in Los Angeles waving foreign flags are now setting American flags on fire in the middle of the street. This is why we need mass deportations. Wow. Who would have thought that at riots for protecting criminals from being deported, they would burn American flags? I'm so shocked that this is happening. Wow. What an event. Absolutely shocking. And then we have... Let's see what else I have for the fucking riot things here. I have my tabs not super organized. Not super organized. I have one set of tabs that's very organized, though. Yamunya. Here we go. Andy Nyo posted a thingy from Reddit. Saw an article talking about how they were handing out American flags for them to display and wave instead of the foreign flags. Yep. Andy Neo said, far-left open border extremists on Reddit are telling their comrades to bring U.S. flags to the Los Angeles insurrection so that it doesn't look like Mexican and foreign nationalists are leading the violence. Carry a U.S. flag if you're protesting. This is by Cove Frolicker. Mainstream media is trying to create the optic that foreigners are invading, and recent videos are fueling that perception. If you're protesting, bring a U.S. flag and tell others to do so too. End of the day, we're in this country and we want to make it better for our people. It's time to take the symbolism of the U.S. flag back from the racists and the xenophobes. Power to the people, power to the City of Angels. Que viva la raza. What a weird thing to say. Edit, bring whatever flag you want, but also consider bringing an upside-down U.S. flag to show solidarity and make it harder for the maggots. Spend the energy you'll use on passive-aggressive commenting to do something more productive, like getting involved in your community or protesting. Fuck Yellow and Taco, free Palestine and Ukraine. The revolution is being televised, it's just not the one you were expecting. This post glows. It's a little fucking glowy. And they got, I don't know what this means because I don't use Reddit, but they got a little glowy thing here too. Holy shit, do they know what the Raza fucking means? Probably not. How is bringing an upside-down U.S. flag different from bringing a U.S. flag? The U.S. flag upside down is intended to mean crisis. Haven't heard Viva La Raza since WCW late 90s. What does yellow mean? I don't know. It just made me think of Crime Boss. Burning U.S. flags is also not a good look. Imagine. America first means borders matter. Yeah, you would think that they care about borders. We have... This isn't related to the riots. Let's see here. There's this one. Organizers of LA protests are now assembling and handing out American flags to protesters. This comes after days of footage showing them waving Mexican flags while torching cars, attacking police, and burning U.S. flags. It's clear that they realized the current optics were a disaster, and now they're intentionally using American flags in an attempt to rebrand and reshape the existing media narrative. And it's got creases in it.
Are you gonna help those American flags? We got rid of all of them when they started coming. We were sitting ducks here, so we.
How many did you guys be able to?
Oh wait.
I
think we got 5 or 6 out. If you ask the Subaru right there.
But they're not put together.
Oh, they're not put together.
They're not put together.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was a good idea.
Right.
We're gonna bring them back out.
We're gonna bring them back out after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We might be back out in an hour.
Yeah.
They're marching from this. They're gonna start coming this way.
Yeah.
I think that was a good idea after yesterday.
Yes.
But anyway, thank you guys.
Right on.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Where'd you get the American flag? Wait, where?
He just handed it to me because I was on the top.
It's like a random guy?
Yeah.
Oh, alright, thanks. Excuse me. I was looking for these flags. Where did you get this? Okay.
On the corner they have a bunch.
Yeah.
Imagine. Instead of free bricks, it's free flags, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Viva La Raza, so the Mexican supremacists. They're only confirming the narrative at this point, right? You think Hassan is in there somewhere? Yeah, I saw some clips of Hassan being at the riot yesterday. Or Sunday, maybe? I don't know. My days blur together, chat. Massive Doge, thank you. It took them nearly a decade to figure out waving a foreign flag during riots will give the wrong message. Let that sink in. I think the sink has to go back, actually. I think the sink has to go back. There's another clip of Adidas store looted in downtown LA during the anti-ICE protest.
Are they breaking in? Oh, they're breaking in! Oh, they got into the store! Look at the security guard.
To be fair, if the store was locked up, why didn't they have grates all over those glass windows? I mean, that's, you know, it's, like, not that they were asking for it, but if you're in the middle of a riot and you don't have fucking grates on your windows, they're gonna get smashed in, baby. The Adidas were vital for the protest. True. This is how you protest people who are criminals getting deported. You become the criminal yourself. Look at the content of their character.
Oh, he dropped all of his shit. Oh, they're chasing him. They're getting him. They're getting him.
Let's protest deporting people by looting a shoe store. Much peaceful.
They're going back in for seconds. They're double dipping. Look at them. Look at them. They're going back in. They're double dipping. That's LAPD right there.
Never double dip in a group setting. Yeah, that's how you get an STD.
Yeah, get some left shoes. This guy has 3 left feet. It's a little late.
Yeah, it is a little late. You know, when you have seconds, the police are minutes away. It's a great advertisement to buy a firearm, to be fair. Can we start arming store security? I don't remember if it's in California, but a lot of stores have policy where, like, you're not allowed to stop people in the middle of shoplifting. And if you do, you lose your job. So it's unfortunately in the clerk's best interest to not intervene. Unfortunately.
Ammonia. Ammonia.
It's nationwide for a lot of idiot companies. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. And then we have libs of TikTok here. An active duty Navy JAG officer said that he will hunt down ICE agents. This is Benny at Learned Politic. We will hunt down every J6 and every ICE agent again. And I guess this is a picture of Benny. What are you gonna fucking do? Suck their dicks, Mr. Navy officer? Chat, what's a JAG officer? I don't know military ranking. What's a JAG officer? So it's treason then. It's a Navy lawyer. What the fuck? The Navy lawyer? What is he gonna do? He's probably less jacked than the average Navyman. What is this? Gay officer for sure. Fucking gay, dude. A JAG is a military lawyer. Jesus Christ. He's gonna suck their dicks, but he's gonna do it with anger. I bet you shoot a rifle better than he does. Fuck it, probably. It stands for Judge Advocate General. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Not the Navy. He just violated the UCMJ and he's definitely going to be court-martialed. Well, we can only hope. We can only fucking hope. And Libs of TikTok quote retweeted this person that said, meet Benjamin France, aka Benny. Benny made a comment threatening to hunt down every J6 and every ICE agent 3 days ago on X. Why should we care that Benny is threatening federal agents? Because Benny is an active duty Navy JAG officer. Benny proudly shared his taking of the oath to join the U.S. Navy JAG Corps last year on his LinkedIn account. And this says, I'm excited to share that today I took the oath to join the U.S. Navy JAG Corps. It has always been a goal of mine to join and serve in the Navy like my father, Timothy France, did. I'm thankful for all the support my friends and family have given me along my law school journey, and with that support helped me accomplish my goal of joining the Navy JAG Corps. Let me turn my BGM back on because we won't be playing a video for a hot minute. Another picture of Benny here. Yesterday, Benny got into a scuffle with the wrong one, and he quickly found out he wasn't as anonymous as he thought. This is someone quoting, this all ends immediately with one magic trick, live ammunition. And they said, where do you live? Sounds like we need to test out your luck. That might be Benny, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah. So Benny said, where do you live? Sounds like we need to test out your trick. And the oil field rando said, in a single wide trailer with my cousin wife. What a great fucking response. What a great fucking response, dude. And Benny said, no, I'm serious. You want to call for murder? Be ready to face consequences. And the oil field rando said, looming forward to it. It's okay. You know, mobile typing is hard. I feel for this guy. Looking forward to it. And Benny said, 3 years until you're in jail, little bitch boy. Oilfield said, I mean, it wouldn't be that shocking if we're being honest. Benny said, God, you're a little bitch calling all your feral fucks after me. And Oilfield said, hey, they're not that feral. Maybe a couple. Benny said, they're also dumb as shit. Oh my god. Doesn't matter who's in the pic, you're still a fairy fuck. How's JAG going? You found out. Interesting. Benny deleted his account, I guess. He fucked around and he found out. At Learn Politic, at Kingsley Coates, at DOD Response, at Secretary of Defense, cry more. You and the Secretary of Defense are a joke to the DOD, said Benny. An 04 guardsman should never be in charge of all American forces. An embarrassment to the military and the nation. Whew! He is just screaming. Can't wait for your ass to eventually be fired when Hegseth eventually drinks himself into a coma, you worthless piece of shit. And then this is the attorney profile for Benny here. Address Judge Advocate General Corps. God damn. God damn. He is fucking around and finding out. Current information for the U.S. Navy JAG Corps, operational law, military justice, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Work experience talking about here. What else is there? His social media history continues to get worse. This is at Chris Rufo. When you're the absolute bottom of the barrel and concerned to political instinct and power, you need to pick up on the little guy. Enjoy being laughed out of any institution once Trump drops dead. Man, this guy has just, like, crazy Trump derangement syndrome, man. Maybe you were onto something by firing the Jags. True. Think you might need a Jag to defend your dumbass? Oh wait, you fired all the head Jags? Fucking dipshit. Well, clearly he missed a few. Clearly he missed a few. Holy TDS. You know a Navy guy who hates Trump? He's white, and the only reason why he's friends with you is because he likes Asians. What the fuck? I don't think I've met a single person from the Navy who is anti-Trump, so this is kind of weird. Dude is worse than the second lieutenant. Dude is worse than the worst second lieutenant you've ever seen. He sounds like a reasonable and well-adjusted person. Yeah, well, you know, he fucked around and he found out. He wanted to call for the doxing of all the ICE agents, and he got doxed himself. I feel like, again, you live by the sword, you die for the sword. If you don't bother other people, if you don't call for them to be doxed and harassed, like, you'll be fine. You can sit pretty, man. You can say all the, like, dumb, retarded shit you want as long as you're not calling for doxing and harm on people. This is why you save and screenshot these clowns' posts. When they delete the account, they can avoid accountability. Yeah, exactly. Archive fucking everything, man. Archive everything. Let me close some of my tabs since I'm a little disorganized today and I don't want to open the same one twice, as it were. We watched this clip. This is something to bring up after. Alright, I don't know how true this is, so I'm going to say take this thread with a very heavy grain of salt, chat. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 10 Canadians. Benny sounds like a bottom that the dog mask marine would love to lead. True! He should get with the puppy play guy. Oh, they would be a perfect pairing, man. Actual perfect pairing. Oh, what the fuck? Ein Moment. Close tabs. Who are you and what have you done with Kirsche? Look, I'm a little unorganized. When I'm organized and I know where everything is, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, I guess this is what I was linked a minute ago. Hold on, let me scroll and find it. Ein Moment, chat. It takes me a second to find things because I am retarded. Okay, alright. I think I only have one link though. The other ones are screenshots and I prefer links. Yeah. Come on, yeah. Might not be a lawyer for long. Wouldn't be surprised if he heard the word disbarred for the shit that he said. I don't know. I don't know how disbarment works. Oh. Okay. I have emails again. Turns out Kick filters out things put in between certain symbols. What kind of symbols? Son of a bitch, you forgot you got gifted a subscription and should have been here racking up points. Congratulations on the points, man. Yeah, I guess everyone's favorite retard chimed in on the Okage stuff. Oh god. The guy that tried to join in on the cancellation campaign of me, you know, I was getting my comeuppance, as it were. Someone named Kendrillion, not the guy I was just talking about. They quote retweeted Okage and said, "Hey, so what if one of the staff members has a vendetta against a talent, smaller booth VTubers and or artist alley talent for art that they don't like? And the guy that joined in on the cancel campaign of me until they realized how much of a red fucking flag Anna was, said this is not entirely uncommon among the convention space, and usually you need to provide identifying information if you're a booth. It's like, I understand the concern, but it's like people are so quick to jump the gun when it's probably just a quick check, if anything. Considering the flagrant amount of incompetence and maliciousness we have seen from Okage for the past several years, why would you continue to give them any sort of benefit of the doubt? Like that is actual insanity. This is beyond the like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, fool me 3 times, right? Like that, we're way fucking beyond that. And Kendra brings that up saying, Kenny, I would understand if it was Anime Expo, DreamCon, TwitchCon, Comic-Con, PAX, heck, even Rainforest, because these cons are established enough that if they mess up, everyone knows it's them and they have to take responsibility. But Okage has repeatedly fumbled basic safety and security for 3 years straight. Why would I give them my ID when they never own up to what they do, because the staff and the higher-ups will blame anyone but themselves? And they have a great fucking point. When you don't know who is on staff, when you don't know who the volunteers are, and they're usually quietly and unceremoniously cut without any fanfare, without telling con-goers like, hey, we've removed the problem, we've taken steps to ensure your safety and that everybody can have a good time. When they do this sort of like closing the wagons, yeah, we agree with everything this person said, but they said too much out loud, so they have to go for optics' sake, why would you fucking trust them? Why give these people any benefit of the fucking doubt? You shouldn't, and it's absurd that some people are still bootlicking this fucking hard for convention owners. It's like, shouldn't you want things to change? Shouldn't you want things to be better? Not just so you and your little gay clique can have fun, but for everyone involved. So nobody has to worry about, oh, what are they gonna do this year to sabotage my Oshi? I know it's happened 3 years in a row, but surely it won't happen this year. All right, like, come the fuck on, dude. He just wants to sweep for Okage, maybe conflict of interest to someone on the inside, a friend in the industry. You're glad you decided not going to Okage after realizing how shitty they are? And it's like, I hope people this year, if they did get a ticket after seeing all of the shit that Okage's done the past few months, they've either decided to refund or they're gonna go and like just be silly little guys. Just be silly little guys on the outside. As someone who regularly checks IDs for a living, it's not hard to memorize every bit of information on the little cards. It's not even that you'd have to memorize it, right? Like when you pick up your badge, typically at cons, you have to show ID when you pick up your badge. So it's kind of redundant to have to show it again at a meet and greet. What is the purpose of that? First of all. Second of all, who has access to that database that's keeping your real name, your addresses, your license pictures? Who has access to that? And how are anyone going to feel safe that there's no fucking freaks on the staff that are going to use that to either harm someone that they feel is an ideological opponent or be a weird, creepy stalker like we've seen in the past? Why can't they just be normal? Because these are politically motivated people who are lying to you when they say they want to keep politics out of VTubing. They're going to store scans of the IDs. If they don't, they're useless to police. And if they don't give the scans to Chupas, it's useless to them too. And then Curry Rinji here said, what's wrong, Chud? Giving out your ID is a normal everywhere. Didn't you already provide your personal info while buying the badges? This is all to prevent scalpers. You have nothing to worry about, bigot. Ignore our history of openly going after people we don't like. And Kenny's response is, well, just don't go to conventions. I wonder what the response or lack thereof will be if nothing comes out of this. Yeah, even if something came out of this, we all know that no one at Okage would say jack shit, because they never do. They employ the same, if we shut up long enough, people will forget the bad things that we've done every single time. They never make any sort of statement. And thankfully, that is going very poorly for companies in current year. These are the same people who trust a stranger at the drive-thru with their debit card. I would never fucking use my debit card, baby. Holy shit. It's worked for 4 years. It has worked for 4 years. People still keep giving them money. They still keep defending them. It's absolutely fucking crazy. It's absolutely insane to me.
Munya.
All right, let me see. We had a little backtracking to Okage. Some breaking Okage news. I was going to go to this thread, and again, I don't know who this person is. They have 155k followers. They're a fellow Ren New Center. I don't know what that is. Got a Chris Rufo quote in his bio. I don't know who this person is, so whatever they're saying here, put on your tinfoil hats, take it with a massive grain of salt. They say the riots happening in LA are not organic or spontaneous. They're designed to look chaotic to cover up the fact that they're well-funded, exceptionally organized, and carried out by well-trained activists, using intelligent, highly developed tactics. And I think the one thing that would make me be like, alright, my tinfoil is on, but maybe I believe you, is the fact that Hassan actually went down there himself. Because do you think for one fucking second that champagne socialist would actually go into a zone where he might be in danger? Schmeat Zone, speaking of zones, thank you for the member, dude. Thank you for the member. I'm still looking for a lobby for content creators to get no taxes on tips. Apparently, MatPat created a creator economy caucus. Ziz, can you look into that? I don't remember who MatPat is, but if you look into that, I want to get involved. First, notice the protesters have shields. Pick 1. These types of shields were used by the 2024 pro-Hamas rioters, pick 2, and 2020 Black Lives Matter rioters, pick 3. Each shield takes 3 hours to make, and activists spend all day making them, pick 4. That's not spontaneous, that takes planning. So we're gonna look at some of these pictures here from these first 2 tweets. We have a bunch of people around some pink chairs and some little barricade thingies. We have people with bricks and bottles and Home Depot buckets. Black trans lives matter. Do they even know like what protests they're at anymore? Why is there a toboggan? Did I see the photos of the bricks they shipped in? I have not. But based on like the weird palette of bricks that happened during the Summer of Love, I wouldn't put it past some shit poster to also just buy a palette of bricks and put them around any time a riot happens. A little American flag on fire. And this is the repeat of that other picture in the second post. And there's some trash can shields. I feel like those don't take long to make. These would, though. American capitalism is racist oppression. Yes, it's racist oppression that I, as an incredibly poor person who grew up in a very terrible neighborhood with my mother, who's been poor my entire life and has battled mental health issues for a very long time, was able to somehow start making money to actually afford to live through just yapping on the internet. American capitalism is definitely racist oppression. Mayoshi forgot who game theory is. It's so over. I don't remember things, chat. Be on the right side of history, not the white side of history. Well, if that isn't blatant, I don't know what the fuck is. Because the right side of history should include all people, which means it should include white people. Like, the only thing I get from this sign is that they want white people eradicated. That's kind of fucking crazy to say. This person, Kata Gaitan, in total, each shield takes about 3 hours to make and requires passing through multiple groups of volunteers before it's finished. All materials and time to produce them is donated, and the shields are offered free of charge to BIPOC protesters and $10 for everyone else. Ghost, Viv, and the volunteers have made about 250 shields so far, and build between 30 and 55 shields made per session. Isn't that kind of ironic to have a shield that says American capitalism, money equals money, racist oppression, and then selling that for $10? Isn't that kind of ironic that you're making something like this and then you would sell it for $10? I mean, I feel like you could at least get 40, let's be fucking real, first of all. Second of all, if you really stood by principle, they would be fucking free. They would be free. They lack self-awareness, please understand. That's actually crazy. Much like that transgender communist politician in Maine that I follow on Twitter. I can't remember their name. But when they were running, they had t-shirts made with a rainbow guillotine on it. And I unironically reached out to that politician because I was like, hey bro, I used to live in Maine, but I don't live there anymore. But I completely support your cause and I would love to be able to buy one of these t-shirts. I was dead serious. I wanted to buy one of their shirts. But apparently the only way you could get one of those shirts is if you went to one of their rallies in Maine. And I obviously wasn't going to take a plane trip just to get a souvenir t-shirt from a transgender communist. So, unfortunately, I lost out on the ability to get my rainbow guillotine shirt. I really fucking wanted one of those, man. I feel like that would have been a great, like, political fucking souvenir to have. But I would unironically also buy one of these $10 shields. I would be like, I just want to have this. I just want to have this and show what has been conquered. Matt Pat was the guy behind the widely popular Game Theory YouTube channel who retired a year or so ago. Here's his tweet about taxes on tips thing. New quest, Washington, D.C. After 2 years of work, Steph and I have launched the Creator Economy Caucus in the House of Representatives, a bipartisan group where creators can work alongside lawmakers to ensure legislation is timely and relevant for the internet age. I've already got 10 reps on board and we're just getting started. We'll eventually want to assemble creator advocates from around the country. So if you're interested in helping Washington understand our world, stay tuned for more info. Usually I wait till after stream to respond to people, but I really want to get involved in shit like this, so I am going to go ahead and see if I'm able to DM him. I am not. I don't see any sort of like business email listed either. I guess I'll just respond here. There's a lot of fucking people tagged here. I guess I will just hit response. The ASMR click-a-clacka. Man! Give me the tingles. Good luck on that. Matt is a turbo leftist. I mean, if he's a lefty, that doesn't matter, right? Like, if you can have bipartisanship, that is what should matter. And there's a difference between someone just being, you know, slightly on the left and someone being a completely ideologically captured retard, right? There's something satisfying about the clickety-clacketing. That's copium. Turbo leftist until their own income is taxed, right? Missed that if you're a BIPOC, the shields are free if you aren't their $10. Yeah, that's true. That is also a weird thing. I mean, I'm Italian, so technically I count as BIPOC, right? That's how that works. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxu appearing on screen in U.S. Congress with Matt Pat talking about the digital age. True and real. Zench, thank you. Commies are incapable of being consistent in their beliefs. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You mean you unironically own a Mao Zedong poster before anyone asked? It was a gift from a friend when you were a hardline political junkie back in the day. Yeah. Yeah, there are very few situations where I will drop the don't give money to people who hate me because that transgender communist person probably would fucking hate me. But it's like, sometimes I see something and I'm like, that would be a wonderful fucking souvenir and I need to get my hands on it. So I try, you know? Is Matt a dumbass and supports the riots? I don't know. Matt made a video about Mike Tyson being weak to boobs. You think he's not a lost cause yet? I have no idea. I know that, like, he used to use a PNG, like, way back in the day. Way back in the Sargon days. But, like, that is, like, the beginning and the end of my knowledge of this man. And if he would be willing to, like, break bread with me and have me involved in the caucus because he doesn't care if I'm slightly right of center, like, maybe he's drank the Kool-Aid and he believed the fucking autogynephiliac writing for Vice. I hope not. But it's like, if he's willing to work together, and he did say it's bipartisan, then I'm willing to work together too. There'd be no reason to freeze someone out just because they politically disagree with me if they're willing to work together. Game theory is sans gender. I don't know what that means. Matt Pat is one of the guys who gets off on the science of making money, like Mr. Beast. Well, maybe my post will intrigue him then. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Because that is heavily something I'm interested in. I've been looking around at politicians in my local area back home as well. And there seems to be a lot of local politicians in power that are already Republican instead of Democrat, which is surprising because Mass, New Hampshire, like, New Hampshire less so, but Mass is very much a blue stronghold. And so there are people that I would like to get in contact with. I just don't know how. Like, I've talked to those, like, political think tank guys, and I'm not sure when that article is going to come out. I think I should probably try to find him in my DMs and ask about that. But I'm not sure how to reach out to, like, actual, like, local politicians, and I don't want to come off as, like, anime woman to a real person. I don't know, I got, like, really nervous all of a sudden when, like, it became a reality to contact them. Riots are a very good opportunity for the GOP to steal some seats, yeah. Speaking of Mr. Beast, not sure if it was confirmed, but reportedly those 100 wells he had dug in Africa, well, he said that that was fake. I was originally going to talk about that, but then I saw Mr. Beast being like, this is fake news. So I don't know if that's true or not, and I'd rather not talk about it if there's a chance of it being completely fabricated. God hates taxes, thank you. Pretty sure Matt Pat gave the Pope a copy of The Undertaker and his SAO vid is Kino. Oh, that's funny. Phoenix DS, thank you. You got a nesting doll as a Christmas gift, and it is a picture of all the Russian presidents, past to present. Not a communist supporter, but you get the sentiment of history. I actually saw those fucking Russian nesting dolls with past and present Russian leaders on them at like some tourist trap place. I was tempted, but I was like, Manny Mulatto Beats, thank you. Missed opportunity to rename BIPOC to Tupac. I would take that renaming. Have I seen or talked about Hassan going to the LA riots and streaming it? Oh, I didn't know he was streaming it, but I did briefly mention he was there. Undertaker, Matt Pat killed the Pope, confirmed. Oh my god. The Sans Undertale, not WWE Undertaker. I've never played Undertale. Why is Kick making you wait 2,000 plus minutes to post in chat? I have no idea. Ask my mods, question mark. Careful, Kirsche, he could later start gatekeeping people if he gets into politics. And I mean, if he does start doing weird shit to people, you know I would call that shit out. Any new pics of the bunker, Kim T? No, but he is still pooping all over the place. Kim T is struggling. His poops are getting a bit more solid, which is good. The probiotic is having an effect, but he is still a very poopy kitty. Have I seen the videos of the LAPD helicopter shit-talking the protesters? I haven't. I have not seen those. I'm so fucking interested in this, man. I just kind of want to peruse and see what some other people are saying. A sudden and unexpected Matt Pat Buttigieg. I can't pronounce that man's name. My fellow Americans, I have a theory. Matt Pat going on the wildest post-retirement side quest. Hell yeah. Might be one good politician. A new HOI 4 portrait dropped. The YouTuber faction. Congressman looks like Matt. Wait a minute. Dude is, what fucking timeline are they living in? Imagine having, like, Matt Pat and Brendan Herrera as your representatives. The age of the content creator is here. LAPD shitposting IRL at protesters. But, Greg. Matt Pat, what? Hold up. Matt Pat, what the fuck is going on? If this is legit good work for us, hopefully. I don't know how to get in contact with him, and I'm definitely interested in being a part of that caucus, because this is something I've been wanting to do. I don't know how to do it, you know? I don't have, like, massive brain cells. He's a man, so in theory, I should just be able to, like, talk to him, and he'll be like, yeah, I know how to do that. I have man brain. There's a dig site in Peru near a Catholic church. The church is getting in the way of finding the lost city and artifacts, same place where the new pope is from. Is that kind of like places getting artifacts given back to them from fucking museums for some reason? Kirsche wanting to be a part of a cock ass? Oh my god. Japan had otaku and VTuber politicians years ago. We're finally catching up. We're finally catching up. Brandon did break the mold first. You love to see it. Agree. Haven't listened to the man in the House of Reps much, eh?
No?
And then those places turn around and sell it to the highest bidder? Oh no. Oh no. Except from the British Museum, those artifacts are ours now. Back to this. Let's see, is this the next post? I hate how you jump posts now when you're going through pictures. 3, those shields are not cardboard signs. They're designed to look like cardboard signs. They're in fact made of plywood and have metal handles as seen in the pics below. They have a cardboard sign attached to the front to disguise the fact that they're made out of wood. That seems kind of dangerous. Friends in LA looking to go protest today and any other day during this time. Make your signs a shield to deflect as best you can projectiles. If you want a better sign on the front, just spray adhesive your printed or sign on the wood. This man's ESL as fuck.
Be angry.
Fuck LAPD, they made us drop our shields that were made of cardboard and boogie boards, declared them weapons, and then cornered us in a tunnel and started charging at us and shooting left and right while we were all stuck with no protection. These are the so-called weapons. Again, they're supposedly made of wood with cardboard on the front to disguise what they actually are.
They came with a goddamn U-Haul.
This is low.
What's in the U-Haul? Oh, shields. Shields in the U-Haul.
This way for a strategy. You gotta actually see that they came here for a strategy. Why they came to the street, okay? This shit is really organized, you guys, alright? You guys, this shit is really organized. I said, like the other dude, why don't you just cut downtown? Well, there were some white people that don't even know where they should go.
Jingle, jingle.
Oh, I just cracked my jaw. A spider, bro, thank you. You just got the notification that my Gamer Subs merch is about to ship. Hell yeah, brother! Oh, hell yeah. I hope you guys are going to be getting lots of notifications of that soon. Turn down to BGM, please. I could barely hear him. I forgot I had the BGM on. I could barely hear him as well, but he was just saying, like, this shit is organized. Bringing out shields from the U-Haul. He said something about white people, but I couldn't understand it. Kill the BGM for the vids. I know, I forgot that time. I forgorbed it. Phoenix DS, thank you. Shield looks pretty weak. Budget store Spartans, the real Spartans would march over them with heavy bronze shields. Well, it's a good thing the leftists aren't Spartans. God hates taxes, thank you. You'd like to clarify the autocorrect framed you, and it needs correction. You stupid autocorrect. How dare they? How dare they? And you get a shield. You get a shield. Everyone gets a shield. Yeah, it's kind of weird that they say, like, even if it is wood, 3 hours? I don't know about that. Please wear PPE to the LA protest. You need a helmet, you need a mask and respirator, you need goggles, you need gloves. But if you can't afford to buy them, it's okay. You can pick up PPE and receive medical attention at the Skid Row Museum. This is mutual aid. We keep us safe. And this says respirators, helmets, masks, goggles, gloves, free PPE tonight, 7 p.m. until supplies run out. The Skid Row Museum. We have medics here. I doubt they're real medics. If you need safety gear or medical attention, come to the Skid Row Museum. Tell everyone. This is what community looks like. Last night, I got $500 worth of supplies to have dropped off in Paramount. This morning, I got $1,800 worth and brought it to City Hall. Just now, I got $1,500 worth and brought it to the Skid Row Museum. All of the funds were donated to me by the at SupaFamilia_KC community. What the fuck? Actually organized? And the tweet text here with the picture says, in 2020, these shields were brought in and distributed to rioters and organized drops. In LA, we see the same strategy. They hand out protective equipment to rioters who then use them in their attacks. And that's pick 3. This is, I guess, them sorting through supplies. Note the same Home Depot bucket in picks 2 and 3. Well, I mean, to be fair, they could have more than one Home Depot bucket. But yeah, there is a Home Depot bucket in both of these pictures. He does make that good point. You need a shirt that says, I got AIDS from a hobo needle at the Skid Row Museum. Holy shit. Howling Dark, thank you. Working in claims, you're amused at the thought of California going full retard and Trump using the Insurrection Act, followed by Carrier suddenly pointing to the war exclusion to sit and spin on it. Boy, I just want to see more arrests happening from the violent protesters and the illegals who are there. Fucking, you have to leave. You have to get out. And speaking of fucking claims, I spent about 4 hours on the phone Monday, whenever Monday was, talking to my insurance agent and figuring out some stuff. And like, I was curious as well about, like, if I were to move to, like, Mass or New Hampshire, what the difference in my, like, insurance costs would be. Because I pay right now for my vehicle and a single driver, myself, I pay about $1,090 every 6 months
which is real fucking expensive for car insurance. And in Massachusetts, it would be like double that, essentially. But in New Hampshire, right? Because I was like, oh, that's great. I won't have to pay car insurance in New Hampshire because they don't require it. However, I was curious how much it would cost. And if I went to New Hampshire and I opened a New Hampshire insurance policy with the same company that I have my Georgia policy with an additional driver on my policy, with lower deductible than my Georgia policy, with higher coverage monetary amounts than my current policy, like nearly triple the coverage for bodily injury, for uninsured driver, for fucking collision and liability, nearly triple the amount that they would pay out in New Hampshire than in Georgia. And with myself plus an additional listed driver, not an insured driver, just a listed driver, it would be $305. I was just like, God, fuck, like 6 months? And they're like, yeah, $305 every 6 months. And I was just like, is New Hampshire even fucking real? How does that state make any money? What is happening? A month? Every 6 months. Car insurance estimates are always given to you in 6-month chunks. I have never known them to give you like an actual monthly. Wowzers, when you're not forced to pay for something, the prices get reasonable. How about that? I know, when you're not forced to pay for something, companies have to actually offer you reasonable things to make you buy it. That's crazy. Fuck, how are their gun laws? New Hampshire takes their motto, live free or die, very fucking seriously. You grew up in Miami, insurance was terrible due to uninsured and illegal drivers, also illegal thefts. We lost 3 cars, holy shit. Your 2004 Toyota Camry is 2020 every 6 months. That's crazy. My car is much more recent than 2004. That state motto goes hard. It does. I fucking love New Hampshire state motto. You know, I'm not a live, laugh, love kind of lady, but I'm gonna be boomer enough to get a sign with New Hampshire state motto and put it in my fucking house if I end up finding one in that state instead of Mass. Which, God forbid, I hope I do. New Hampshire gets mass transplants, though. They do. Do not mass up New Hampshire. Looks like you're moving out of California. If you live in California, you can probably afford to live in New Hampshire. Because, again, New Hampshire is really fucking expensive, right? Like, there's no sales tax, there's no income tax, but there is property and luxury tax. And as far as I know, feel free to correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but as far as I know, luxury tax only applies if you have more than 2 vehicles. You start paying a luxury tax for the extra vehicles after 2. You pay luxury tax if you own multiple homes in New Hampshire. So if you have like your regular home in New Hampshire, you have a summer home on the beach in New Hampshire, you have a like ski lodge home in New Hampshire, you would pay luxury tax on those. And also like if you own a yacht, if you have like a small boat, I don't think you pay luxury tax, like if it's a skipper or if it's like a regular speedboat. But if you have like a yacht, it's like based on size, I think. Then you would start paying a luxury tax. So luxury tax is what happens in New Hampshire. And then also their property tax is pretty high. Their property tax is a lot higher than most states. It's about even with the property tax you pay in Massachusetts. So as someone looking at Mass or New Hampshire, I don't really care that their property tax is slightly higher. And in addition to that, property tax also goes directly back into your local community because it's not a federal tax. My boat is just a small boat. It's not a luxury. I'm such a pauper boat owner. Yeah, true. I'm so poor. I could only afford the $79,000 model boat. It only has 2 floors. The property tax is ass. I mean, I don't agree with property tax, but considering how few taxes New Hampshire has, I'm like, I guess I can give you a pass. I don't like the idea of having to pay for my house after my mortgage is over, but if I like my community and my taxes are going to things that actually improve the community instead of like fucking library drag nights for kids, I'd be much less pressed about paying it. It only has room for 4 hookers. Only 2? You're basically middle class? How ghastly! Obviously not a boat owner. Boats are judged based on length. Yeah, I'm not a boat owner. That's why I said, like, I think it's based on size. I said I think it's based on size. Your yacht only has 2 floors. You poor homeless woman.
New Hampshire Republicans are also actively working to reduce property taxes. They are. And a lot of the cities that I've looked at houses in, all of the local representatives are Republican. And I was like, damn, I'm surprised. I wonder if it's just like Portsmouth and fucking Manch Vegas and Nashua that are like fucking up the state. I know Salem has a lot of fucking mass transplants because they put up one of those like South Park fake villages there, where it's like, oh, we are a walkable village. You'll only have to pay the low price of $3,000 a month for rent if you're poor. And you only want one of the poor apartments. It's $3,000. But they go up to $10,000 for you much more reliable people. Or if you prefer, you can just buy the apartment straight out for $700,000. But we have fancy chefs, and we have yoga classes, and we have places with outdoor fires where you can get together with your neighbors and have polyamorous couple sex. You know, they have one of those in Salem for some reason. You see, it's a containment zone for all the witches. Yeah, if we could just contain all of the blue people from Mass trying to flee to New Hampshire in Salem, like, it'll be very easy once we restart the witch trials, right? The 700K is so reasonable compared to London, it's unreal. I also feel like London probably has millions more people than Salem, New Hampshire. The posh Kirsche is doing something for you. What the fuck? Property tax is truly the most heinous of taxes. You own this property, not the government. I mean, again, I agree with you. But if property tax is literally the only thing I have to pay, and it's actually doing work I want to see in my local community, I'll complain far fucking less. Help. Whoa. Witches aren't bad. Let's not put that on trial here. The blue city is ruining states are why we need electoral colleges at the state and local levels. Yep. That's also why I said I wanna get involved in local politics, like, when I do move. And so it's like a nice little white pill for me to see, like, tons of local politicians being like, yeah, we're not Democrats. It's great. No. Delayed super. Delayed here. We got a fat mom. Thank you, my guy. He watched a show that did an experiment to see what it took to start a crowd wave. I can't read this. A crowd wave in a football stadium. 9 people dispersed in the right spots is all it took to get 50,000 people moving in unison. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Monya. Foxu is the dog catcher. Babylon Bee just now. Trump nukes Los Angeles. Top comment. Problem solved. You weren't trying to get my attention. You're trying to get Binary Mind's attention for the Stream Elements reports. Oh, okay. No problem. States should be able to be funded through sales tax and business taxes. Business tax breaks don't mean no tax. I got some crazy news for you. I incorporated in New Hampshire because, like, since I'm self-employed, I figured, like, let's just incorporate in the same state that I'm gonna live in eventually, hopefully, maybe. They also had, like, better business tax brackets than Massachusetts did. And if I live in Massachusetts, I'd have to pay both state income tax as well as business tax. Whereas if I decide to live in New Hampshire, I will not have state income tax, but I will pay New Hampshire business taxes. And last year, I only had to pay like $1,400 in New Hampshire business tax. Again, I don't know how the state makes fucking money. Because only $1,400 in taxes for an entire year. I was just like, brother, I need to like move to a shack in New Hampshire, like ASAP. This is insane. That's it. Yeah, that's fucking it. That's fucking it. It was crazy. So my business tax is going to be low. My income tax, New Hampshire doesn't have one. All they have is property and luxury. That's like a scratch on your ass. Yeah, that's like literally negligible, man. A $425K for a 3-bed, 1-bath on 15 plus acres in New Hampshire. If that, like, that shack is probably dilapidated and you're going to have to bulldoze it and build something new. But 15 acres of New Hampshire land for $425. If there's someone in chat who can afford that, I would suggest you fucking buy it. Unless it's conservation land, in which case you can't do shit with it and it's worthless. They take their conservation land very fucking seriously up in New Hampshire and Mass. So if you buy conservation land or if you buy marshland, you literally can't do anything with it. Actually living in Delaware is cheaper than New Jersey. It's just there for incorporation. Oh, fuck. Every other state has people going to New Hampshire to buy. New Hampshire cops have to chase out mass state cops trying to watch shoppers. Doesn't surprise me. I know back when I was a little kid, I don't know who legislated it. It was probably people in Massachusetts because they're fucking crazy. But there was a period of time where legislation had passed and New Hampshire stores were required to ask you for your zip code before you could complete a purchase. And if you had a Massachusetts zip code, you would pay Massachusetts sales tax on your purchases in New Hampshire. I was a literal fucking child when this happened, so I don't know exactly how it got reversed, but it didn't stay around for like even a full year because people absolutely fucking rioted having to do that. They were just like, this should not be the case. This is unfair. This is fucking unconstitutional. Get fucked. We shouldn't have to pay Massachusetts sales tax if we're doing business in another fucking state. So it didn't even last a full fucking year. But when it was in action, even as a child, I got to see how angry the grown-ups around me were about it. Part of me wishes that I could have been an adult just to see how things panned out during that time. Because that would have been a real fucking amusing fight to see. A Battleizer, thank you. Thank you for the good vibes, Foxy. You made the last 2 hours of plumbing facials worth it. That took me a second because, like, facials, like, they're like a spa thing, right? Like, I get those sometimes. So I was like, what the fuck is a plumbing facial? And then I was like, oh, the pipes probably sprayed him. I'm sorry, lad. That's literally interference with interstate commerce. That's the purview of the president, so it's literally unconstitutional. Yeah, like, I'm glad that they got that fucking taken down, right? Just know a mass zip code to rattle off. I think you mean New Hampshire zip code. Because if you gave them a mass zip code, you would have to pay mass sales tax on your New Hampshire purchases. And that's what pissed people off. Because they're like, I go to New Hampshire so I don't have to pay sales tax. Why are you taxing me for Massachusetts in New Hampshire? New Hampshire is dependent on mass traffic for rooms and meals tax, which happens when people drive up to shop and sightsee. Oh yeah, you do have a point. There is still a tax on food in New Hampshire. Not like grocery store food, but like when you go to the restaurants. So like eating in New Hampshire is like slightly more expensive. You got a plumbing facial for you right here. What the fuck? What the fuck? Kirsche in politics. Iron Mouse managed to bust her virtual tail in there, so let's fucking go. Let's fucking go! Oh, Odin, thank you for the 14 months. You definitely didn't make all your digital purchases with a New Hampshire address for zero tax. As soon as, like, I had never had to pay sales tax on anything that I bought, like, in Azure Lane or in Steam. But for some reason, it started requiring sales tax, like, a year or two ago. I can't remember exactly when it started. So I just started using a family member's address. I was like, fuck it, you live in New Hampshire. I guess I live with you now, because I'm not paying digital fucking sales tax. Remember seeing the PS4 screenshots of extra tax for gamers in Illinois? What the fuck? Has New Hampshire been hit by Trump's war with Harvard and Massachusetts? I don't think so. I don't know what they would get hit with. Is there a way to use New Hampshire as your billing address? I mean, yeah. Digital sales tax is fucking bullshit. I agree. Like, I understand if it's for a physical product and it's getting shipped to you. Like, I guess. But thank fuck. I want no sales tax in the future. When you lived in Washington, everyone used an Oregon zip code for their online digital purposes. Even your old boss at Nintendo refused to pay the 11.5 Washington tax on their own games. That's funny. That's funny. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Fun fact, Washington wanted to introduce legislation to make the 15-item limit at self-checkout legally enforceable with fines. It failed to pass. Did they not think that people would just break up their items into 15-section segments and take even longer at the self-checkout? Because, like, that's what I would fucking do. I'd be like, fuck you, Washington. I'm gonna check out these 15 items and then do another 15. And the people behind me can just suck it up and wait because you politicians are pieces of shit. To get YouTube Premium Family for less than 10 a month, use a VPN to pretend to be from a third world country. Holy fuck. Make you want to move to New Hampshire? I am New Hampshire's strongest soldier. I fucking love that state. And if you move there and try to fuck it up, I will hunt you down in my dreams. Why must you pay sales tax for your woo-wah waifus? USA taxation sounds completely labyrinthian to this Brit. It sounds labyrinthian because, like, each state is allowed to choose what they do for their own taxes. So, similar to New Hampshire, there are a handful of other states that, like, don't have state income tax. I'm pretty sure Kentucky is one of them, or Tennessee. It's either Kentucky or Tennessee. I know Oregon doesn't have sales tax. So, like, there's some states that, like, don't have income tax. There's some states that don't have sales tax. And it's, like, it's just about finding, you know, one of those nice states to be in. If the politicians can go offshore to dodge taxes, you can go offshore to save money. True. Unfortunately, Portsmouth has nearly fallen. Yeah, but Portsmouth is also like, yes, this is a 17,000 square foot square home on a post stamp lot that's 2,000 square feet. When you walk outside your door, you're basically on the sidewalk. We want $3 million for it. Like, I cannot imagine wanting to live in Portsmouth. I'm gonna be real with you. Oregon does no sales tax. Washington does no income. So a lot of people live near the Oregon border to get no tax income, but then hop the border to buy all their goods tax-free. Nice. Kentucky has sales tax. We're poor as shit. So it must be Tennessee that I'm thinking of. I knew there was one state near Georgia that had no sales tax, but I can never remember if it's Tennessee or Kentucky. Tennessee here, no state tax, though sadly, some additional taxes, sadly. What she's not telling you about New Hampshire is that all the crackheads and weird libertarians that are obsessed with the age of consent. Thankfully, I have not seen the ones obsessed with age of consent, but there are a lot of crackheads, and I always forget the name of the town. I always want to call it Seaford, but Seaford is what I named my Pelipper in Pokemon games. So it's not Seaford, but it's another town that has C in it. And it's like a really scummy town where like people build meth labs and like hookers are just wandering around all day. Seabrook, thank you! Yeah, it's fucking Seabrook. The Seabrook is like the disgusting, diseased, like opiate-addicted meth town. Don't go there. I read the name and literally already forgot it. Seabrook. I don't know why I can't remember that name, dude. Don't go to Seabrook, dude. Jeremy Lorimer, thank you. Texas has no income tax. That's a pretty big state for no income tax. That's crazy. Apollo, thank you. Kentucky has sales tax. I'm thinking of Tennessee. Thank you for the correction. Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming. Those are the states with no income tax. Bless New Hampshire. Do I mean Pelippa or Pelippa? I mean Pelippa, the bird. The big bird that evolves from the little seagull. Everyone has guns. Yeah, New Hampshire likes their guns, dude. So there would be no difference if you moved to New Hampshire from Washington in that regard. Well, you'd probably have slightly less leftists, honestly. Like, yeah, Massachusetts is right there, but... Zion, thank you. In Tennessee, we have sales tax, but no income tax. Hi-ya-ya. Yeah, see, to that Brit earlier who was like, I can't, this is labyrinthian to me. Even as an American, like, I don't pay attention to what other states do. I just gotta know what happens where I live. It is Bisky. Thank you for that kick sub, dude. Thank you. Oregon has no sales tax. However, you have one of the highest gas taxes in the nation. Also, tax to hell on everything else. It sucks. It still makes me feel weird that in New Jersey, you're not allowed to pump your own gas. Like, I guess that keeps some jobs for, like, people who can't do real jobs, but it's still fucking weird to me. Don't move to Nevada. You have the choice of 6 cities and no other choices. Ooh, I have tabs on Nevada today. Sean Duncan, thank you. Texas mentioned. Texas #1. I wouldn't move there because it's too hot and I don't like the heat. I don't like the heat. That's common in Mexico. What? This is why we don't put our sales taxes on price stickers. Too many jurisdictions. When they say live free or fucking die, they mean it. They do. Ghost out, thank you. You know that New Hampshire's trending right now? It's because of me. I don't think it is. I don't think it's my fault. Scruffy, thank you. RI, Rhode Island, just banned assault weapons. Now you have a year to move to New Hampshire before it goes into effect. Good luck. I hope you can find a place. Prices are giga fucking dropping right now. So if you're looking to buy in New Hampshire, probably a few months from now, things are going to be as low as they've been in several years. Texas is best, but fuck yeah, it's too hot. Yeah, that's too hot there, man. I hate the heat. I hate the heat. The gas thing doesn't apply to diesel. I wouldn't know. That's gonna get appealed and rejected. If Brits talk about the US, just point out that it's larger than the British Empire was for controlled land. You keep praying that Eastern Oregon leaves and joins Idaho, but Portland keeps fucking everyone over. Unlucky. Unlucky. Snow can get bent. As a woman who benefits from woman privilege, I love the snow because I never have to shovel it. That's a man's job.
I get to stay inside and look at how beautiful it is while I make you hot food and hot cocoa for when you come in all cold and sweaty and red-faced from shoveling. You love the snow because you fucking hate California. What if your himbo broke their back and can't shovel? Well, that's what my dad's for. My dad still has a snow plow. Don't say your father's gonna plow again. Look, I stopped myself this time. I stopped it. You don't have the himbo yet, Kirsche, I know, but one day I will. And I will buy him a top-of-the-line snowblower. And also hopefully have a heated driveway to make his life slightly easier. You know, I don't want him to have a hard job. John Cutter, thank you for the member. Kirsche's got himbos to take care of the snow. Exactly. Exactly. Dude, that's so expensive. Yeah, but my himbo would be worth it, chat. Love the snow because you were a kid in North Texas, 100 degrees in the summer, snow in the winter. God damn. Spent Christmas in Taylor, Texas once. You think it was cold enough to freeze water for 3 days? Love the freak blizzards. Oh my god. You have gimp privilege and can't walk, but you don't have to do yard work either. Hell yeah, brother. Pippa's beaten meat. Why'd this man name himself after the Pipanus? Thank you. Thank you. Alaskan pride. No step moose. Can you eat moose? Like, I've never been hunting, but like if you shoot a moose, can you eat it? Are they edible? Boycott Warhammer, thank you. Speaking of England, do I see how you're all terrorists now? No? What? Yes, it's delicious? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Speaking of delicious, chat, I am going to request... I think it's going to be done soon. So I'm going to request some funny screenshots from Fish Tank if you have them. I don't know where to go to find funny screenshots, and I haven't saved screenshots of things in many years. So if you have funny Fish Tank screenshots, I need a couple of those. I need a handful of those for something I have planned. Do you call multiple mooses meese? Yeah, it's just like geese's. If you shoot meat, is it meat? Well, it's like, I don't know, some things that you shoot, they're like riddled with worms and shit, right? I didn't know if a meese was an eatable animal. Fluffy pickup trucks taste good. It's like a month of food for 8. Ooh. So I guess I also have to request that my himbo shoot a moose at least once in our lifetime, so we can try the meese meat. Cyclops Productions, thank you. Funny that I say Portsmouth is expensive. Portsmouth, UK is really down at heel. Gosport across from the harbor from the Navy base is a real hole. Now, Portsmouth is like a really old town in America. And since it's a port town, that makes it more expensive. And also, all the houses have historical plaques. So you have to be like very specialized to live in them. You've been trying to send me some with a few short clips, but Discord is being gay. Wait, what do you mean? How is Discord being gay? I don't have you blocked, man. Moose will derail diesel electric trains going full speed and possibly survive. Yeah, they're fucking tanks, dude. As a Florida man, you can confirm almost everything is edible. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, hey, that's a Reddit thread. Thank you. I'll have to bring this up. Hold on. I'll have to bring this up and peruse it later. Scar, thank you. LA in the 2000s and 2010s used to be the golden ages. Today, we had the LA wildfires, now the riots. You're seeing your city crumble. No longer the city of angels, unfortunately. Pippa's gay sister. How dare you call me that? Thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. She's my sister wife, so I guess like technically I am gay, but I'm only bunny sexual. And occasionally I'll eat fish too. Kataka, thank you. Just a correction, we do not have a sales tax in South Dakota. You'd assume we have an income tax though. Oh, okay, all right. Adam Wofford, thank you. It's bear's meat you can't eat, all of the worms. So a bear isn't even muscle, it's just worms in a mass pretending to be muscle. But Kier, you're married to Mari_en. Yeah, that's why I said occasionally fish. LA has been burning for decades, off and on, so many riots. A Baba Fetish! What the fuck? Thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, Kirsche has a Discord? I do, but it's been locked down for a hot fucking minute. We've been in locked down mode. You're really worried with everything going on in LA? People are being hurt on both sides. Idiots are using the chaos to commit crime. Is it really so hard just to get along? Is it too idealistic? Are you retarded? What the fuck do you mean? Hurt on both sides.
The people rioting are literally rioting to not have criminals be deported. There is no both sides here. There is the side of law and order and protecting your countrymen, and the side of violent criminals and people who don't give a fuck about where they live. You cannot both sides this fucking issue. Enlightened centrist. Get out, Fed! It was a fun Discord, but you left after getting pinged to death. Shouldn't be pinged that often in my Discord. You have to opt in to pings outside of just like my stream ping, which only happens 4 days a week. Getting pinged too much is a skill issue. Yeah, like I feel like there's like not a lot of pings in my Discord, man. You can turn off pings anyway. He can mute notifications. You only get stream pings, yeah? Yeah, it's like they don't happen often, man. It's 4 days a week, and you can turn that off if you want. Speaking of turning things off, back to these videos we were watching. I think, yeah, we read 4. Here's 5. It isn't just the shields that are planned, everything is, from what rioters wear to the tactics used in each situation. They're implementing highly developed theory of protest violence in order to create pressure and try to force politicians to give in. I'll show you. To see how this works, we need to understand the tactics that they're using. The first strategy is to put their target in a decision dilemma by implementing a method of protest that leaves the person with no good options. No matter how the target reacts, they look bad. And this is a principle, put your target in a decision dilemma. It's a Veterans for Peace t-shirt. I legitimately cannot tell if this is a man or a woman. So I'm going to assume that this is just an AI. In sum, design your action so that your target is forced to make a decision, and all of their available options play to your advantage. If you design your action well, you can force your target into a situation where they have to respond, but have no good options, where they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. In fact, many actions with concrete goals, such as blockades, sit-ins, tree something, require such a decision dilemma in order to be successful. Consider the blockade of a building. A tactically effective blockade leaves your target with only 2 options. 1, to negotiate with you and meet your demands, or 2, react with force, violence against you, or arrest. That's a decision dilemma. Don't let your target walk out the back door, and don't put yourself in a situation where they can wait you out with impunity. You must force a clear decision dilemma. Without it, you let your target and/or the police determine the success of your action, rather than calling the shots yourself. Be sure to cover all the exits, literally or figuratively. Literally calling for taking hostages, holy shit. Creative activists can adapt this tactical insight to force their target into a similar dilemma on the symbolic level. That's crazy. That's crazy. And you always force your opponent to choose. The problems is a president like Trump doesn't give a damn how he looks, and we need more people like that. The people that are like, optics don't matter. I want to make sure people are safe and we don't negotiate with terrorists. We need to go back to the red-blooded American, we don't negotiate with terrorists mantra. Swai Buford Pissar used an X handle. I don't know what that means. There's no dilemma. Trump basically said, crack some heads. Good. These fuckers think we're back in 2014. Hassel Hoppa, thank you. That dude was forcing you to decide if he was a man or a woman, giving you no good options. Truly a decision dilemma expert. Sun Tzu would call these people idiots. You need to let your enemies have an escape route, or else they will fight to the end thinking they can't surrender. Exactly. A man becomes very dangerous when he feels he has nothing left to lose. That strategy is paired with the real action is your target's reaction, in which rioters use people's reactions to the protests against them. The goal here is to try and force the authorities to overreact so rioters can play martyr for the camera. Look at that disgusting panda bear. Man! I went and I looked at some like fucking seller place recently. And I was like, I wonder what antiques I can get here. That'd be great. I would like to fill the bunker with antiques. And I'm not going to bring it up for security reasons, but let me look at the screenshot that I took. I fucking... there was a very, very expensive fursuit. I'm talking like many thousands of dollars. And it was a used fursuit that they were trying to sell for many thousands of dollars. And I was just like,
Brother man, I wanted antiques. Who the fuck would buy a used fursuit? Even if we assume that you aren't like a disgusting degenerate who was jerking off in your fursuit or participating in sexual fetishes with it, the amount of furries that wear diapers in their fursuit is too high for anyone to feel logistically comfortable buying a used one. And second of all, even if you weren't a fetishist who was like jerking off in your fursuit or wearing diapers in your fursuit, the inside of that thing is still gonna get sweaty and grimy as fuck. Why would anyone buy a used one? Disgusting. I was like, I just wanted antiques, man. Why are you doing this to me? A used fursuit sounds like a biohazard. Yeah, exactly. Imagine the man crust. Ugh. Ugh. Isn't that Asmon to the right of the panda? No, doesn't look like Asmon. And here's more. In sum, when taking on a big and well-known target, it is often the target's reaction to your action that's the key to success. Therefore, anticipate your target's reactions and write them into your script. Is this what fucking Anal Violence was doing, but I didn't react in the way that they expected me to, so they kept writing dumber and dumber shit? During the Salt March of 1930, wow, they really have to reach far back for that one. Indian independence activists famously kept walking unarmed and undeterred into the brutal blows of British police. Importantly, the press were there, activists made sure of it, to document the colonial government playing the villain in predictably despicable fashion. The Indian nation rallied to the cause. World public opinion followed. Well, see, now they say the British police. So do they mean like Indian, like American native Indian, or do they mean Indian, like the 7-Eleven store owner Indian? Like, I'm a little confused now. Anal Violence forgot he's going against an audience of people who had a shitload of money, who stopped giving 2 fucks about optics. 7-Eleven, okay. The curries, okay. All right. British Raj, I was like, well, now I'm just confused. I don't know what's happening here. And also, why were the British police beating Indians? I don't know what the Salt March is. They mean the dots, not feathers. The H1 Army, Jesus. Tech support, do not redeem.
Anu?
The Indian nation rallied to the cause. World public opinion followed. Organizer Saul Alinsky, wait, I know that name, but I don't remember why, later coined the term political jiu-jitsu to describe actions like this. Confrontations like the Salt March enable under-resourced activist groups to use a powerful opponent's momentum against them by provoking a reaction, and then watching them fall flat, literally or figuratively, in front of the cameras. When applying this principle, it's important to understand that you can't just hope the target reacts in a way that spotlights the injustice. Whenever possible, plan for your target's reactions, encourage them, and incorporate them into the action. If it doesn't work the first time, adjust and try again. Yeah, always double down on your shitty decisions. A good way to ensure that you get a strategically useful reaction from your target is to force them into a decision dilemma. See Principle, put your target into a decision dilemma, where all of their available options play to your advantage. When the Yes Men, impersonating a spokesperson for Dow Chemical, announced on BBC TV that Dow was apologizing for the Bhopal disaster and allocating $12 billion to compensate the victims. Dow's stock plummeted and they were forced to react. Dow had to issue a statement saying they were not apologizing for the Bhopal disaster and would not be compensating the victims. And that was the big tell. Here, once again, the action, happily and by design, was dwarfed by the target's reaction. As the Dow Chemical case illustrates, you don't need a physical confrontation to make good theater. In 2000, the Bush campaign sued activist Zach Exley and tried to shut down his prank website, gwbush.com, a domain Exley had managed to buy before the campaign had it. The press picked up the story, and with each new legal attack, Bush at one point saying, there ought to be limits to freedom. There was another wave of press sympathetic to the site and combative towards a hapless dolt who somehow ended up being president for 8 years. A sorry reminder that even the cleverest one-off tactic does not a successful campaign make. Contrary to popular belief, when one of the big boys threatens you, and if you use a company's trademark in an action, for example, you can count on a cease and desist letter. You should celebrate. You are the David to their Goliath, and now you have the upper hand. Take the best quotes, weave them into a press release, and voila! You've cast them in your play. In the timeless logic of jiu-jitsu, you have borrowed some of their power, and if coverage goes your way, you have used their offensive momentum to flip them on their backs. Everyone loves it when Goliath bites the dust. Interesting. Rules for radicals. Is that what this is reading from? I've never actually read the rules for radicals. Mercenary, thank you. Saul Lewinsky is the guy who did rules for radicals, and he was also the mentor of Hillary. Ah, that's where he's from. Okay. These clowns are so delusional. If a business allows for something like a chemical spill to happen, they really need to compensate both the government and all affected as punishment. I mean, I would say it depends. They definitely need to compensate like the people affected. I would say it depends for the government necessarily, because I don't know how much the government would be entitled to anything potentially. Your great-grandfather, a hardcore Republican since he became a citizen in the 1930s, was super pissed when Bush said that there should be limits to freedom, so much that he almost denounced the entire party. Yeah, that's a little bit crazy. And I feel like there's still a lot of boomers that just don't understand how the internet works in positions of power, which makes things worse across the line. The final move is to lead with sympathetic characters. They put sympathetic people out front to garner sympathy and make them look like sympathetic underdogs fighting an uphill battle. This is why they brought a baby to the protest. It was an intentional, pre-planned move. It was a grandma with milk on her face. It's in some good actions tell a good story. Good stories revolve around sympathetic characters. Assembling a compelling cast of characters is a critical strategic consideration for any action designer. Actions tend to be strong on identifying and vilifying the antagonists of the narrative, but an audience will care much more about injustice if they can relate to the people who are being affected. Successful actions are often those that present strong protagonists and other sympathetic characters. The role of the messenger who delivers the story of an action is key. Messengers embody the message by putting a human face on conflict and placing the action within a larger context. Those most impacted by the issue tend to make for more sympathetic and compelling messengers. For instance, if the action is about farm workers, it can be more effective to amplify the voice of a small group of farm workers who are taking action than to have a larger group of non-farm workers speak on their behalf. Of course, solidarity actions certainly have their place. See the Taco Bell boycott. There's a Taco Bell boycott? This is like, this is reminding me of like, it doesn't matter if you actually care about the plight of the people. If you can use them as a good optics tool, then they are useful to you and your cause. Which is like these people just sound evil, right? They're just like, we can't get people to believe in what we believe in unless we heavily manipulate them. And so we have to use these manipulation tactics, and we have to use people essentially as shields for our causes. And you know that, like, if anything untoward happens towards the people they use as shields, they're not gonna fucking care. Because the ends justify the means, as it were. You wonder why you might think that. I wonder why. They use your own principles against you? Yeah, exactly. Again, it's like... It's like in the Palestine-Israel conflict when, like, I don't know if they still do, but, like, years ago... they would like use children as shields because they knew the IDF wouldn't shoot through children because the IDF had brain cells, I suppose. And so they were like, if we use children as shields, we'll be protected. And it's like, that's still a fucked up way to think, my guy, because like, what if the IDF stopped caring about their principles? What if they were like, fuck it, we know what you're doing and we know it'll be bad optics, but we're gonna stop capitulating? Right? Like, what if they did that? They're counting on being able to use your principles against you. And that happens all the time on much smaller scale and a much less life or death situation as well. Now the IDF does shoot through the kids. GG, Hamas. Oh, well, fuck, dude. I'm saying that was years ago that I remember hearing about that, so I don't know if it's still the case, because I don't really pay much attention to the sand war. And just because someone is your enemy does not mean that they can't occasionally say something wise that you agree with. I mean, I can agree with that, but I don't agree with using people to convince more to believe in your ideology that they otherwise would not have believed in. Sort of like what the IDF is doing now. Well, fuck. Now, there's people who believe all the bullshit from the Hamas side. It wouldn't surprise me. Power holders understand the importance of deploying sympathetic characters. For instance, welfare cuts get presented as benefiting working mothers, or corporate tax cuts sold as job creation tools to help the unemployed. Time and again, the powerful play one group of sympathetic characters off of one another, or argue with Orwellian duplicity that the victims of a policy will actually benefit from it. We saw this with the housing crisis as well. When the... I don't remember what it's called officially, but there's like an association, like a national association of realtors, that might actually be what it's called. But they decided that the percentage that realtors get paid for working with buyers and sellers wouldn't be posted publicly, right? So prior to this ruling going through, you'd be able to see if a realtor was asking for 1% commission, 1.5, 2%, 5% commission. You'd be able to see what their commission rate was. And you would also be able to understand that as the buyer, the percentage for your realtor comes out of the full purchase price of the house when you pay the seller. After this ruling, not only were realtors no longer allowed to post their commission percentages publicly, but buyers were now responsible for paying their realtors percentage points. And they tried wording this in a way where it would be beneficial to buyers because, no longer could and I can't remember exactly what they used, but I was like, this is just overwhelmingly bad for buyers. This is a win for sellers because now sellers can retain more of their money without having to pay for the buyer's realtor out of the money that the buyer gives them for the house. So if you're buying $1 million home and your realtor has a 2% commission, 2% of $1 million is what, 10,000, I think. So that you would have to pay $1 million plus whatever your closing costs are, plus $10,000 to your realtor. Whereas previously that $10,000 would come out of the $1 million that you paid the seller. So you were still technically paying for it even previously, but after the changes from the Realty Association, you have to pay that additional money. 20K? Thank you, chat. 20,000. I can't do math, chat. That's why you're here. So you'd have to pay that additional $20,000 for the 2% for your realtor. And so they tried spinning this in a way where oh, it's good for buyers, but it was absolutely not. It was incredibly bad and unfair for buyers. She's a foxu. How can she math? Yeah, I can't math. I tried using $1 million so it would be easy math, but I still fucked it up. The change was to stop double dipping the commission. It's 20K, Kirsche. I don't know how you could double dip the commission, right? Because the sellers pay their realtor, and then you pay the sellers, and then out of that they pay your realtor. It's still your money. Why are so many content creators bad at math? Well, there's a reason we became content creators and nothing that required us to do math. You watched Mari_en try to explain to Kirsche how to multiply her 9 times tables, and you lost 9 times the brains. To be fair! That was a really hard explanation, okay? D1112 Cons, thank you. Nat1 Assassin or Realty Developer Services, Nards. Oh my god. The split attention between thoughts and chat. Math is hard, it is. This is why Innuendo Studios went bankrupt? I don't know, maybe. Streamer brain makes them worth it math on top of that. True.
Nice day for fishing, ain't it? Thank you for the gift, subby bubby, to the landlord. What the fuck?
Kier, you're not as bad as math as you think. Amari's explanation wasn't very good. Oh no, I am that bad at math. Math is my largest fucking weakness, dude. It's I might be good at other things, but I legitimately cannot do math. Don't lie to me. Where was I? Time and again, we read that. The powerful play one group of sympathetic characters off another or argue with Orwellian duplicity that the victims of a policy will actually benefit from it. In these cases, a campaign becomes a contest over who gets to speak for those suffering. With whom do we sympathize, and are those characters actually given space to speak for themselves? A showdown results between messengers jockeying to represent themselves as the authentic representatives of the impacted constituencies. In recent years, we have seen several uprisings against repressive governments framed explicitly around sympathetic characters. In Myanmar, monks became the new face of the pro-democracy movement, replacing the students of the 1988 mobilizations as the primary messengers. Obviously, many factions of society supported the movement, but with the monks at the front of the marches, it was clear that the pro-democracy movement spoke for the conscience of the nation. Similarly, in Pakistan, lawyers became the face of the fight against government impunity. Who better to embody the message of a need to respect the rule of law than lawyers? It's important to ensure that the faces of the action are not just representative of the relevant impacted community, but are also easily recognizable to outsiders as key characters in the story. This can come down to the crude but important dynamics of costuming. A single religious leader wearing religious sacraments will communicate that people of faith are involved in the action better than 20 religious leaders wearing jeans and sweatshirts. See the principle of don't dress like a protester. Interesting. Being systemically minded enough to be good at math and dynamically minded enough to be entertaining is pretty rare. Most creators tend toward the latter. Probably, man. You used to be bad at math, and then you actually got a reason why you wanted to learn it, because you wanted to get into programming and game dev. I talked to my grandfather recently, and I was like, hey, Pepe, you were in the Navy. What did you do? He was an engineer for the submarines. And I was like, that makes so much sense. And why you had such a short fuse when you were trying to teach me math when I was a kid. In his head, he's probably just like, this fucking retard. I can't stand that she doesn't understand how I'm explaining mathematics to her. I was an engineer, goddammit. You were in the Navy. What did you do? Men! And costuming, the amount of disgust you have for such phrases is beyond imagining. Yeah, it's kind of fucking gross. It's kind of gross. Don't dress like you're going to a protest. Just dress like an anarcho-communist dirt bike night. Yeah, right? A submariner with a short fuse. Yeah, I used that wording on purpose. Engineer like choo-choo, not physics designer. Did I play engineer in Team Fortress 2? I never played TF2. I wasn't a big fan of Hat Game. Potential pitfalls here. The dynamics of who gets to speak, how the characters are portrayed, and who is cast as the hero, victims, and villains are deeply entwined in the dynamics of power and privilege. Activists should take care not to play into narratives of victimization that plague marginalized communities. Navigating these dynamics skillfully and authentically is essential to successful actions and campaigns. Do you guys remember when Bernie Sanders was running for president? And those two black women came on stage and he just like slinked off and stood in the corner like a fucking cuck. And like literally everyone immediately lost respect for him. That's like, reading that last sentence was like the only thing I could fucking think of. Like that was so fucking pathetic. And you can't have someone that pathetic as a world leader. Once again, I am asking for your financial support. Of course you remember, it was in Seattle. That was when you lost all respect for him. I mean, I had very, very, very little respect for someone trying to pretend they weren't a real socialist, hiding behind, I'm a democratic socialist. So, you know, but any remaining ounce of like, well, maybe he could still be a decent person was completely fucking lost at that point. Bernie's such a sad sack. You hate that old socialist prick. I think one of my favorite parts about that election were the people who were voting for Bernie understanding so little about our political system that they got chosen to be the fucking, oh god, names chat, the delegates for Bernie to give in the votes for certain counties and states for him. And they didn't register as Democrat. And if you weren't registered as Democrat, you could not be a Democratic delegate. And so, like, there was all these, like, clips of people coming out not being allowed to submit their delegate vote for Bernie because they weren't a registered Democrat. And I was like, holy fuck, you absolute fucking retards. Like, even before I got as into politics as I am, I understood that I had to change my ballot, right? In 2015, I had been registered independent since I had been registered to vote. But in order to vote for Trump in the primaries, I had to change my ticket from independent to Republican. And I've just been Republican ever since, because fuck it, I have no reason to go back. No reason to go back when my choices are like spineless cuck people and demonically evil people trying to ruin my country. Like there's no other reason to change. At least the spineless cucks occasionally get things done, I guess. You're not even American and you know you have to do that? Yeah, it's crazy, man. Joke's on you, I never had any respect for Bernie Sanders. I have that soft spot for old people that like gives me a light of hope even when I shouldn't have it, you know? It was actually Bernie who got you into politics. Oh boy. Bernie's the third wheel splitting her apart from Asmongold. I don't know. I don't know if I could have a husband that voted for Bernie Sanders. Watching Bernie get cucked by Hillary turned you away from the Democratic Party. Yeah, they did him fucking dirty with that too. Like, oh my god. You despise Bernie for using your country as an example for every damn idea he gets? Get my country's name out of your damn mouth! The last old person I had a soft spot for went around the corner and immediately started throwing explosives. I know! I hate it! To be frank, you thought you would never ever see Americans voting for communists in your lifetime, yet here we are. Considering how our educational institutions have been ideologically captured for so long, and how we have had socialist politicians attempt to break into the sphere previously, it doesn't surprise me that the propaganda has gotten to a point where people unironically think, yeah, I'll vote for a socialist. That sounds like a good idea. Like, it doesn't surprise me that we've gotten there, unfortunately. In New Hampshire, you're registered independent, but you walked in, changed to Republican, voted for Trump, and then changed it back. Yeah, I mean, I could see doing that, but I just left mine as Republican, because, like, fuck it, man. Republican Party is a meme, unfortunately, the party of do-nothing. I mean, I'm glad that Trump actually does thing. I fear for what might come after him, going back to the do-nothings. When has socialism, no real socialism, ever not worked yet, right? We just don't want more slurs and cesspit vagoos. I don't know what that means. Yeah, if you look up the first edition of the Rules for Radicals, you can see Saul Alinsky dedicated his book to the first radical, Lucifer. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Let's continue in this thread here. Oh, they have a picture. Hold on.
Baby!
Do not bring babies to protests. Like, I don't understand how you can bring a child to something like this and people feel sympathetic. Because, like, to me, it's just like, damn, you are a shitty parent. Your child should be nowhere fucking near here. Putting it all together by blocking a road using benches as barricades, they give the authorities no option but to use force. And by having a baby, they force the police into an impossible situation, using force without harming a baby. It puts police in an impossible situation. And I mean, yeah, that is correct. It does put police in an impossible situation. But the fact that anyone would be brain damaged enough to take the side of the protesters who are the ones who brought the baby there in the first place are part of the fucking problem. Like, that's not sympathetic. That's just like, damn, bitch, go the fuck home. Your baby doesn't belong here. Should be thankful that Fems screwed over Bernie because Bernie would have won over Trump in 2016. I don't know if he would have won over Trump, but it would have been a much more interesting debate than Trump versus Hillary. And I think it would have been much closer. What are the odds of the child not even being theirs? That's a great question. Kataka, thank you. Chat, you'd like to apologize. You were wrong about SD and the sales tax. You've been trucking all day with no AC in your truck and you're literally getting cooked. Oh no, I hope you can get your AC fixed soon, dude. I'm sorry. Sean Duncan, thank you. The emotional equivalent of keys shaking, that's how. Goddamn. Interesting fact that quoting almost got you fired. Helen Keller was redder than a baboon's ass. Wasn't Helen Keller the blind bitch? What do you mean she was a commie? What? Fucking what? Kirsche has a lot of truckers in the chat. I do have a lot of truckers in the chat. Someone help fix this man's AC. I love trucking, and I love fucking, and I love cranking my hog. That's the full quote. 100% progressivist commie. What the fuck? What the fuck? She was blind and deaf. There's a whole conspiracy around Helen Keller. Pippa had a great deep dive stream on it. I remember her, allegedly. I remember that, but I don't remember anything else from the fucking Helen Keller stream. The funniest thing is, well, Trump ran on a Republican ticket. He's always been a Democrat with more conservative views, and the Dems loved him before he ran on that ticket. He probably would have been hailed as the next Obama if he ran as a Dem. I don't know if he could run as a Dem in the current climate, right? Because, like, what was a Democratic opinion in the 90s and early 2000s gets you labeled as, like, literally Hitler in current year? Back to this thread, though. The principle at work behind this entire strategy is play to the audience that isn't there. Activists pick their tactics and strategies based on optics. They want to make themselves look like sympathetic underdogs to the audience seeing it on YouTube or watching the news. And I mean, I guess, in a much less evil way, this is kind of what I do when it comes to people spreading misinformation. Like, I understand if somebody is out there lying about me and what I believe or what I've done. I understand that there's no way to change their opinion or to make them stop lying. Because if they weren't going to lie about me, their posts wouldn't exist in the first place. So when I correct the record from these liars, I don't do it to change their mind because that won't happen. I do it for the people looking in who don't know who I am, who don't know my content, who don't know what I think, and the chance that they will actually believe the truth instead of the lies being told about me. You love spreading misinformation. Munya. And this page says, when you're pulling off a prank or staging some kind of media spectacle, it's important to keep in mind that those you're directly confronting are often not your main audience. When Occupy Wall Street activists swarm Manhattan's financial district or Bhopal activists camp out on the lawn of the CEO of Union Carbide, there's no reason to think that the immediate audience will change their minds based on what they're observing. Rather, the idea is to use immediate audience as unwitting actors in a theater piece that is being performed for a secondary audience. That secondary audience is comprised of film goers or YouTube viewers or TV watchers, press release readers, and they're the ones you care most about. Design your intervention with them in mind. Yeah, it sounds exactly like what I do to counter misinformation. But it's like, I'm not doing it for propagandistic purposes. I just look at lies, I quote the lies, and then I'm like, here's the receipts and why these are baseless lies. If reporters are going to be present, consider how things will look through their eyes. Regardless, however, make sure to document your own actions. See principal do the media's work for them. Choreograph the action so you create and capture the moments you need to tell the story you want to tell. When Agitprop pulled off their public option Annie Gorilla musical, See Case, they snuck more videographers into the conference than singers. Obviously, the secondary audience is not always your focus. At a rally, say, the key audience might actually be the participants themselves. With most strikes or sit-ins, the key audience is the actual target, a CEO or public official, and your aim is to disrupt business as usual and exact a cost that will pressure your target to accede to your demands. They just sound like literally fucking crazy. And I think people are finally getting wise to their tactics, and that's why it's not working quite as well as it used to. The propaganda has become too noticeable and too disruptive, and people are fucking sick of it. But even with some of the more disruptive actions, the key audience is not in the room. When Tim DeChristopher disrupted a Utah oil and gas auction in 2008, he was not tempted to address the other bidders directly. His action was for a much larger audience, as well as for the land itself that he helped to save. All of these strategies and tactics were used to create actions which activists can turn to their advantage. When they do this correctly, they can paint themselves as the sympathetic, powerless underdogs, even when they are the aggressors. It's social and political jujitsu. This is what Bint did, this is what Nyara did, this is what Anna Valens did after they got called out. As soon as we started pushing back on their lies and their narrative, all of them started claiming to be the victims, claiming the harassment was against them, claiming that they had done nothing wrong. It's not, you have far more faith in people than I ever will. What? Debate 101 with your audience, because you'll never sway your opponent, or win your audience, so you'll never sway your opponent. You hate how they write this so much. I mean, it's good that they write it, right? Because you can understand their tactics if they spell it out for you. Which is why, even if it's like really bland and boring corporate schlock, I think it's important to read what the bridge people say themselves. What happens when people stop caring at all? Because you're almost there. Don't like how you want to live your life. You will not even negotiate. You don't waste your time and probably have dismissed a lot of good people. I don't know, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Kirsche, we're seeing reports from the chat of someone trying to blast cops in LA. Tweet is Philip Anderson. Well, if my mods can grab that tweet, I'll bring it up. That isn't to say they aren't also intentional in doing damage. They are. The book Black Bloc, White Riot, Anti-Globalization, and the Genealogy of Dissent by author A.K. Thompson is the starting place for the theory of what counts as violence and when violence is justified. Alex Hundert defended a diversity of tactics, which is a euphemism for allowing violence at protests. Hundert explicitly states a commitment to non-violence is dogmatic and stifles debate about which tactics to use. Violence is a part of the strategy, as we will see. Ghost, thank you. These tactics are the same as the people who throw paint on museum pieces. No, it's gross, dude. It's gross. Of course, it's okay when we do it. It's because they're on the right side of history, you know? Let's see here. Breaking. Democrat rioters are shooting at the police in broad daylight. They're literally trying to murder law enforcement. The Democrat Party is clearly the enemy of America. Well, it only took this guy, you know, like a decade to get there, I guess. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, that guy pulled out a gun right in front of the cameraman. Holy shit. That's kind of dangerous. Dale's Donuts is still under attack, chat. We must save the donuts. They've gone kind of fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. What is this? If I want an example of people freaking out over ice shit and knowing nothing, this is from Minneapolis last week. Quick, get donut operator. We need the operator for the donuts. You can't make this stuff up. Minneapolis leftists rapidly mobilized to interfere with a raid that seized 900 pounds of meth. I don't know why I can't say the full name of meth. According to a criminal complaint, the Fed seized 900 pounds of crystal meth worth $25 million in the search warrants this month that people mistakenly thought was an ICE raid. That's crazy! The meth had a street value of between 22 and 25 million. Gold-plated guns and Scarface decor were also seized. I kind of want a gold-plated gun. That'd be super gaudy. All this is coming out in a criminal complaint charging Isabel Lopez with assaulting officers outside Cuatro Milpas when the search warrants were being executed. She's accused of punching, kicking, and throwing softballs at officers, all on camera. Imagine being so angry about criminals being deported, you start defending fucking meth dealers. Holy shit. It's like, you know, I would unironically believe that this woman probably knew about the meth and just didn't fucking care, you know? That's crazy. From acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson said, when the defendant was arrested, she doubled down, punching an FBI agent in the head. Let me make clear, it is against the law to assault or obstruct federal law enforcement agents. We do not punch cops. Holy shit. She may have been on the meth. Yeah, she was just worried about losing her hookup, you know? As you're like, we can't lose access to that. I'm just checking some other stuff because there's a lot of fucking holy shit. Okay, all right. Okay. Video Gamer, thank you. Posted the vid and stream suggestions of a drunk lady doing donuts in a riot zone with young kids in the car. LA is a fake city in a fake state? What the fuck? Sorry, my Discord lags real fucking hard when I am live. It gets rough to like navigate around. Oh, it might have just crashed. Oh, it might have just crashed. I'm going back to the safety of my DMs if I have a mod that can post that at me. God hates taxes, thank you. Engravings provide no tactical advantage whatsoever, but they're cool as hell. Yeah, I do like engravings, man. I do like the engravings. Gold guns, Scarface decorations, 900 pounds of meth. Minneapolis was a host to a real-life crime boss mission, and they protested it. This is what the Democrats stand for. Man, I like laundering meth in Crime Boss, or at least I used to, and now I'm sad again. I miss that game, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I clicked on something on my OBS. Ah, no. Where were we? I think I finished reading 13, but I didn't open the pictures. If you can't engrave your guns, is there really a point in owning them? True and real. The 21st century analysis is moving beyond the empty rhetoric of revolutionary acts. We no longer wish to seize the machinery of the state to use it for our own ends. We wish to see it dismantled, to be replaced by something other than a new Euro-American colonialism. A better world than that is possible. But it cannot come about until we move beyond the dominant paradigms of our culture. Statism and white supremacy must be resigned to the dustbins of history. Why do they think that white supremacy was ever like an overarching belief that the majority of the world had? Like, where does this come from? Did I see how much my figure sold for? Doesn't it have like a 4-day counter on it? Am I crazy? Part of the strength of the anti-Olympic campaign as a watershed for the new anti-colonial movement has been the solidarity and unity around a diversity of tactics. Part of the solidarity is rooted in the idea that you cannot attack a part of the movement without attacking the whole. When we remember to defend each other, we also remember to work together to build the movement and our communities. This is why they were saying that, like, white women are actual enemies because they voted en masse for Trump instead of sticking to the reservation with everyone else. This cannot be done by succumbing to the classic colonial tactic of divide and conquer. Diversity of tactics means that one day we smash the system, and the next we build alternatives. The black bloc is a wrecking ball tactic that makes space for more mainstream or creative tactics. The anarchists who participate in the bloc are, for the most part, solid community organizers and people who are at the forefront of making space for creative alternatives to capitalism and colonialism. A diversity of tactics is meant to be complementary. Different tactics demonstrate different values and objectives, and all must be viewed in sum. This is the lady doing donuts. The vid is not source material, but commentary. However, it is commentary by actual justice warrior, the dude who reported on Kelly Wong, the Chinese illegal immigrant elected official. I don't think I ever watched any of his videos on Kelly Wong. I think I reported on her all by myself. No charges for drunk mom endangering kids.
Black SUV had been doing donuts along with other vehicles on Normandy engaged Sunday night, but people
she just like my mom, for real, for real?
Black SUV when they realized there were children inside. You see someone taking young kids out of the SUV. At one point, this exchange with the driver.
Drunk driving with kids! I'm not even drunk! So on this channel, we have covered the phenomenon
I'm not
that
even
is very
drunk!
popular
My mom
in the
would have
state
at
of
least
California,
admitted it.
in multiple different cities across California, which are the street takeovers. Sometimes
Why is it
referred
always
to
Chevy Trailblazer owners? I got some news for you about what kind of car my mom liked. She had multiple Chevy Trailblazers after her Firebird got smushed by a garage.
sideshows where a bunch of people get together, sometimes with stolen cars. They start doing donuts, they end up trashing the place, they block off traffic, and of course subsequent accidents and of course violence, because people get into disputes over these street takeovers, end up emerging. But in this particular case, in this particular neighborhood, where by the way they rain terror on the neighborhood each and every weekend doing this terrible behavior, one person, one individual decided to cross the line. One woman decided to do something so criminal, dangerous, and disgusting that these other criminals who enjoy doing this and wrecking their community decided they needed to intervene, and that's what we're going to talk about today. A mother who was drunk doing donuts with her own children in the car during one of these street takeovers, and the other...
I feel like this is an 11-minute video that could have been a lot shorter, and so like I feel like I'm stealing content by not commentating as much on it as I could be, because I just don't have anything to say.
Actually stopping one of the drivers from doing something even too dangerous for them.
She had children in that vehicle. Yeah, this happened this weekend right behind us here. And the people who were there who are sharing the video with us are saying that they know that these things have a reputation for being dangerous, but that they don't want anybody to get hurt, especially children.
So that is the pitch from the local news affiliate about how these people are doing these street takeovers. They are committing these crimes. They're putting people...
A crowd gathers around one of the vehicles at a street takeover. Black SUV had been doing donuts along with other vehicles on Normandy engaged Sunday night, but people in the crowd stopped that black SUV when they realized there were children inside.
I'm kind of surprised that other protesters stopped the vehicle.
Kids out of the SUV.
So look, I just want to say that I knew from the jump, from the still images, from this...
Why? Why do this?
And again,
was that
shameful.
child biting? I can't tell if that was a child or someone else biting her, but also I don't want to finish watching this because he keeps pausing the video and I keep having to skip around and I don't know if I'm missing things. So like if you find the real video, I'll watch it, but I don't want to watch that. She had multiple kids. The driver was biting. That didn't look like the driver. It looked like the child was biting the driver. But like, I couldn't tell. And then it was hard cut. So the media are absolutely loving this stuff, Kirsche. I mean, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they fucking are. DUI confirmed too. Fun to stop during riots. Yeah, you know, if I had to drive through a riot zone, I would not be stopping. I'd be like, fucking doors locked, I am cruising, man. Like, those red lights could be a death sentence for you. Despite all the crimes against children that happen in the world, overall the species has the evolutionary pressure to protect children, even deeply hardened criminals. Imagine. Imagine. Aren't they going after citizens as well as the criminals? Oh, is this fucking retard still here? I just assumed he would have left. No. No, they're not arresting citizens unless you are obstructing the police. And if you're obstructing the police, you're getting arrested. You're not being deported. Fucking idiot. 100%, it's annoying at times that you've started listening to some things on like 2x speed just to hear the relevant bits. I mean, I'm sure people get tired of it when I like tangent in the middle of a story as well. I try my best to not tangent too fucking hard unless it's like super relevant to what I'm doing. But yeah, sometimes the tangents take me. I can't help it. Comita Prep Cook Demon, thank you for the member. Is there a Redditor in chat? It seems like it. Where did I leave off reading in here? Where did I leave off reading in here? Diversity of tactics means that one day we smash the system, and the next we build alternatives. The black bloc is a wrecking ball tactic that makes space for more mainstream or creative tactics. The anarchists who participate in the bloc are, for the most part, solid community organizers, and people who are at the forefront of making space for creative alternatives to capitalism and colonialism. Yes, creative alternatives, by the way. A diversity of tactics is meant to be complementary. Different tactics demonstrate different values and all must be viewed in sum. Sorry, I saw something open out of the corner of my eye and I was like, what's going on over there? I was confused. For Judy Rebick to suggest that black bloc tactics put other people and the issues we're fighting for in jeopardy is just preposterous. The mass audiences that dismiss the Heart Attack March are consistently the same mass audiences who generally dismiss every form of direct action and every radical cause. Judy may be too used to her celebrity status to notice, but most people aren't paying attention to start with. So-called non-violent direct action, with rare exceptions, is also summarily dismissed by most people most of the time. They want us to go through so-called proper channels, not understanding that the system exists to perpetuate itself, not to accommodate change or the empowerment of communities under attack. Begging the government for change merely legitimizes their claim to be the rightful authority over land and people. Too many, enamored with the cult of nonviolence, have too easily parroted the conservative media narratives that so predictably hamper our movements. Further, it is not unity under a commitment to a diversity of tactics that stifle debate within our movement. That is what we call solidarity. It is a zealous adherence to dogmatic nonviolence that shuts down any meaningful dialogue. And that's why, like, when I think about sometimes how, I don't want to say hopeless, but just like how it feels like there's nothing you can do. It's like, I don't want to start perpetuating a, like, violence is the only option left kind of dialogue, because once you go down that road, things become very, very dangerous for everyone involved. And I don't want to believe that there will be a situation that violence is the only option. And I think that people who think, like, whatever fucking weirdo is writing this shit have fallen prey to incredible extremist ideas, and they know that their ideas don't hold up to scrutiny and that their ideas are very unpopular, and so that's why they immediately just turn to violence, and that anything besides violence is legitimizing your enemies. And it's a weird frame of mind to come from. The lack of violence shuts down meaningful dialogue. I know, it's really fucking weird. It's really fucking weird. I thought I had something else to bring up, but I guess I don't. Hell yeah. Leftist academics theorized... Alien academics theorize how violence could be used to build political leverage. Oberlin professor Jenny Garcia explains how violent protests make it a more salient issue and provide greater pressure on elected officials and candidates. How did the Summer of Love go? How did that fucking go for you guys? What are the optics like after that? Holy shit.
As a result, I think that there are some good opportunities for actually placing sustained pressure on the institutions themselves and elected officials. So one of the ways that we need to do this is through the continuations of protests. And protests, even when there is violence, right, actually can make it a more salient issue and can provide greater pressure on elected officials and candidates. So being able to place extraordinary pressure on these officials, nominating your own candidates can prove to be highly successful. What we know in political science is protest matters. And actually, when we see destruction of buildings, when we see violence, either by police or either by protesters themselves, we actually see greater response by elected officials. And when
that's just literally like coercion, man. Like, oh, they'll do what we want the more violent we get. You know, that guy that got burned alive in a gas station, that's collateral damage, baby. Oh, we needed the politicians to react. Holy fuck. When you start turning to terrorism as like a legitimate form of protest, you have completely lost the fucking plot. Like, that is insane. Cult of nonviolence coming from the people who call anything microaggression and toxic masculinity. I know. Lady looks like she smoked meth before getting on the call. For political ends, you think the word is terrorism. You may not like coercion, but coercion works. The left has shown that time and time again. They've shown that the coercion has worked, and that's why we lived under the boot of cancel culture for so fucking long. And I hate having lived under that boot. And I don't want to finally cut their leg off so they can no longer use the boot, to then put the boot on myself. I don't want to be the same kind of shitty person that my enemies are.
we see the sustained effort. So even over this 10-day period of time, that's an extraordinary feat. And so when we see this sustained effort, we see elected officials feeling more and more pressure. And while it certainly takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, what we do know is that elected officials do respond to pressure, right? If they feel their electoral livelihood is based upon this, they will respond. And we've seen
it's very unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, she hasn't been wrong for the past several decades. Isn't this just a political version of Cheryl fucking Daija? Pretty much. What if it's a really cute looking boot? I mean, for people like this, right? You live by the sword, you die by the sword. I don't fucking care about this woman. She can get everything she advocates for 1,000-fold back on her. But I don't want to start, wearing the boot and using it on people that don't deserve it and using like the coercion tactics like they do on just normal fucking people, right? And it's like, again, if it's a specific person and it's their own tactics being used against them, they deserve it. That's fine and dandy. That's why it's not cancel culture to defend yourself from cancel culture. But it's like, I don't want to become the way that they are towards innocent people, as it were. That's how fascism, real actual fascism, gains traction. The only thing fascism has to offer normal people is security and safety. If people are safe and secure, they have nothing to offer normal people. Rampant criminality is how police states come into power. They need their enemies to be politically violent to gain actual power. Splarky, thank you. Have I seen the Mexican president give her take on the riots? She sees them as Mexicans first. It's an invasion. Not sure I can talk this down. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything from her directly, but I've seen other people posting that the Mexican president said that, they're Mexicans first and they're advocating for themselves and shit. And it's just like, well, if the Mexican president is going to condone it, wouldn't that unironically make it a fucking invasion? Like, hold on, wait a minute. Kirsche just wants to grill. I do. And I will defend my right to grill. And if you come and you try to tell me I have to grill bugs instead of meat, well, I will cut you down in front of me, right? But like, I don't want to be mean to people that don't deserve it, as it were. T-Man sent a link to a video of a family fighting and swearing at ICE agents outside of Glen Valley. You can hear them saying, fucking migra at some point. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means or how it is relevant. We must swat the bugs away from the grill. Yeah, exactly. That grilling is for the good times. We aren't living in the good times. I agree. I agree, which is why I've complained about the people who are like, I just want to grill, but I'm not going to do anything to defend my right to grill. And those people are part of why we've gotten to where we are. Because it's like, if you want to be left alone, and it's in your enemy's best option to not leave you alone, they're going to keep gaining ground until you are forced to fight back. Mexican press is owned by the cartel. You wonder if ICE got a bit too close to something with that raid? Migra is Spanish for immigration officers. It's migra, immigration. What? Grill after a long day of slaying your enemies so you're well fed the following day. True. From the halls of Montezuma. Chinga la migra is fuck immigration. What the hell? Be careful about how you say it. Wait, why? But what do those monsters force our hand into more extreme preventative measures? Oh no. I said that well. Sometimes my brain cells kick in. Actually, smart lady at the book school told you violence good, so you hit an innocent man with a brick. Brick good, I do good. Average Hassan fan. Oh no. Yeah, Lambigra is immigration. Okay. You feel like if meat stopped being sold at grocery stores, you would instantly get a civil war? Fucking probably. Fucking probably. These tactics are not new. David Graeber explains that in 2000, protesters at the Summit of the Americas had green, yellow, and red zones of protest. Each color represented a level of violence allowed. Green was non-violent, yellow was obstructive, and red was disruptive. Remember that one guy pronouncing E-girl? It was the same. Oh. Well, my chat's just teaching me Spanish. I am an innocent fox. Direct Action, an Ethnography by David Graeber. The end, of course, there is too much opposition. A woman from Casa, who I think was called Celine, began by summarizing the information already printed in the handouts. Celine said, these color blocks are not fixed, and they will not necessarily be physically separate, though we will have one area reserved for the green block. They are: the green block is the more artistic, festive style of demo, where there is no risk of having to defend themselves. The yellow block is obstructive. This is classic non-violent civil disobedience. It is defensive, non-violent blockades or attempt to occupy ground, for example, which involve a definitive risk of arrest. The red block is disruptive. This is the disturbance block, which will try to disrupt the summit, where participants would be aware of high risk of repression and arrest. We're expecting creative, diverse styles of disruptive action here. And this makes me think how whenever like the news tries to cover for these people, they're always like, well, there were some bad actors, but, you know, as a minority, they were fiery but peaceful protests. You know, the majority of them are non-violent. And it's in the entire, like, narrative's favor if more and more people continue to parrot about the non-violence. Because it doesn't matter if there were people being non-violent. The non-violent people support those doing violence. They just don't want to be doing the violence themselves. And this like green block, yellow block, red block really explains that, where they're all working together, they're working in tandem, but they put the people willing to take the risk to get arrested, to do violence, in a separate place from those who want to just sit there and be festive style. Small vocal minority. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just so we're clear, obstructive is a euphemism for blocking roads, entrances, and so forth, and disruptive is a euphemism for the use of violence and property damage to try and shut things down. The use of sophisticated, pre-planned violence goes back a long way, and it is backed by a set of academic theories about how violence, property damage, blockades, and so forth can be used to put pressure on the authorities and create political leverage that can be used to extract concessions from politicians, businesses, and other groups. As Data Republican has shown, see her thread for details, these protests are created, funded, and organized by people with large networks and resources. My goal is to explain the theoretical foundation that the rioters' tactics and strategies are built on. Who is behind the anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles? Hundreds took to the streets this weekend, blocking roads, attacking officers, burning flags. This wasn't spontaneous. This was organized, funded, coordinated. Here's a breakdown of the groups, the money, and the people pulling the strings. A number of NGOs have been implicated in this. Foremost is Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights, or CHIRLA, and the photos of signs show they were printed by PSL Web, or the Party for Socialism and Liberation. That's true. They have to have their branding on there, you know? Our community is under attack and has been terrorized. Angela Salas, executive director of the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, or CHIRLA, told the crowd of protesters. These are workers, these are fathers, these are mothers. and they can go back to their countries and continue to be workers and fathers and mothers. Churla has the EIN of their bunch of numbers. Most of its private funding appears to be from DAFs, which are the hardest to trace. However, 34 million of its reported 45 million in revenue are from government grants. If they're getting government grants, does that mean that tax dollars are going towards this? That's kind of fucking wild. In their most recent year, Churla jumped from 12 million to 34 million in government grants. Nice. However, this is probably from California, only 450K in federal grants. Government grant contributions, 33.9 million here in 2023. 2022 was 12.3 million. Damn, that is a huge fucking jump. Jesus Christ. Was that US aid funding, you think? Federal contract income, federal grants income, so they had zero contract. Largest funding agencies, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. These are their 2 federal grants, both completed, now moving on to PSL Web. And outward amounts. Description, Churla's application for the fiscal year 2021 Citizenship and Integration Grant Program, Citizenship Instruction and Naturalization Application Services. And this is fiscal year 2022, and they outlaid the 250,000, 57,800 of non-federal funding, and then 307,000 total funding. The group which printed the signs for protest, Party for Socialism and Liberation, is not a non-profit. They are a literal communist party. Finding financials is tricky, but this person did find a wiki reference to Answer Coalition. A Party for Socialism and Liberation is a claimed Marxist-Leninist political party in the United States, founded in June 2004 after a split from the Workers' World Party. Their platform is closely related to the broader Answer Coalition. The PSL has funded numerous movements within the Answer Coalition, including the movement to liberate Cuba from Statesian imperialism. The PSL held its first Congress in February 2010 in Los Angeles, California. Wow! What a surprise! Answer Coalition is mentioned on their Wikipedia page to have significant financial overlap. Act Now to Stop War and End Racism, also known as International Answer, and the Answer Coalition is a United States-based protest umbrella group consisting of many anti-war and civil rights organizations. Formed in the wake of the September 11th attacks, Answer has since helped organize many of the largest anti-war demonstrations in the United States. I mean, I definitely would be anti-war, but I am not pro-commie, so this is kind of fucking strange, man. J-Rock, thank you. Been at war with Mexico for 20 years. They chose the side of the Arab nations and have been a front for weapons distribution. Cartels in Mexico are pulling a reverse opium war against the United States. This is a support list. Giazo? I don't know what this is. Giazo is just a screenshot site. I don't know where this is from. I don't know where this is from. But the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, the like commie organization we were just looking at, this says that these are contributing government agencies. City of Falmdale, LA County Department of Consumer and Business, LA County Department of Arts and Culture, California Arts Council, California Governor's Office of Emergency SVC, Office of Planning and Research, CDSS Immigrant Services, California Department of Social Services, CDSS FF, I don't know what that is, Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, LA County, CDSS SG, I don't know what that is, and the Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to say take this list with a grain of salt because I don't know who it's from or where it's from. There's no source here. So this could just be someone wrote some shit in a Word document and posted it, so have no idea how real it is. Back to what I was reading. It is tough to find backings on either groups as they do not have a non-profit associated with them. Both claim to be funded entirely by members. However, I did find a New York Post article claiming that both are funded by billionaire socialist Neville Singer. I don't even know who that is. Both the PSL and Answer Coalition are connected to People's Forum, a Manhattan-based nonprofit which has ties to the Chinese Communist Party through funding from Singam 71. All three groups have been involved in anti-Israel protest, with the People's Forum having a cadre of operatives embedded at Columbia University, an epicenter of protest. Neville Roy Singham is an American businessman and social activist. He's the founder and former chairman of ThoughtWorks, an IT counseling company that provides custom software, software tools, and consulting services, which he sold to a private equity firm for $785 million in 2017. In 2019, Singham started a consulting business with partners who are active in the propaganda apparatus of the Chinese Communist Party and who co-own a company with a municipal government that promotes anti-poverty policies. A socialist and supporter of Maoism, according to the New York Times, Singham has provided significant funding for media outlets, organizations, and politicians around the world that promote pro-Chinese government propaganda. Singham's father, Archibald Singham, was Sri Lankan, while his mother was Cuban. In his youth, Singham was a member of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers, a black nationalist Maoist group, taking a job at Chrysler in Detroit in 1972 as an activist in the group. He attended Howard University before starting a consulting firm for equipment leasing companies from his Chicago home. What the fuck? I think it skipped this image for some reason. Suspected DC Jewish museum terrorist Elias Rodriguez has links to radical groups funded by socialist multimillionaire Neville Singham. What the fuck? If you're a socialist billionaire, you're in the ruling party's pocket? Yeah, 1,000%. Like, you can't be a billionaire and a socialist at the same time. You are for redistributing other people's money so you can keep your elite class. Ain't it weird how all of these eat the rich communists keep being funded by billionaires? It do be weird. Singham also financed the People's Forum, giving it over $20 million. All three Singham finance organizations were heavily involved in the Columbia protest. And we did read that screenshot. This one says... We read stuff from this a second ago. The People's Forum received more than $20 million in grants from Singham, much of it filtered through the Goldman Sachs Philanthropy Fund, a fiscal sponsor, as the Post previously reported. Another group, the Bronx Anti-War Coalition, is also connected to groups in Singham's orbit. The Bronx group applauded the members of the Israeli diplomats on X Thursday. What a weird thing to do. What Elias Rodriguez did is the highest expression of anti-Zionism, a tweet from the group proclaimed. Jesus Christ, man. The SEIU-CA president got arrested. This person researched the SEIU's financials, but they're mostly dues-backed. And it just says, a local union leader was hospitalized during a confrontation in response to immigration raids in downtown Los Angeles Friday. David Huerta, president of the Service Employees International Union California and SEIU, United Service Workers West, was injured during his arrest. Huerta was also tased. And then this moves on to other organizations. Million Voters Project was involved in promoting, here's the magical D word, democracy, on the MVP website. Democracy can't work for us until it includes us. You're here illegally. Get the fuck out. Million Voter Project. You get their funding from a variety of grants. No taxpayer funding. Who is Neville Singham? China-linked tech tycoon has a secret group of operatives at Columbia University. Who is buying the cinder blocks? That's also a good question. All this is quite hilarious when you realize that Israel has been sending U.S. military technology secrets to China for like 20 years. I know nothing about that. With good reason. There's been a lot of Antifa-backed judges ruining regular people's lives by condemning them for defending themselves. That's crazy, man. Damn, you thought you were a minute behind? No, we're up here, man. These riots implement a set of very specific tactics and theories which operate according to a theoretical foundation built by radical professors for the purpose of helping woke activists manipulate, create, and control the cultural narrative in order to get political wins. The worst thing that we can do right now is overreact. The entire point of these riots is to make the police, the mayor, and the other authorities overreact. They're absolutely 100% baiting the police and the Trump administration into overreacting. That's the play. I know this because the book that all of these tactics come from is called Beautiful Trouble, and one of the co-authors lived in this person's city. He used to run activism camps and make appearances at the university this person attended while they were there. He knows these people firsthand. Beautiful Trouble is a toolbox for revolution from the people who brought you Yes Men, Billionaires for Bush, assembled by Andrew Boyd. Generating momentum, activist training with Beautiful Trouble. The highlighted portion says, I recently got to experience firsthand Beautiful Trouble's usefulness at a training resource when I was invited to participate in Generating Momentum, a youth activist training camp organized by the Saskatchewan Council for International Cooperation, the SCIC, and the Regina Public Interest Research Group. I do not know what either of those are, but Saskatchewan sounds like Canada land. It appears rioters have started shooting. Yeah, we saw that. Co-author of Beautiful Trouble, Dave Mitchell, was the chief of staff to the leader of the leftist political party in Saskatchewan, while this person was working in the legislature for one of the government ministers. This person is telling us that they know exactly how these tactics are used. Mitchell was arrested in a protest at the Summit of the Americas in 2001, the same summit that was mentioned earlier, in which there were red, yellow, and green zones, saying from experience they're trying to force the Trump administration to overreact. And this is from 2001. A young man from Saskatoon has been formally charged in connection with the protest at the weekend Summit of the Americas. Ryan Maley says police charged him overnight, but the charge was late in French, and Maley is still checking the exact translation. As a result, he isn't sure what the specific charge is. Dave Mitchell of Moose Jaw and Jeff Ward from Regina were also arrested on the weekend. They are expected to be released sometime Monday. You can't win the battle here with a brutal crackdown, since that only gives the protesters what they want, a chance to look like underdogs being abused by police. Since this person knows the people who created the tactics, he's going to say the strategy to beat them. The first thing is to refuse to overreact. In the battle for optics, the team that looks worst loses, and the way the police lose is by overreacting. The second thing is to recognize that protests run on energy and momentum, so you need strategy to drain their momentum. The way to do this is twofold. First, begin by making arrests of only the worst and most violent offenders. The goal is to get the most dangerous people off the streets while highlighting the most violent elements of the protest. The second part is very important. By highlighting the worst offenders, you begin to build a narrative about how violent the protests are. Normal people don't like violence, and a steady stream of announcements about the arrests of violent protesters frames the protests are violent. I don't think you even really need to frame it, right? I mean, I guess you have to now that the news is trying to be like, these are just some kids having fun, burning cars and watching them burn. It's not violent. This will both decrease the political pressure to restore order, because people will want the arrest as proof the police are doing something without overreacting, while simultaneously framing the protests as violent and making it harder for the prosecutors to recruit normal people. Protesters to recruit normal people. I don't know why I read that as prosecutors. By the time you are finished arresting the worst protesters, the people will already be sick of the riots and disorder. Then you can begin arresting the rest of the violent people and the people who are engaged in non-violent obstruction of things like roads and bridges. People will have lost their patience for road blocking. People usually give road blockers a few hours or a day to make their point before they get sick of blocked roads. So then you can begin to arrest the road blockers while using exactly the following messaging. The right to free speech in America does not mean you can prevent ambulances and fire trucks from reaching the people that need them. Protesters have no right to make fire trucks sit in traffic while buildings burn, or make ambulances sit in traffic while people die. The problem with waiting for this to happen again is that this has already happened previously, that people died in ambulances because of these roadblocks that were happening during the Summer of Love. Gavin already had his restraining order shut down by a federal judge. What the fuck? You're amazed a real news reporter could unironically say that people having a good time watching cars burn is anything but wrong, right? The issue, it doesn't matter how violent they get, the narrative will not change because people are already split on the topic and the left will support any level of violence against the right. I agree with you. This framing makes the protesters look like they are taking the city hostage, which they are, and makes them look even worse in light of the violence that LA has seen. When you hit this stage, you'll begin to notice public opinion shift very quickly. Hell, once the people see the protests as violent and see the protesters are holding the city hostage, they will begin to turn against the protesters, and more importantly, the cause that the protesters support. Once that happens, the protests begin to backfire on the protesters. When protesters realize public opinion is turning against them, it will begin to destroy their energy and momentum, and the protests will begin to die out. At this point, we have to make sure that this never happens again. Here's how we do that, and what you do want to avoid is the January 6th mistake. The authorities charged people who were peacefully just for being there, and this made it look like the authorities were overreacting. What you want to do is start charging and convicting everyone involved in any violent attacks. The goal is to create a steady stream of convictions over the next couple of years so that the public sees a steady stream of protester convicted of assault stories in the news. 2 years of such stories will solidify the narrative that the protests were violent. 2 years? I don't know, man. That's a pretty long fucking time. I don't think people's attention spans go that long. I mean, it was definitely an interesting thread. I don't agree with everything that was stated here. And again, grain of salt, I don't know who this person is, but interesting. Confirmed the screenshot was legit. It was from the official California DOJ website. The organization Coalition for Human Immigrant Rights is confirmed funded by that list of government entities. God damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's fine to turn on the background music. Oh, I forgot that I had it off. I'm gonna constantly forget to turn it off or turn it on, depending as it were. And I had a couple of updates on our little pedophile guy from the riots the other night. If you didn't watch my riot stream, I'll give like a little mini recap of just the post that I put up here on Twitter. A little couple of posts here on Twitter. Let me turn off the BGM again, and I'll forget to turn it back on later. Don't worry about it.
I'm not even gay though.
Oh, me neither.
I'm just kidding. I am. That's fucking funny. You guys are cool, man. I want to adopt you guys as my little brothers.
Oh, dude.
How old are you? 19?
I'm 15.
Almost.
No way. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh.
It's okay though.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
15, but if you're 15?
Yeah.
I thought you guys were like 19, 20.
No, I wish.
How old are you? You're like
I'm 13.
13. Oh my gosh.
Can we?
How old are you?
I can't tell if they're lying or not! Spoiler, they were. They were lying about their ages.
Maybe we could like.
At least the first two, supposedly, were lying about their ages. The other kid behind them that says he was 13, I don't know if that one was lying. He genuinely looks 13.
Let's like hang out. Yeah, we're trying to do
Yeah.
something. We're trying to
What the fuck? I'll find out. Like,
What the fuck is happening?
I'll find some
Have you ever had
another
a three-way?
15-year-old for you guys, or 16.
No.
However
What the
old.
fuck?
We like older. We like older.
Yeah, I know, but I'm cute. But I'm cute, huh?
Your secret safe with us. Well, are we?
No
cute?
one would
Are
know,
we
no
cute?
one
They're live streaming! It's not a secret!
Get this guy's number. He's
Okay,
cool.
but they're watching from. They came to watch. Let's go talk.
Wait.
Let's go.
Is this what TikTok streamers are like? What the fuck am I witnessing?
Alright, sorry, but it is gay pride though.
Wait.
It is gay pride. It's fine. They're watching live grooming. What is happening? What is happening? So obviously you can tell that I am just jarred out of my mind that this guy is live grooming on the street. And we had like a good hour and a half of like this weird groomer content happening for the whole stream. I was like, obviously I'm not gonna post an hour and a half of like clips on Twitter. That'd be kind of fucking weird, right? That'd be kind of fucking strange, right? But some retard decided to quote retweet and say grooming is when being chill and being okay with someone younger than you and wanting to set them up with people their age. Damn crazy, I didn't know. Legit, all of my IRL homies are child groomers, apparently. Be so fucking for real, that is not grooming. And let me see if I can find it really quick here. Because a lot of people started dumping a lot of fucking logs on this guy. And I was not prepared for just how fucking brain damaged they were. Let me see if I can find them. Okay, so here's one. This is a collage of this person. It's a huge fucking collage of them saying crazy shit. Them being like, Lamau, lolicons, my work here is done, see ya. I'd rather be Drake's right-hand man than a lolicon. At least I'd be a pedo and rich in a place I'd like than just a sad incel. So unable to groom, they just claim fiction while using alt accounts to try and groom kids. What a strange take. At least I don't look at fictional images. I would be rich and actually molesting kids. What a fucking strange thing to say. What a strange thing to say. I don't know, there's a following list here. I don't know what this is supposed to mean because I'm not that terminally online. I don't know Twitter accounts. This says, the guy defending the groomer said, he never bought at anything. Y'all just say whatever one of your tweets pop off because you're mad. And the other guy said, shut the fuck up. You watch child gore for a hobby. And the groomer defender said, y'all keep reminding me that I do that. Like this is some kind of gotcha. Someone else said, it kind of is actually. Why the fuck do you do that? And the groomer defender said, it's oddly soothing to me. It's oddly soothing to this guy to watch child gore. Down here, this white screenshot, someone said, people respect honesty, that's a fact. Someone else said only pedophiles respect other pedos, honestly, that's a fact. And the Maniac the Crimson God guy said, fucking, that's subjective. Brother, what is this? We got Sleepy Joe here said, by the way, bitch, isn't that extremely hard to find? How are you able to see kids being murdered or dying? You probably had to actually go in between actual CSEM material to trudge towards watching kids dying. I think you've had more exposure to pedophilia than any of us have. And the Groomer Defender said, both are really easy to find if you know where to look. Y'all have no clue how many times I've needed to send anonymous tips about websites. It's concerning, really. Somehow I don't believe this man is sending anonymous tips. And he goes on to say, I literally look at gore of kids being murdered sometimes because I cannot fucking stand them that much. And I need to get myself less pissed when dealing with them somehow. And I'm the pedo. I like how there's a fucking result of IQ test down here and he got a 95. I feel like that's a little high. I feel like the 95 is a little high for this guy. Holy shit. Another tweet from the Groomer Defender said, actually, I think pedophiles deserve any bad things that they want through done to them, again, 1,000 times worse. Yeah, you know, I would agree with that, but it seems like you're the one seeking out weird fucking child material, man. Actually. Let's see. Let's see what else was posted here. You crying because you got... I don't know who this guy is in this video. This video's gotten posted like a million fucking times. I don't know if people are trying to imply that this is the Cryarch guy, or if it's... I don't know. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I don't know what that has to do with anything here. Well, yeah, man, it's totally normal for a 20 or 30-year-old person to be chill with a 13 to 15-year-old. Honestly, how do you type that drivel out and think there's nothing wrong with it? I'm gonna correct punished poop here. That gay groomer guy in the video from the riots, he said he was 52. So it's not even 20 to 30. He said he was 52. And the Groomer Defender said, I literally know people IRL who hang out with people double their age. And I know damn well it's not any form of grooming. They see him as a bigger brother they never had, like the fucking dude in the video. Tell me you're hyper paranoid about friendships without saying it. You mean the dude hitting on minors? He did not hit on them a single time. You mean even when they mentioned a threesome and he said he can bring in another kid their age for them? You mean even that? Why was he winking at them when he kept saying, we won't do anything? It goes even further in the full video. Yeah, it's worse in the full video. It gets worse. Straight into the pit. Even the kids thought the guy was a predator. Yeah, like, it's just obviously fucking creepy, man. Obviously fucking creepy. Let's see if there was anything else here before I go into my second tweet. Looking at everything y'all are saying, nobody waters down pedophilia like lolicons do. Why is it their go-to thing to call everyone a lolicon? Like, I've even been called a lolicon when I have resoundingly said I don't like that stuff. It's like, it's the reason I stopped playing Blue Archive, man. I was like, I don't give a shit if you play Blue Archive. You can play it. It's not real. It's fiction. But I feel weird playing a game where there are underage children students hitting on me and calling me master and wanting me to go out on dates with them. I just don't want to play that game, man. The left sees lolicon as the new Satan. Like, it's weird as fuck. It's weird as fuck. What's this? More than ever, lolicons are proving that they're pedophiles. Lick clockwork. Like, he can't even spell right, man. This is the right-hand man tweet again. It's fucking real weird thing to say, brother. Diagnosed bipolar. #1 anime hater. Anti-lolicon. Oh, God, it keeps happening. It keeps happening. I wish Rev was around for the your likes are public thing, because I'm sure this guy has some crazy shit in his likes. But, I saw this. And I was like, damn, that's fucking weird. You would defend an obvious groomer out on the streets. So I said, imagine going online and defending a guy who's hitting on people who told them they were 15 years old and 13 years old. Need a hard drive check on this fucking Cryarch guy. Holy fuck. Let me play this.
We're here for the cops.
Should I be honest now?
What's
not
honest?
Not on Facebook Live. You guys.
Yeah, notice how he said not on Facebook Live. The groomer guy closed his stream, didn't know that these other guys were streaming, and he's like, yeah, now that I closed my stream, can I be honest now?
We're here for the cops.
Should I be honest now?
What's
not
honest?
Not on Facebook Live. You guys are so cute. I mean, but you guys could be like my sons or my grandsons. Or what?
This guy needs to shut the fuck up! What is he doing?
But now I feel bad for saying that because I'm like
Hey, it's okay, it's
I'm like
okay.
4 times your age. But I'm not trying to hit on you.
Oh, okay.
I'm not trying to hit on you. You're just like real cute. You could be my sons. I'm 4 times your age, but I'm not hitting on you, by the way.
Come on, this way, son.
Okay, wait, they're getting mad at us. Wait, stop.
Get the fuck off this corner!
Wait, my bad. Oh, is this your turf? Is this your turf?
Oh, there's gang wars between the illegals and the gays.
No, we don't have to worry. The cops are right here. Hey, I don't want no trouble.
Wait, what's the serious situation, bandana lady?
The serious situation was like prior to this. They made one of the kick streamer kids made a joke about how he's illegal and from Mexico, and I guess the lady overheard them and thought that they were making light of a serious situation. You know, no fun allowed at the violent protest. By the way.
Dude, this is the weirdest Alien versus Predator movie I've ever watched.
We're here for the cops. Should I be honest now?
And it keeps going. Like there's even more of this. And the only time the weird groomer guy disengaged from them was when he realized that the camera guy was some black dude, and at some point he like turned the camera around and I was like, this camera guy is a fucking spirit animal of mine, because his face reflected what my face looked like, because this groomer guy just kept fucking going. And when he realized, like when the black camera guy turned the phone around and he saw like the chat and he realized that they were live streaming, that was the only time he disengaged from them. Like then they kept going on like, oh well, we did get his number, you know, like we could screw with him some more, and it's like, no, please do not try to catch a predator. This guy, this is an actual dangerous person. Please just report him to the police. And there was this video that I got linked. Someone said that the groomer guy showed up again in this video.
Sanctuary city.
It's a sanctuary city. I was part of the movement in Pomona, California to become one of the first sanctuary cities of the United States. But all it means is that we're not supposed to enforce immigration, and the police are not supposed to cooperate with ICE. We're supposed to make sure that our community and our hard workers and our children and our families are safe.
Makes me feel like shit.
Even in this interview, he couldn't help but mention the children. Like, how are you gonna take this guy fucking seriously talking about setting up sanctuary cities and protecting the kids when he's out here on the street hitting on people that he thinks are 15 and 13 years old? Holy shit, get him the fuck out.
I don't know why we're living in a police state in my city. Everybody's affected by this. They could come for you next.
I wish they would find missing kids the same amount they will go after immigrants and everything. The fact
I mean, I bet if you talk to that other guy we were seeing a second ago, you can find some of those missing kids.
that there's still missing kids being sex trafficked, human trafficking, but yet they don't give the same energy to these immigrants.
And you go after the criminals, man, the real criminals, not the innocent, hardworking people, man. No criminals.
You're not innocent, hardworking people. If you're here illegally, you are a criminal. You have to get the fuck out. You have to go back. Fuck off. We're full.
At Home Depot? Yeah. Just hardworking people out there.
I'm scared for my family. I'm scared for other people's families. This shit isn't fair. You guys were our brothers and our sisters. What the fuck happened?
No one's a criminal.
If you came here illegally, we're not your brothers and sisters, and you definitely don't belong here, and it is fair. You get the same exact fairness as when you broke the law coming into our country.
On stolen land
Hispanic. They're all Hispanic. So what did their parents have to do to sacrifice for them to do with that?
What happened to being a fucking kid, growing up, thinking it would be fucking good, and then you fucking grow up and you fucking represent the opposition? Fucking represent the people that hate us? You're my fucking neighbor. You're my friend. Why? Why do you do this? Leave the fucking uniform and work for people. For human beings. You know this is wrong, Miranda. You know this is wrong. Get another job. Please.
Mods? Oh shit. I don't know what I just did.
We need you here.
I don't know what I just did. There we go.
You
I was
said
trying
you
to
would-
pause it. No, the groomer's coming back. I informed my mods that I know that there are oppression olive things about to happen in this video. Oh, sorry. Mods actually just fucked me. Now that I said I know the oppression olive things are happening, I can no longer play it. My plan was to disavow them as they came up, which is what I already said I was going to do. But now that I said that I know that it happens because people were spamming in my chat, I can no longer play it. So I'm gonna have to be very careful about when I end this. I'm sorry, mods, you have fucked me on this day. You must whip yourselves 10 times below the crosses.
Please, I implore you!
Mayor Karen Bass, we need you here!
This is the groomer again, now invoking Mayor Karen Bass, the person who should be fucking completely stripped of her power.
Oh, please, I implore you!
Mayor Karen Bass, we need you here! You said you would be with your people. We are your people. I'm a native Angelino, and they are threatening us. They are terrorizing our community. Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor?
You gotta. Okay, I can't let this play anymore. Mods have ruined our fun time, so you can get mad at the Jannies now. But yeah, him saying he's a native Angelino with that accent, ain't no way. Ain't no way, brother. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Olive does what Olive does. There wouldn't have been no Olive. I had the plan. I knew what was going on. Letting migrants do the lowest level work is double dipping because we use migrants to fill in engineer, bridge builder, doctor, scientist positions. What the fuck are you talking about? Did someone in chat say the Predator was a school teacher? In the full like stream segment when we found him on Kick, when we were watching the riots, he did say he was a former school teacher. How much of him is lying is unbeknownst to me, but since he is very clearly a predator and also most likely here illegally, I doubt he's a native Angelino. I don't really believe much of what he's saying, but it's very clear that he was completely okay hitting on 15 and 13-year-olds. Bro, they destroyed the Kobe mural. What the fuck? He was a teacher. He's now in your rogue gallery. Probably, dude. Fucking probably. He said that his students were in their mid-30s now. Yeah, so it's been a while since he had been a teacher. Hopefully he's no longer a teacher. Very obviously that he's feeling prison or fleeing prison in Mexico. I hope so. Legal immigrants are being brought in to do the engineer doctor jobs, most from India, separate problem. The H-1B problem is completely separate from the illegal immigration problem. Completely separate. Zachary Rollick, thank you. Deport the mods back to Janistan. True and real. True and real. What is this 2,880 minute wait for Kick Chat? I don't know. Ask the mods. I don't know what they do while I'm live. I'm just the streamer. You forgot you're like 5 minutes behind? Oh my god. Yeah, this whole fucking video is just wild though. This whole fucking inside LA's anti-ice riots. I didn't watch the whole thing. I only watched the parts like where the groomer guy were and then like a little bit after his second appearance. So I don't think he shows up again, but after his second appearance there's quite a lot of slurs, which it would have been really fun to watch. Could I at least post the video? Yeah, I can post the video link. I'm sorry we got interrupted. I'm sorry, chat. I was really excited to watch this too, especially because my throat fucking hurts, dude. I was gonna be quiet for a minute. Maybe mod's okay. Sweep it up, Jenny! I think the issue with immigration is that America is not a place for freeloaders. The immigrants that want to come and work, fine. The ones living on government bennies can leave. I mean, yeah, absolutely. And also, like, if people spent the time and money to go through the legal process, like, there's no issue with that. Like, they wanted to come to the US. They wanted to be an American. They wanted to, like, be a part of the country. They should absolutely be allowed to. Damn, USA is on fire now. It is. It is on fire, unfortunately. And then, let's see. I just thought it was really funny that Predator guy got picked up in another video where he's just, like, hardcore trying to defend and invoking Mayor Bass, dude. Holy shit. I can only show the shortened version of this clip on Twitch because I cannot watch people die, obviously. But in Las Vegas, there was a shooting, and at first I wasn't too interested in the shooting, but apparently the shooting was between content creators, and I was like, God damn, what the fuck? So it says, breaking video shows the moment shots are fired in front of the Bellagio fountains in Las Vegas, Nevada. So let's go in here. You can see that guy brings out a gun. And then the camera drops. So it doesn't show who got shot, thankfully. But unfortunately, 2 people did end up dying in this incident. Las Vegas MPD confirmed that the suspect has turned himself in and that there's no active threat to the public. The shooting stemmed from an isolated dispute and both victims were declared deceased on the scene. This says from the LVMPD, through the course of the investigation, detectives identified 41-year-old Manuel Ruiz as the suspect in this case. On June 9th, 2025, Ruiz walked into a Henderson police station and turned himself in. He was taken into custody and will be booked into the Clark County Detention Center for 2 counts of open murder with a deadly weapon. The original press release before he was arrested was on June 8th, 2025 at approximately 10:40 p.m. LVMPD officers were on routine patrol in the 3600 block of South Las Vegas Boulevard when they heard gunfire coming from the west side of the street. The officers immediately ran toward the area where the gunfire was heard and located 2 individuals suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Medical personnel arrived and the 2 victims were pronounced deceased at the scene. This is an ongoing investigation being led by the LVMPD homicide section, and the identification of the victims as well as the cause and manner of death can be obtained through the Clark County Coroner's Office. Heckin' the Austrian femboy. Hold on, wait a minute. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, dude. Thank you. Thank you. It could have been worse. It could have been closed murder. This fucking guy. The YouTube beef thing, side scrollers covered it today. Yeah, I had no idea that this was a thing. There's another post here that says, a social media beef turns into murder when Manny Wise shoots fellow YouTuber Finny the Legend and his wife right in the middle of the Vegas Strip in front of the Bellagio while Finny was live streaming. I don't know who either of these people are or why this happened. I have a post from the New York Times, but this links another thing. I guess I'll click on Black Sports Online and I'll see what information we have between the 2 articles. According to NBC News, is my background music on? It's not. I'm so smart. According to NBC News, 2 people were shot and killed Sunday night outside the Bellagio Hotel and Casino on the Las Vegas Strip. The authorities have not yet confirmed the identity of the victims, but according to numerous social media accounts, YouTuber Finny the Legend and his wife Bubbly were shot and killed. Can we find out who Finny the Legend was? This is just clash of YouTubers. Who is Finny the Legend? Finny the Legend. Okay, alright. Okay, I'm opening his YouTube. He has 5.74k subscribers. Oh, papi culo! I know that word. Okay, so it looks like papi culo was live with Finny. It was a former SCF message to Panny. SCF parents and Panny ends no drinking. I don't know what this. I'm trying to get like a feel for what his content was. A shout out Oog Pep. I'm not really sure what's happening. They told my 1-year-old grandson it's time to open presents. He got hyped up. Past live streams. Oh, fuck. Stream 2 days ago. Oh, fuck. That's probably the stream. Gangsta-ish? I don't know. There's a video. What kind of content does he do? 98-inch on smart TV, Roku TV on... That's huge. That's a huge TV. Sin City family finally accepted me into the family. Oh, these are like 1 year ago. Oh, so he didn't even make videos that often. Maybe he was just a live streamer. Vegas lunch, Finny, I'm here. Live meet and greet Canelo Alvarez in Arizona at my grocery store. Is that a sports ball guy? I don't know who that is. And there's like juggalos in this one. Who is the cyberbully? Penny, Tragic, or Finny? I don't know what I'm reading. Sucker Punch Jojo, is that a felony? Or maybe he just did like current pop culture event stuff. That's kind of what it sounds like. A current pop culture coverage maybe would appear. Dragon Lord, thank you for the 14-month member. Metal Murderer, thank you. Does this count as... No, chat! Alright, back to this. Finny the Legend's YouTube channel featured a broadcast of the horrifying event. The heartbreaking scene where the man approaches the pair and starts shooting is captured in the since-deleted footage. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department stated in a statement that they believe we have the suspect identified. According to the site, even though the shooter's identity has not yet been formally disclosed. The culprit was identified as Sin City Mannywise, the owner of a well-known YouTube channel, Sin City Family. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, he just said, where's the Joker video? Where's the Joker video? 1 year ago, Sin City Family finally accepted me into the family. So, if Sin City Mannywise was the owner of the YouTube channel Sin City Family, and Finny got accepted into the family a year ago, this was like a family feud. This was like a backstabbing, man. This was like a backstabbing. I'm gonna watch this video.
What up, YouTube? Happy Tuesday. My fault. My day's all jacked up, but
yeah, happy Taco
video.
Tuesday, motherfucker.
Woke up this morning. Shout out Sin City Family. They got our last 2 videos taken down. It don't matter. We're gonna keep doing it.
Oh, never mind. It was a feud. It wasn't a backstabbing. I guess the Sin City Family has been fucking feuding with him for ages. That's kind of sad.
But I do need y'all help this time. Just one time for your boy. I never ask y'all for nothing. I never do. I never ask y'all to subscribe, nothing. But this time I'm gonna ask y'all, can y'all subscribe to the new channel? Sin City Finny on YouTube. I'm a part of the family now. I'm the Black Stab child. Manny accepted me in. So I need y'all to go over there, subscribe to that channel. I'm gonna put the link in the description. I need y'all to go subscribe, get that one up, because just in case this one gets taken down, we got another avenue that we can still talk to the people.
True.
So yeah, can y'all please go subscribe to that channel? Manny got the other videos taken down. I didn't do it. Sin City Family did it. But one thing they did is they accepted me into the family. I'm the Black Stepchild now. So go subscribe to Finny.
That's actually, I did get clickbaited, but that's a really funny tactic. Like if someone is like fuck hating your guts and trying to get your videos taken down, just being like, yeah, I'm part of the content creation circle now, brother. I'm the fucking Black Stepchild. What up? That's gonna piss them off so fucking much. Oh my god, you like this guy? I know, that's sad. He's funny.
Sin City Finny. I'll put the description in the link. Shout out to Sin City Family. We're gonna stream tonight. I got a couple videos of Manny cheating. I know that's crossing the line, crossing the bro code, but hey. He started it. He crossed the line first. So yeah, we got some videos. We're gonna go live tonight. Come on, y'all. When I go check that thing, let me see. I got some subscribers over there, man. So we could keep this going. Y'all say y'all like it. So go subscribe to Sin City Finny. Get those subscribers up over there, and let's see.
That's so sad, man. Now I gotta go find the fucking Sin City Family thing. Not his second channel, but the Sin City Mannywise. Let's fucking find that. Oh man, this is just everyone covering the shooting. But this might actually be a good video to watch. Hold on, I'll bring that one up because I'm sure some of these other YouTubers like know these people far better than I do. But I want to find the Sin City Manny channel, Sin City Mannywise YouTube. Let's see here. Oh, I found it. Oh, this page is... Oh, they took down his YouTube page already. Okay. All right, but it looked like Sin City Mannywise had 14K followers. Damn. Tiny YouTuber drama's going fucking wild now if they're shooting each other over this shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, no, they deleted his YouTube channel already, though. Yeah, Sin City Manny is the killer. And that funny black Family Guy dude we were just watching, he is, unfortunately, him and his wife are both dead now. Charminator, thank you for the member, dude. It was Sin City Family, you think, for the channel? Yeah, no, I didn't look up Sin City Family. Or Sin City Fanny? It wasn't Family, it was something else. But no, I was looking up Mannywise's channel, and they've already taken down Mannywise's channel. The victim and the suspect had previously engaged in some sort of conflict using a variety of social media platforms, the police noted. However, Manny's channel was taken down by YouTube on Monday because it violated our community guidelines. Well, you know, I looked it up still, so... Whatever happened to I ain't gonna kill you, I'm just gonna shake the shit out of you.
Oh my god.
YouTube, you idiots, I know!
I'm loving this. Ah, thank you, Gravedigger, for the 10,000 dick biddies. That's a lot of dicks. That's a lot of dicks. Thank you. Multi-stream with the Himbo veteran farmer. Check out this guy on the web after Fox Who News stream on Ramble. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who these people are. I'll have to look later. Didn't YouTube recently say they're gonna make moderation less shitty? I was like, I can understand wanting to take down someone's YouTube channel after they have been, you know, caught murdering people. But I think it would be nice to, I guess, have more information on these people before everything is DFE'd, dude. Isn't that technically interfering with an investigation? Well, no, because the police will still have it. The police would still have it. Finney's YouTube channel is still active in the interim. The recording of the deadly shot, however, has been removed. His most recent video on his 3.44k subscriber channel is a 2-hour live stream called Live Fremont Street Experience. Finney is winning. Here we go. Flip the page for the video of the shooting. Viewer discretion is advised. And I'm just going to see if this is the same one that they have on Twitter. It is the Twitter one. And it is a very unfortunate thing to have seen happen. The other article that I had pulled up was New York Times. 2 killed in shooting on Las Vegas Strip. The police with the gunman who turned himself in and the victims had previously engaged in conflict over social media. Shooting was captured on video. Please don't fucking do this, man. Like, I cannot imagine. I have no idea what their drama was or what their beef was or whatever the fuck they were fighting over as YouTubers. But, like, there's zero fucking reason for it to escalate into this kind of shit. Like, you should not be bringing any sort of, like, weird drama content feud into real life. And, like, how did this other YouTuber even know where this guy was gonna be? Like, that feels like some fucking stalking behavior to me. Like, that's really fucking creepy that this other YouTuber came out and, like, wanted to kill this dude and his wife. Like, that. Anna's lucky. Kirsche is so forgiving. My forgiveness does not come easy, but I will try and forget who you are. Some guy is clowning on you and your response is to shoot them. You have lost. Oh yeah, fucking 1,000%. A man shot and killed 2 people on Sunday night on the Las Vegas Strip near the fountains outside the Bellagio Hotel, in an attack that was apparently related to a history of conflict over social media. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said in a statement that the man, Manuel Ruiz, 41, turned himself in on Monday and would be charged with 2 counts of murder. The shooting, captured on video, was an isolated episode, the police added. I was like, that's just, like, I'm getting kind of angry, right? Because, like, imagine going out and shooting a husband and a wife, a mother and a father, now, like, basically completely taking away the family structure from their children over some fucking YouTube beef, dude. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, this person is fucked up. And, like, I have very little faith in the justice system, so I doubt he's gonna serve as much time as he should. But I hope that he fucking does. Does Las Vegas have the death penalty? Because, like, you know, we fucking should see that. Is Manuel Louis here illegally? I have no idea. That would be really funny if he was able to set up a YouTube channel and maintain covert illegal status. He should get the death penalty 100%. I'd be for that if Vegas has it. I'd be for that. Are they even big YouTubers? No. The Family Guy who got shot had like 3.4k subscribers at the time, and then the shooter had like 14k. Like, not that, like, oh yeah, once you get over 100,000 subscribers, you can shoot people in your YouTube feud. Like, no, not even. But it's just like this guy is just fucking warped, dude. Las Vegas does have capital. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm angry, dude. This guy just destroyed a fucking family over what? What is even the beef? What could he have even, like, convinced himself what it was okay to do this for? Jesus Christ. Under Sheriff Andrew Walsh said at a news briefing that the conflict had taken place over a variety of social media platforms. He gave no further details about the nature of the disagreements. The shooting happened at around 10:40 p.m. on Las Vegas Boulevard, close to the Bellagio Resort and Casino. Footage circulating online and verified by Storyful. That's the fucking website that tried extorting me! When there was a chemical fire in Georgia, I tried reporting on it and I tried looking for a video of the fire. And when I looked it up, there was a chemical fire like 2 years ago, and that was the first video that came up by Storyful.
And so they copyrighted my entire stream, my entire 8-hour fucking stream, because I played that video that wasn't even the correct footage in the first place. And I hit them up like, hey guys, I used the wrong footage. I didn't mean to. Can I have access to my VOD back so I can cut out the content? Like I'll remove it entirely. You know, I'm sorry that like I had your content in there. I'll remove it. I just can't access my VOD until you guys release the claim. And they were like, no, if you want to access your VOD, you're going to have to pay us. And it's $500 for a minor license, but you can pay less money if you want to have a license for more of our content. I was so fucking mad. This is news to me. No, it's not news to you. I told you about this 3 times, Ziz. Shows a man peering into the camera while crowds of people pass by on the sidewalk in the background. Suddenly, another man in a cap and sunglasses opens fire as a woman tries to intervene. Pedestrians run for cover or fall to the ground, and about 7 gunshots can be heard on the video. Officers patrolling the area heard gunshots and found the 2 people suffering from apparent gunshot wounds, the police said. This is news for me for the 3rd time because you're retarded. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I even mentioned like talking to Alana about Storyful. She might have commented on one of the Twitter posts I made. This is so dumb. Can you not report that to YouTube that they're pulling illegal bullshit? They are the owners of the video, so they are, I'm pretty sure, allowed to engage in that kind of blackmail since they do own it. It's really shitty of them, and I will tell everyone to avoid using anything from Storyful, but I don't think it's illegal since they own it. Officers patrolling the area heard gunshots and found the 2 people suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Medical workers arrived shortly afterwards, and the 2 victims died at the scene, the police said. On Tuesday, a spokeswoman for Clark County, Nevada, which includes Las Vegas, identified the victims as Tanisha Finley and Rodney Finley. Both died from multiple gunshot wounds. I hate the YouTuber who did this. And then I brought up this video. Because the Charm Whisper, let's get into part 2 of this video, breaking down the background of the Sin City feud. So there is a part 1, but this one is breaking down the background, which is what I want. Give me the background. Give me the info about why this guy shot this fucking mother and father.
Like, this is just gonna be like a fine tap in the wrist, you know what I mean? It'll be quick, you know? And as far as like Fremont will have to understand that in this case, it was not like it was not an attack, like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. They gotta see the big picture. But anyways, and guys, I ain't gonna blame nobody. I ain't gonna blame my best friend for it. I'll go and do my time, or whatever it is, I'll take care of it, you know?
All right, let's get into part 2 of this video. Breaking down the background of the Sin City feud that's had the YouTube streets buzzing.
This
Based
sounds
on what
like
I
an
found,
AI
this whole
voice.
beef actually started offline in real life before it ever made its way to social media. So here's what happened. Finny the Legend and his wife, known online as Bubbly, were in Las Vegas. While they were casually streaming and recording their trip, they happened to pass by a street performance. And that's where they encountered Sin City Mannywise, who's known for performing in costume along the strip.
Okay, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't true. Hold on. I feel like this isn't true, right? Because we saw that video from a year ago about them beefing online. So this is just incorrect. This is not a correct video. I already know more information than the man making this video, and I only learned about these people this morning. AI generated content is AI. Yeah, okay. I gotta look for a different video on this, okay? Has the whole YouTube street bussin'. There are a couple of other videos, so let me try this one. Wait, no, this is the same guy. This is the same fucking AI bullshit we were just watching. Okay, maybe there's a different one. What about this one? Real reason Sin City Manny killed Finny the Legend and his wife, receipts and footage. Surely this one isn't an AI video. Surely Mr. What's this guy's fucking name? Surely Mr. I Smoke Hip Hop Live will not steer us wrong. Or are they gonna play the beginning of the shooting again? Did they put fucking emotional, scary music here? Because at the fucking hotel, Rock the Casbah was playing when they got shot. Did they remove Rock the Casbah because of copyright and then put in like emotional manipulative music? They could have just left it alone. They didn't need to put in music, man. God, I fucking hate YouTubers. So they took out Rock the Casbah, but they left in whatever this is. That is also probably DMCA. Hold on, wait a minute. Trash intro. Bring out the powerful truth angels.
Now, YouTube family, I'm going to give you the complete story on why the content creator Finny the Legend was killed by Sin City.
We're just gonna have a stimulation overload. All of the noises all at once, chat.
Slava Fox Ukraini, glory to the Tsarina.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Motherfucking butter doggos here, man. I'm trying to look for who sent the butter dog. I'm trying to look for the name of the one who butters dogs. Help, mods. Gonna chalk up your hatred of this video to cultural differences. What the fuck? Victoria Orphan! I'm glad you made it out of the mines to butter the dog. Thank you. Thank you for the butter dog, Victoria Orphan. The butter dog matched the narrative. Jesus Christ.
In Vegas, please hit the like button, subscribe, and share this video.
Annoying people with scooter.
Breakdown on everything that happened. No alleged, nothing like that. Hit the like button. Now I'm going to give you video.
I'm ready to be educated.
Manny and Finny the Great were briefing for like almost 2 years now. I only knew a little bit about Finny the Great when he went to my platform a couple of times, but Sin City Manning, I heard people tell me about him, how he's not to be trusted. Now there's a lot involved, from pepper sprays to striking videos.
What the fuck?
Let's listen to Finny the Legend explain to us on how his wife got pepper sprayed by Sin City Manning himself.
What the fuck?
Those guys in the Vegas community. So let me tell y'all what's going on.
What a fucking cuck. Imagine pepper spraying a woman's.
Facts, James Cash. So originally everybody want to know, like, how did I even know Manny? Like, why did we cross paths to even get mates? And like I said on the previous video, my wife was all the way wrong. So
I can't tell if the YouTuber I'm watching is the one that put in this weird background track, or if the weird background track is from Finny's video. But like, if it's not from Finny's video, please stop putting that stuff in. I'm begging you.
Don't keep saying it no more. She was wrong for going up to do it. We land on ours. We take ours over the chin. We was wrong for that. But this pepper spray, I mean, I don't think that fit the. I don't think that fit the.
What the fuck was that?
I don't think that fit the.
Oh, this guy is just like putting plugs randomly in the video, like it's some sort of subversive programming in commercials from the 60s. What the fuck is happening?
I don't think that fit what she did to him. So what I was doing is I was sitting around thinking, because I'm not on here every day. Like, and if I am on here every day, I'm not always in this community. This community, like the people that do Vegas streams, they fight over about 10K views every night.
What?
So amongst all the streamers that go out there on Vegas, there's about 10K. So.
What?
Excuse me. Pepper spray is a calorie.
Ew!
So, not to say that that's a small market. 10K is a big market, but if you look around YouTube, I mean, I could just tell you what I watch. Like, I watch Catfish.
Wait, that's not a smoke alarm. No, that's not a smoke alarm chirp. That was like a conscious choice being put into this video.
Channels.
So for some clarification, Finny the Legend is going to explain how Sin City Manning is his rival, and it's normal for content creators of Norm to have rivals like this.
Is it normal to have rivals like that? Do I have a rival? I don't have anyone that I like constantly beef with. I have people who try to start shit with me to like farm views, and I just ignore them until years later when I get sick of their shit and I'm like, please just go away. Anal violence? Well, I mean, if anal violence was a real rival, they would have to be like a real human being first, and I hesitate to call them that.
They fight over, all YouTubers do the same thing. The catfishing channels, they got rivals, and they fight over views also. I watch the 2K, I watch NBA 2K. The 2K viewers, they fight over views, they fight amongst each other. All the little communities fight amongst each other. I say that to say, this is the Vegas community. So of course, a lot of people, they cut the cable, they cut the cord, they cut the cable. So now they come to YouTube every day. This is free. You can come.
I have no idea what's going on. Is this normal? Maybe this is something I should ask Nux, right? Because like Nux has been a YouTuber for ages. Be like, hello, sir. Is it normal to have like weird YouTuber beefs that extend for years like this? Tiny Primal. I was like, I don't know, man. Watch too much Dragon Ball. I don't know. Maybe I could like start some beef with Fillion. Be like, Fillion, your shirt needs to be bleached. Fuck you.
On YouTube for free. So now a lot of these people watch Manny every day. So now they're his YouTube. I mean, he's their celebrity. He's their VH1. He's substitute for that. If you watch,
brother, he has 14K subscribers. He's no one's celebrity. I don't understand.
Every day you start feeling like that's your family. So I say that again to try to get this all and make it a point. So I say that because let me backfire.
So as things started trickling down from the pepper spray, Sin City Manning was also alleged to have said calling Finney's wife Job several times to get her fired unprovoked.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, he murdered them, so he's already a piece of shit. But if he was like trying to do life ruination even before that, like he was just decisively a piece of shit. You don't call someone's place of work to get her fired. Get her fired for even fucking what? You shit cunt.
And a situation happened on Fairmont November 7th, 2023, when she got pepper sprayed by Sin City Manning also. Now, this gave many ammunition for Finney the Great to continue pursue your
well, like, what I'm even confused about is, like, why did the shooter... All right, their names are difficult for me to remember because they're so close to each other. But, like, why did the Sin City shooter guy... If he had beef with Manny or Fanny, I can't remember his name. If he had beef with the black guy, why was he attacking his wife? Why was he pepper spraying the wife? Why was he trying to get the wife fired from her job? Like, this is beta male bitch behavior. If you have beef with a man and you go after his wife, that is like, Lord, like even the most effeminate of the gays would have more respect for women than this guy does.
Boy Manning, and that's where things went left, because they would relentlessly make fun of him, such as things like the mole. Now, Manning, Sin City Manning that is, had a noticeable mole on his shoulders, which would get Manning more enraged because Finney the Great and his crew, who are also a group of people who hate Manning as well, would say this about the mole.
Come up and I'll be smiling hard, man, and then they go clicking like, dang, what's this dude smiling so hard about? Then they come in and they hear me say, man, he's a punk bitch, he eats ass, he sucks dick, all that shit, and then they figure out like, dang, I didn't know he did all that.
I feel like this is very tame for what you can say to someone who has tried to get your wife fired from her job. Like, I don't know if the pepper spray occurred at this point or not, but this is after at least trying to get his wife fired. Like, this Manny guy has such fragile ego if he can't even handle being made fun of for a fucking mole after what he's done to these people. Jesus Christ.
Smile on his face, he had a story to tell. So yeah, when they go and click Sin City Family, shout out to you promoting us out there. They gonna find our channel. Because man, you've done the test. Hey, what is that on his elbow? What is that?
What is that, a booger? Like, what the shit is that?
Looks like some old burnt hamburger, man.
Looks like a mole. He been picking at it.
Ew!
I said, yeah, that's why you don't wash it. So you don't wash your ass. Pause.
What is going on? I don't know. We went from his hamburger mold to he don't wash his ass.
Now, if you guys don't know, a lot of the people who venture and watch Finny the Legend YouTube's channel are a lot of people who had a fallout with Sin City Manning. So therefore, when these people are live stream, majority of the content is talking about Sin City Manning. So right here.
Okay, well, I mean, like, even if you don't like someone, it becomes weird if, like, the majority of your content is talking about them, right? Like, if you're in the middle of a beef, it makes sense to, like, go through and be like, hey, yo, this guy's a piece of shit. Check out what he did, right? But it's like, if your content day in, day out, week after week is just about that person, like, I hope that's not the case.
To allege that he is a racist who doesn't like black folks and...
Finny's no better. He's punching down. The Manny guy had 14K subs and Finny had, like, 3.4K. So even if you're going by the, like, don't punch down logic that those freaks have, he wasn't punching down, he was punching up.
He goes out his way to spew negative connotation towards black people. And you can see here how everybody on the stream occasionally continues to batter away towards Manning. No matter how the situation gets, it's always a topic about Manning for conversation.
Oh, so was there like a race war happening? There's a fucking weird low subscriber race war happening on YouTube. What is going on?
Like Sin City Manning on Finny the Great with the Legends channel, he's going to expose how Manning occasionally wear women dress.
We're talking about the one that likes to dress like a girl.
Chad, why is it always those people? Every fucking time! Holy shit!
How Manning occasionally wear women dress.
We're talking about the one that likes to dress like a girl too. What's his name? You know, he might make you a good sign for you, Finny. Right there in the background where you at? Bam! It's gonna fit perfect. That's our guy right there. Go on this channel, Finny. See them signs. That one fit right there in the back. Make that little fake clown back there. That wannabe buff guy. They're about probably my size, about 5'1", 5'2". Think he's doing something? He's not doing nothing. Trust me. He's not doing nothing over there, Mega. He's fooling himself. That's all he's fucking doing, dog.
Now, for whatever reason, Sin City Manning is always accused of behaving mysterious.
I was really hoping they were going to put up the pictures, all right? Like, not that I want to see a man in a dress, but like this, I wanted to see this fucking murderous piece of shit humiliated.
Like he's running away from charges. So they are going to expose that he is obviously hiding something from the community, the Vegas community that is, because he's always hiding. He's always being mysterious. So this behavior would
maybe he's just here illegally.
It would basically get exposed that Manning is an alleged Geppetto who was grooming a young Asian woman. And
there's no way that every single time it's man in a dress, grooming allegations, misogyny, because he was going after this black guy's wife instead of the black guy himself. Every single fucking time. Once you realize that most trans activists are autogynephiliac males, the death threats and violence make a lot more sense.
This video right here will show proof of that.
Sure, I do. You are really handsome. I handsome? Oh, you're really beautiful too. I like your hat.
A minor.
It's so cute. Oh, you like my glasses?
Does he know she's a minor?
Reporting. My tattoos.
Why is he stripping?
You like that?
Oh. Oh God. This is awkward.
This guy. You want me to dance for you?
This is so fucking weird. What the fuck is happening? What is this weird side of
Video will get a
YouTube?
little bit more disturbing as the woman age in question is mysterious, but Manning will continue to parade around and do this again.
Right, you ready?
I don't like it.
Oh my god, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're on fucking YouTube! What are you doing?
That's crazy. Pause there. This is insane.
I feel like I've just been sexually assaulted. Jesus fuck. Oh my god, he's still fucking going. What the fuck?
Check those IDs. Julie, you gonna be a part of some bullshit, Julie.
Things will continue to get weird for Sin City Manning as allegations of him passing out and getting drunk and then taking a numbered 1 on his wife, which caused people to expose them furthermore. This would cause Sin City Manning to lose his...
How did that thing get a fucking wife? Does she need help? Has she been taken hostage? What the fuck? This is the first time I've heard of the murderer having a wife.
Situations, strikes, being exposed after exposed. Well, it didn't sit well. Watch this. So both YouTubers community continued to strike each other's channel, which would cause more panic and obvious destructions headed both ways.
Let's get this clear though, y'all, because we all laugh and joke. This is a PR. This is a PR moment. We all laugh and joke, but mental illness is real, and we can clearly see this guy is mentally ill. So
I agree, Finny.
That's why I want to put it on y'all too. If he give us another strike and I got 3, y'all know that channel mean everything to him. He don't got no outside friends, nothing. I don't think I could do it in my heart, and I'm saying this on live so he can hear it too. Shout out LDT. But I don't think I can take his channel from him, man, because I think he's so close to going in the closet, man. And he's so close, man.
Fuck that. You know what the first thing I asked you? Did you give him a strike?
This is Kiwi Farms in the hood. Holy shit!
You swinging me, we swinging back twice. Boot him to the motherfucking moon.
Oh, so let me tell you this.
Finny the Legend would not be afraid of this, the strikes or anything like that. He would continuously go to Vegas.
Oh,
and
shout out Gorlak the Destroyer in the background there. He's not in the Kiwi Farm, he's in the Orange Grove.
This untouchable feeling of being on YouTube would take the stakes a little higher. Finny the Legend would go to Vegas on Fairmont and continuously to call out Sin City Manning. And now Finny the Legend was with family and friends when he did more service public announcements towards Sin City Manning and looking for him.
Her a drink and she gonna go crazy. Send her a drink and she gonna go crazy.
I don't know what that
Send you a
means.
drink and you gonna go crazy. Look at her, y'all. Look at that look she got. Look at that look.
Well, like they said, I'm not afraid of you and you're not afraid of me. Only one way to end this. And that shows that Sin City Manning took a drive to Vegas because he heard that this guy was in his city. That's guy
crazy.
Being Finny the Legend. So Manning, Sin City Manning that is, went immediately looking for the wife of Finny and himself.
I'm out here searching for my baby. But I went through every casino there is.
This is hella premeditated.
I heard there's one of my biggest fans here.
That's crazy that you would record this.
Fuel bar tonight? Is that what we're doing? I'll be there. Come to my city and think I'm not gonna show up? You think I'm not gonna show up? I should have been the first one to be told.
So as you
Actual fucking psychopath.
Sin City Manning would close in on Finny the Legend. He would find him walking on Fairmont around the Vegas area. He would walk past him, to which Finney the Legend would let his supporters and followers see Manning walking past him, and he kind of teased him a little bit, laughed at him a little bit. Well, Finney came back and would eliminate, Manning came back and would eliminate the wife and Finney.
I don't like that wording. I mean, it's true, but like the dude murdered them, man. Like he premeditated. He was looking for them all day and then came back and just murdered them.
Facts, Donut.
Oh, the rock, the Casbah.
Look, YouTube family, this is sad all the way around. Too much times on YouTube, people take these things past beef, past the point of no return, and we have to learn from all of this. What transpired could have easily been avoided had people just been grown-ups and accountable for their own actions, but people like to pick sides. People like to negate the fact that this is only YouTube. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. But they turn it into a turmoil which everybody loses, everybody suffers, because when you look at this outcome,
clout is a hell of a drug, chat.
Who's the blame? Who's the call out to say this person started it or she started it first? I'm gonna teach you what my teacher taught me in 5th grade. You have to sometimes be the bigger man, not because you have to be the bigger man. It's simply, well, self-preservation. And a lot of our counterparts haven't learned that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your guy, DJ Bless One, the best one. Love your family, love your kids, and stay blessed. Please subscribe to this channel. I love each and every single one of y'all.
I appreciate the Smoke Hip Hop Man, because that was actually very informative, unlike that AI voice channel. AI voice channel, I don't think would have gotten any of the timeline right, so I appreciate this guy. I've now learned about the beef, and it was incredibly stupid, and the Manny Killer guy is just a weird piece of shit that hopefully will either get the death penalty or rot in prison forever. Stay blessed. This kind of shit is why you're glad that I went to the bunker. Yeah, right? Hello, Moke and a lady! Hello! That's, you know. The plugs were, the plugs were a little wild. Kirsche's mom had to have known these people, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. But it's like, it's definitely retarded and upsetting that like a mother and a father, a husband and wife had to lose their lives because some guy just took YouTube beef way too fucking seriously. Like it's an actual insane thing. And I'm sure that there are like, you know, some people's A-logs that are just this insane. AI voice channels barely scratch the surface on any topic. Yep. Can't roll with Kirsche's mom. Oh my god. Earlier you're thinking this is drill beef, but YouTubers? I don't know what a drill beef is. I don't know what that means. Also, holy shit, how has it been 5 fucking hours already, dude? How has it been that long? I wanted to bring up the guy that did like doxing of ICE agents, but I guess that might have to wait. This week is jam fucking packed. We're gonna have some longer streams this weekend. Saturday, I have both really long stream myself, as well as the King of the Couch stuff with side scrollers. I'm gonna have to get with Craig and see how long the King of the Couch stuff is, but I am very likely gonna be with you guys like all goddamn day on Saturday, is what it might be looking like. And yeah, Thursday I think I'm also on side scrollers this week. I think I have a Thursday side scroller stream. So it's gonna be a short stream with side scrollers on Thursday at their usual time, noon Eastern, and then a really fucking long weekend. Hopefully you won't get sick of me. Hopefully you won't get sick of me. It's a real fucking long weekend with all of you beautiful babies. Instead of riots, we'll be watching something a bit more fishy. Yeah, background bunker noises. Yeah, it's you know, it's end of the work day for manual labor men's, as it were. Side scrollers, aka says true. Overdose on the floofy. Yeah, it's a fucking long ass weekend. Don't get sick of me, chat. Let's see who's online right now. You're glad you have something to do on Saturday now? Hell yeah, brother. Short stream with side scrollers. Yeah, side scrollers usually last like 2 hours ish. So it's a short stream relative to how long I'm usually live, as it were. Let me see here. Munya. Oh shit. Okay. Hold on a minute. We're gonna go slide on over here. I don't know. How long has she been live? live for like about an hour. Surely she won't end anytime soon. I am gonna raid into Straub. I don't know if she usually is live at this time or if I've just happened to randomly get lucky and catch her. But I'm gonna raid into Straub. She's very cute. She's doing some chatting right now. I don't know what her stream plans are. But we're gonna go raid into her. Remember, don't bring up politics in non-political streamers' chats. I would appreciate if you just were normal fucking people. You bumpin' bunker. We're bumping out here. We're fucking bumping. And I will see you guys at noon on Thursday on Side Scrollers channel. And buckle up for a very fishy weekend with me. It's gonna be a fun fucking time. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Let me start up the raid before I forget, because I have brain damage. Have a great rest of your night.